What's up? You. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Miss Julianne, what's up? Lulu, what's up? Say gang gang. What up? Pepe. What's going on? What's going on? Woke up to T-REV's jams at last episode, 3 a.m. What up, LS? Lulu, what's going on? Skittles, Tara, Cynthia, Delana. Hopefully I said that right. I'll be seeing your name like Delana. Addie, what's going on? Katie, what's up? How's your dog? Britt, what's going on? 50-50 because I feel like if I were on jury, I would need more evidence saying he was the one there doing it. I'm not saying innocent at this time, but if on jury, I would hope there was more evidence. I mean, you got DNA on a sheath from the type of knife used at the scene. I mean, there's my bag right there for me, but hey, you got to convince other juries, right? Cynthia says, I've got a lot to catch up on. Missed the last 4 days. Melanie, good morning. Judy, what's up? Slackjaw, what's going on, bro? Slackjaw. Sucker says, good afternoon-ish. Right? Skittle says a lot. Oh, yeah, I see you. Harley, what's going on? Let's start it up with this episode right here. We need to check this episode. This is the 48 hours episode in full. I figure we check. A lot of you guys probably haven't seen it. I know I watched it last night in Discord. Julia, what's up? Hope everyone is good today. Thank you. Shout out to everybody in here. I appreciate you guys. Azabella, what's up? Others involved. So others are involved. I just feel like he would have snitched them out by now. But hey, I mean, there really possibly could be. Marlon Rando, how's your grandma doing? She's getting surgery today. That's from what I know. From when I talked to my dad, he said she's getting surgery. So, what's up, Johnny G? Let's start it off with this though. Callie, what's up?
Well, today, Kohberger made his first court appearance in Idaho to face 4 charges of first-degree murder.
If convicted, Kohberger faces life in prison and possibly the death penalty.
At his initial appearance, you'll hear the charges against him.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. Count 3, murder in the first degree. Count 4, murder in the first degree. Count 5 alleges that you committed.
In high school, he would talk, he would laugh and stuff like that. But when I saw him a couple of years later, it was just kind of creepy. I don't know what happened. It's like a switch went off and he just changed.
The newly released affidavit reveals so much information.
Details about how police tracked the suspect down. DNA, phone records, and a witness.
Bryan Kohberger was studying criminal justice and criminology right here at Washington State University. It was really shocking because of all the different parts of my life that were tied to this as a journalist, as a teacher of college students, and certainly as a father and a citizen here.
Since the gruesome murders at a house off campus at the University of Idaho, the town of Moscow remains in shock.
We hear so many stories now about Maddie and Kaylee and Ethan and Xana, about how close they were, the type of people they were. It's devastating to hear that. It's heart-wrenching.
What do you want the world to know about your daughter, Kaylee?
This was a person that was going to go into your community and make it better. All these kids were going to make your community better. You would want them as your neighbor. You'd want them to interact with your children.
Yeah, it is.
Xana Kernodle.
She was so positive and lighthearted and understood the gift of life more than anyone I know.
Ethan Chapin.
Today we're here to honor the life and legacy of our son, Ethan Chapin, one of the most incredible people you'll ever know.
Madison Mogan.
My only child that we ever had, and so just smart and funny and beautiful.
Kaylee Gonzalez.
You know, most things as a dad you can handle, but something like that you just can't prepare for, and you can't.
I don't think so.
As a father, that's a terrible feeling.
As a professor here on this campus, I want to know, what is the motive? Why do something like this? How did he know Maddie and Kaylee and Ethan and Xana, if indeed he is the person who committed this crime?
Bryan is not tried in the court of public opinion. He has that presumption of innocence.
I honestly think he did it because he wants to see if he can get away with it.
Are you hoping to make eye contact with Bryan at some point?
Eye contact's a guarantee. I definitely want to let him know that I'm not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. This day of court is not just for him. It's for everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it.
Under a dark Idaho sky, investigators flew BryanKohberger to the college town of Moscow. Police delivered him to the Latah County Jail. On January 5th, in an orange jumpsuit, face vacant, the 28-year-old made what will likely be his first of many appearances in this court. He stands charged with the murder of 4 students from the University of Idaho: Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Maddie Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. Investigators say he stabbed them to death in the home the women shared.
The maximum penalty for this offense, if you plead guilty or found guilty, is up to death and imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Kohberger has not yet entered a plea. In an affidavit, investigators laid out their understanding of the grim details about the night of the killings. They say the killer left his DNA on a leather knife sheath, like this one, found on a bed next to Maddie Mogan. And most hauntingly, they say a surviving roommate thought she heard crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask. The man walked past as she stood in frozen shock. She locked herself in her room. We will have more details on this fast-moving investigation. Authorities have not disclosed a motive or if he had a connection to the students. But tonight, we are learning more about just who BryanKohberger is. Just 15 days before his arrest, BryanKohberger and
I hope it's not that fake audio everybody's claiming is real.
His father were driving home from Washington State University for winter break to the family's home in Pennsylvania.
Hello, how you doing? How y'all doing today?
The journey interrupted by 2 traffic stops, almost 10 minutes apart in Indiana, for tailgating.
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Police body cam video shows Kohberger and his father talking calmly with an officer about the trip.
Hours, days. Hours. Good driving. Yeah. Almost a day.
Then they are released with a warning.
So do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay?
Kohberger had been at the university since August, studying to get his PhD in criminology. He was also a teaching assistant in the Department of Criminal Justice. He lived in an apartment complex on campus and had an office there. According to the newly released affidavit, Kohberger had applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall. He wrote in his application essay that, quote, he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data. Benjamin Roberts took 4 classes with Kohberger.
He seemed very comfortable around other people. He was fairly quick to offer his opinion and thoughts, and he was always participating fairly eagerly in classroom discussions.
He says Kohberger appeared highly intelligent.
Does anything else come to mind that Brian said to you in the past that today you think might be of interest?
You're welcome.
There was a comment that he made, and it was just kind of a flippant guy talk thing. At one point, he just idly mentioned, I can go down to a bowl or a club and just have pretty much any lady I want.
BryanKohberger.
Kohberger arrived at the university after earning his
Nah, we should be back. No strike. No strike. No strike. Dave is back. Okay. Dave is back. Dave is back. Dave is back. Dave is back. All right. Call it Dave's Revenge. What happened? What happened is we can't play that. That's what happened. I'm boycotting 48 hours now. They didn't suspend my account. Not at all. All they did was stop it. They do that. So you got to pause, like you can only play like a minute and a half, and then you got to pause it. And maybe even less than that. You got to pause. Like if I wanted to play that, I'd have to keep playing and pause, play, pause, play, pause. Isn't that some BS? Nah, they're not picking on me. They do that shit. They do that shit with mainstream music too. YouTube is assholes. Nah, it's more. It's that's on 48 hours. That's on 48 hours. It's all good though. You know what? Let's just jump to the phone calls. Let's do it. Let's jump to the phone calls. Because I'm sure there's a lot of people that want to get some shit off. So make sure you call in. Hold up. Let me put the number on the screen. Here you go. Illuminati did it. I'm dead. Brian telepathically stopped it. I'm done. T-REV is growing. They will be on him. They always been on me like that. Sniper knows. This is what happens when you allow people to say absolutely ridiculous ridiculous things and make claims with nothing to back it other than feelings. That is not what happens. Stop the cap.
Stop the cap.
Stop the cap. We are back. That's not what happens when that happens. So you gotta
stop the cap.
But yeah, no doubt. Call in 219-885-9693. Start it off. Everybody gets 5 minutes today. Let's go. I see people already called at 12 p.m. Damn. At 12 already? There you go. Hold up. Let me roll that number across the screen at the bottom. Try it now. That is not what happens. Stop it. You got caught in a cap ass lie in the chat in the comments. But this is what happens. If that will happen, if that's what happens, I guess I'm friggin' Casper the Ghost because I'm back. Let's go. Hold up. See, it's not ringing. I see phone numbers coming through, but it's not ringing. So I'm gonna have to start it off by calling one of you guys, and I'm gonna call this.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? You called?
Yeah, I sure did. What's going on?
man?
I've been trying. Sitting down here in Daytona, Big Detective John's neighbor down here.
What's going on, my brother? How you doing?
Doing good, doing good. Finally got called in. Been trying for a couple weeks now.
Man, you're in there like swimwear. What's going on, man? You got 5 minutes. What's on your mind?
My biggest thing, one big question I've got that I don't think anybody's ever asked.
Let's hear it.
No, I've been to court, been in trouble a couple of times. The only time you get to get a public defender is your first appearance in court.
Mm-hmm.
So how does this public defender get access to the crime scene and all this when Nuthenberger is still sitting in jail in Pennsylvania and never even seen a judge? Nothing like that yet.
Right.
And then he shows up in court and the judge asked him about a public defender, and he says, well, he has counsel. And she asked him a couple questions. He says, well, okay, I will assign you the public defender. So he's sitting right there with him.
Mm-hmm.
So how does he have this public defender for this week's period of time working for him when he's never been to court?
Well,
was there, what I'm saying?
I mean, when you go in Pennsylvania, you're right off the jump. You get paperwork to sign up for a public defender. I've been in jail in Pennsylvania, so I know.
Okay, he got a public defender in Pennsylvania, though.
Yeah.
He had that guy. But this lady is already defending him in Idaho. He's not been to Idaho yet.
Right. I don't know if he preset that up or what. Now, that's a good question on that end. But maybe he had one right here.
He's not even been read any charges. No charges have been brought against him yet for that. So how does he get a public defender already?
I mean, you got one quick. I'd say the.
They were working behind the scenes with him, I guess.
Yeah, somebody he had one lined up. I have no idea how Idaho works. If he could even line one up beforehand, I'm not sure. But I mean, it's a public defender, so he had to have one. He had to get one like that or that morning or something. You know what I mean? Or when you go to court, I figured they have one already there for him. So you know what? I'm gonna go out on the limb and say he'll have a different lawyer. By the time everything goes down, he'll have a whole defense team.
Well, no, he's got his defense team. When he went to court in Idaho, she appointed that lady as his lawyer.
He'll have somebody different. Watch.
And she went out and hired these investigators to go to the crime scene. They showed them at the crime scene doing the investigation for him while he's still sitting in Pennsylvania.
Mm.
You remember showing them those pictures and all that?
Yeah.
Because everybody was trying to say, oh, that was his sister there, which, that was all crazy shit. Bullhorn Betty or whatever. Shouldn't say that, but you know what I'm saying, though?
Hey, what's up with that fake audio everybody wanted me to play, man?
I don't believe none of that, because the biggest thing, if you read the affidavit, it says dog barks numerous times.
Mm-hmm.
You listen to that fake audio, there's a dog barks one time.
Mm.
You hear one little bark, and that's it.
Right.
That ain't numerous times. That's all somebody put together to show how that camera would work, and then somebody ran with it like that was the true audio.
Somebody ran with it like, hey, I got this content right here. I'm going to go get some clicks today.
Exactly. They were just showing how that camera would record audio outside from 50 feet away.
Mm.
And none of that was real, I don't think. But my just biggest thing is, how's he got a lawyer working for him when he's never even been to court and led any charges? You can't get a public defender from 2,500 miles away when you've never been charged yet. Because the judge, if you listen to when he went, to court in Idaho,
right,
at the end of it, she actually asked him about counsel and appoints that lady that's sitting there with him, says, okay, I'll appoint her as your lawyer. So why has this lady been doing this all along when she's not even his lawyer yet?
Yeah, this dude's, in my honest opinion, he's going to end up with a pro bono team. But when I was in PA, I went to jail. And then the next day I had court. They handed me a public defender right there off the rip. But it wasn't somebody that I stuck with. It was I had to fill out paperwork to even get a public defender at that time. But then I ended up getting a paid lawyer.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, he might get a pro bono, some big name come in and help him out. But still, I just don't understand how he's got a lawyer working. It's a court-appointed lawyer in a state 2,500 miles away when he's never even been to court yet there.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah,
That's like you saying you went to Pennsylvania, they appointed you a lawyer. But what if you had a warrant in Pennsylvania and you got arrested in Indiana and you got a lawyer in Pennsylvania working for you already? You've never even been there yet.
Yeah, no doubt. I get
you know what I'm saying, how that gonna work. So
I
just think there's something fishy with that there.
Hell yeah, brother. Well, shit, man. I appreciate you calling in, man.
Yep, no problem, man. Keep it going. I'm listening to you every day. Miss you when you're not around.
No doubt, brother. Yeah, nah. My grandma's actually been rushed to the hospital the other day. I just kind of been laying back and chilling and dissecting that because they're saying she doesn't have long left. So I just been going through some things on that end and just relaxing. So just trying to ease my mind a little bit.
All good. You got to take time for your family and take care of those things, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you, boss man. God bless you for calling in, my man.
You too. God bless you, man. Prayers go out to you and your family, man. Have a good day.
Thank you. I appreciate you, brother. Shout out to him. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Let's get started. Good first caller. Yeah, I don't know how Idaho works with I don't know if he had one lined up or how, his case is very, very high profile. So maybe she was appointed to him that next morning, etc. It's a great question.
Call from
Rev, it's Josh.
Josh, what's going on, my man? You're live, brother.
Hey, thank you, sir. How are you today?
I'm hanging in there, my man. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Well, not seeing a lot of new information come in from the last couple of days. Obviously, I'm following this case like everyone else, but to me, this is just the most compelling, real-time murder investigation that I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we could say we have BK, he's arrested. I just personally am not satisfied. I don't know. It's kind of what I talked about the other day with you. I am just not satisfied. What is the connection? What is the connection between Bryankohberger and these students? I think we don't know that yet. And my personal opinion, chat's going to hate me, okay? But I want to go back to something you said a couple shows ago. At the very end of your show, you said, stop piling on people for their opinions of this case. Stop telling people they're right or wrong. Stop telling them how to think.
Mm-hmm.
Do you still feel that way?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how I feel too. I mean, your chat in particular, I'm sure right now they're going, oh, this guy again. And anyway, my theory is drugs. My theory is drugs. And I don't know how, but either he was buying drugs from the house or he was selling them. Why is everyone awake at 4 a.m? There's certain drugs that keep you up all night. To me, being a former drug user and stuff, the whole thing just reeks of drugs, which is why the surviving roommates are not very forthcoming with any information.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I just think, and the police don't want to talk about the drugs either because they don't want to, quote unquote, impugn the integrity of the victims. And I appreciate that. They don't. And have we seen any toxicology reports of the students? If it comes out there was cocaine in their systems or something, I think that would explain a lot. But I think the case is so sensitive and no one wants to, slight the victims in any way that the drugs angle is simply either being covered up or not talked about right now. And that's my opinion.
Well, yeah, no doubt, man. I mean, is it possible? Absolutely. We don't know. There was a 7-8 hour gap between police being called. I mean, I'm not going to compare situations that I've been through to, I'm not going to compare the situations that I was in compared to a murder because there was no murder that had happened or, etc. But, I knew police were coming to the house. We dumped, when we were younger and in my teens, I remember my brother dumping shit out the back, all types of shit. So, I mean, I get the aspect you're coming from, but I feel like maybe, I don't know. I feel like maybe they would have found something, huh? Or,
well, maybe, but Dylan would have time to dispose of all the evidence in that interim. And that's it's just not a huge stretch. So there's a guy there. Yes, she gets scared, but she also gets rid of all the stuff before the cops can come. Yeah. And I think it's shown she called her friends before the police, in my opinion, to assist with the disposal of illegal drugs. So anyone in the chat going, oh, it's so disrespectful. How could you? It's a theory. I think your chat is really personally, emotionally involved in this. And
there's a lot of people that are emotionally involved in this shit, man. When they hear, sometimes you hear something and it'll trigger you, I guess. But I mean, like I try to tell everybody is going to have an opinion, man. And we got to, whether we respectfully disagree or respectfully agree. We gotta know that, you know, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of people that do not share the same opinion as us, and we got to be open to that. You know what I mean? We got to be open to that.
Yes, and I see we have about 1 minute left here. To question what Dylan was doing during that time is not to victim blame her. First of all, my opinion, Dylan's not a victim. She is alive. In this case, the victims are dead. Please stop calling Dylan a victim, Bethany a victim. They survived. Now, they're victims of post-traumatic stress disorder, probably, but they're not victims. It's totally legitimate to question this 8-hour gap. It's similar to the 31 days in the Casey Anthony case.
Right.
Why did she not call the police for 31 days? That's a legitimate question. People at the time might be going, oh, you know, she's a young girl. I just am really tired of the excuses for the surviving roommates and the neighbors, dude. I still am on that trip. We all have an obligation to help each other when we're in trouble. I see we have 10 seconds left here, so I really appreciate your time.
She got 38 seconds, man. But yeah.
Oh, shit. Right on.
Nah, but I appreciate you sharing what you really think, and rather than jumping on the train of what, you know, you see a bunch of others think, you actually gathered your own thoughts, whether, you know, we agree with it or not. At least you thought on your own and you know, did your own research. And
well,
you're gonna believe what you're gonna believe. You know,
I'm going by my own feeling here. The feeling is that there's drugs involved, cocaine specifically. That's not a huge stretch. It's not disrespecting anybody. It's a theory. So, I mean, what is the connection between Kohberger and the students? Someone tell me, please. You know, so
yeah, no doubt, brother. I appreciate you calling in and sharing what you think, man, and having a voice in the community. God bless you, brother.
Thanks, sir. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Later, man. I don't know. I don't think there was drugs involved. But hey, he could be spot on. He could be fucking spot on with a drug theory. You know what I mean? What is somebody doing out that early in the morning? I've been out that early to buy some weed and shit. I'm just saying, where I've been up all night doing gaming, bought weed, buy nothing else. I mean, I've never coke or nothing like that. So, yeah, I can't say. I kind of thought uppers too. You said? Respect to that man.
Angel.
Angel, what's going on? You live? She banged on me. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Everyone has their theory. Absolutely. I'm just trying to go off what's in the paperwork. Now, I feel like if there was drugs, they would have mentioned that, but maybe not. Maybe wait till trial, right? I have no idea.
Call from Miss Kelly Mouse.
Hey, what's going on? You said Michelle? McKelly Mouse?
It's me.
Hey, what's going on?
How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
How's your gram?
She's going through surgery this morning. She's got a bunch of not gallbladder stones, but kidney stones, like 32 piled up in her other kidney, and she just had surgery removing that, like not too long ago. So it's bad, but she's going on 80 years old. She's had dementia for like 9 years, so it's been a rough ride for her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I just wanted to call and check on you this morning.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, have a good day.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. I appreciate that. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Such nice people. All these beautiful people, man, with good and nice and big hearts that just give a fuck. I'm used to people who don't give a fuck, so just drank 5-hour energies and coffees, never needed drugs when I was young. Hey, Frisco chick. I called you kid.
Call from Amberlina.
Amberlina, what's up?
Hi. Hi, T-REV. I'm doing good. I didn't think I was going to get through.
Yeah, you caught it on an easy morning.
Okay, good. Yeah, I just wanted to say, first of all, love this channel. I think I've been a member for like a month now, and I really love the community, and I'm glad I'm able to finally call in. And then also prayers to your grandma too. So of course, everyone, family first, always. Yeah, I'm just gonna agree with you on, I don't think drugs were involved. And again, this is just my personal opinion. I really feel he fixated on someone in this house, maybe more than one, and then just through social media or whatnot was able to find them and just, I think to me it was just a fixation. I feel like he does have some probably mental health issues from back in the day. That's not an excuse. But I feel like that they're going to use that in court. But yeah, I just feel it was just total fixation on someone in that house. That's just my opinion. So I don't know.
You think there was drugs involved?
No. I don't think there was drugs involved at all. Because to do something like that, 4 murders for drugs, I just that just doesn't compute in my mind. I don't know, but that's
could some of them been under the influence of something?
Oh yeah.
When we were that young, of course we experienced.
Of course,
we experimented and did all types of stuff, but I just don't. I respect his opinion 100%. That caller, I got nothing but respect and love for him. But in general, I do respectfully disagree. I do not think there was a drug deal or anything like that. I really don't. I think this was just planned out by this sicko who just had these plans. And I feel like he pulled the trigger quick on his plans too.
Absolutely. Maybe, as I was thinking about this, like what was different about that weekend from a typical weekend? To me, I'm like, well, Kaylee wasn't supposed to be there. So maybe when he was checking, their social media, saw that she was back in town and just said, I got to put my plan in motion now. That's if she was the intended target, quote unquote. But yeah, so I don't know. I just don't think it was drug related in the fact that he, went there or like they owed him money or he was trying to get drugs. Like, I don't think it was that, I just think it was he had this plan probably for a lot of years and just finally felt that this was a time he could execute it. So that's just my opinion, but
yeah, this dude,
we'll see.
This dude, Crosshatch just says, freaks don't have no plan or no reasons.
Yeah, that's true. It could be just, I believe some people truly just have evil in them. So yeah, like the Crosshatch said, sometimes people just don't need reasons. It's just in them. They found an opportunity. But I'm really looking forward to see what is he gonna say? What is his gonna be excuse? How is he gonna try to quote unquote exonerate himself, which is what, I guess his public defender said. So that to me is already, wow, he's trying to exonerate himself. Okay, we'll see what he has to say. But yeah, this is
we're not going to hear much, we're not going to hear much at all because of the gag order.
Yeah. And, then when it goes to trial, let's see if he, what the defense is going to say. And I highly doubt he's going to, testify because they usually, just public defenders or, they don't want their clients to talk. But hey, maybe this guy is different. Maybe he wants the notoriety. He wants all of this. So maybe he will say something during the trial. But
exactly. Yeah. What about my call on not playing that fake audio?
Oh, I didn't hear about it, but I kind of came across something, I think maybe on social media. But yeah, I don't believe any of that stuff. Like you said, this is why I like this channel, because you always say you didn't hear from law enforcement. It's not true. This is for us just to speculate in the community forum and things like that. So yeah, I just, I want to see it in writing. I want to make sure that it's true.
Exactly.
So
that's what I'm saying.
But yeah.
Show me that shit in writing. Show me everything. Not only in writing though. If it's true, it's true. But I just had when I heard it, I knew it wasn't fake. Period. I knew it wasn't. My gut told me it's fake. The audio is fake. Do not play it. It's fake.
Yeah.
I was catching slack. Like, oh man, you would do this and you would do that. Well, guess what? You learn your lessons and you move on from your lessons that you learn. So
yeah, and there's other channels that will use that for clicks or whatever. But yeah, that's why I like this channel. I'm tuning into you every day.
Well, thank you, Amber.
You got a community member for life here. Okay,
well,
I just wanted to call in. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. God bless you, Amberlina.
You too. All right.
Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Great caller. Shout out to Amberlina. Thank you, Cheryl. I appreciate you. Detective Juan. You don't look like a Juan. That's not Detective John, by the way. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. My adopted nephew. Well, add me to the list of adoptions.
Sarah.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm great. How about yourself?
Oh, you know, just living the dream.
Well, what's your thoughts on this case?
Yeah. So, yeah, I have like a theory that I just want to put out there, but so I do think that he had an accomplice, and like the reason why I think that, well, there's like a couple of reasons, but well, okay, so I do think that maybe that drugs were involved, but like, so, you know, next door, that Enon Harsh guy, I think his name was, he had given interviews, and he said he used to be a drug dealer. Like 10 years ago, he had past offenses for dealing, I think he said like meth. And so he lived in that apartment building next door. And if there was like quotes that were taken from, I guess like Brian didn't say much in the Pennsylvania jail, but some people did report that like apparently they like were yelling out to him like, why'd you go to Idaho? And he said the shopping was better in Idaho.
I heard that too.
So like, yeah. And so I'm like, well, maybe shopping for drugs. But then, so another thing too, like thing that makes me kind of suspicious, like there was also reports of like another car in the driveway that wasn't normally there. And like in the affidavit, it talks about how there's like suspect one car, like, and it says like the phone number and like talks about one phone number. But that, you know, I don't know. I still am like really sus about the Jack S guy. And he supposedly lived next door too. And I feel like that might have been a way that they could have met and started like working together. And like, you know, they can't find the knife, and apparently like his alibi, Jack's alibi, was that he went to his like family cabin that night, which seems really weird timing to go to your family cabin. I'm like, well, maybe that's where like the knife was hidden, and that he was like working as an accomplice with him. And also like the IDs have been like, I heard that they ID'd him. You know, it says that he had been into that property like, or like around that area 12 times, and everyone's like, oh, he was stalking. Well, it could have been a good excuse that he was also like buying drugs, you know? And like, why would they ID, like the roommate's been able to have ID'd him if he was stalking? Like, obviously he was around and about. So that makes me a little bit like question that too. And like, just in terms of like, this is like another partial theory, but I think he was also someone who was like maybe a copycat killer. And like with the 4 people that were like killed, like I feel like maybe because of the BCK, his first killing was only 4 people. I kind of feel like he went into the house like wanting to kill 4 people, like no more, no less. Like I think he probably did know that Dylan was still around and like didn't care. Like his like MO was like to continue kind of, you know, doing more murders. I think he did have like mental health issues like back in the past. Like it talks like stuff from 2011 in high school. He was like talking about different weird like brain issues. He had like visual migraines, and like he talked about low self-worth and like disassociation. Like that, I think to someone that then starts getting down the criminology kind of like path, like you can really go down some wormholes, especially if you're not really completely based in reality. And then you start looking at these different theories about like, you know, there is no morality and all of this stuff. Like I do feel like maybe he was just trying to do it as a way to like get past a certain point, like I don't know, learning about some of, I don't know, like understanding the criminal mind a little bit more in order to help like people in the future. I don't know, that's like a little bit of a stretch, but those are just kind of some of my initial thoughts. And I also like, do we know where he went? Like I know that it shows in the affidavit that he drove to Pullman, but that he went somewhere else, like a rural place in Idaho too. Like I'm wondering if that is anywhere near where Jack's cabin is. So yeah, those are just some of my thoughts.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think Jack was involved, but hey, that's your opinion, and you're right to it. So
Yeah, and not Jack D. I don't think Jack D.
no,
had anything
I
to do
mean
with it. Like Hoodie did. Yeah, that's just. But
yeah, I don't think
thoughts.
he's involved, but I mean, hey, who am I? I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. But I hope your grandma's doing well, and thanks for the show.
If you end up being right, I'll be like, damn, I remember that phone call.
Yeah, please do, because I'm gonna be right. So
Yeah, no, if you are, I'm definitely gonna think of this phone call. Thank you for calling in, and thank you for your wishes and prayers. I do appreciate it. God bless you, man.
You too. Bye.
Lock your door. Shout out to 219-885-9693. Absolutely do not think any of the Jacks were involved. T-REV stream is not suspended. It's back. Fast forward if you have that message. Make sure you call in 219-885-9693. The phone call's coming in.
Greg.
Greg, what's going on? You live.
Hey, T-Ranch or T-Rev, what's up?
What's up, my man? Is this T-Ranch?
Yeah, it's T-Ranch.
What's going on, my man?
Oh, not much. Yeah, I was picking apart this affidavit,
Yeah.
and I usually put my headset away here. I'm echoing in myself. Just a sec. I was thinking that for this guy to take Highway 95 south and stay on the main highway didn't make sense to me. Why would you go on a main highway where there's police patrols?
Right.
You'd be more likely to take a back road, wouldn't you?
You would think so.
I was kind of looking for alternate routes, and I found one that paralleled 95 down to Blaine and then back down into Genesee and over to Uniontown. But while I was picking this affidavit apart, I noticed, and if you had it there, you could pull it up on page 13 at the bottom, and I can read it here. It says that the 8458 phone does not report to the network until approximately 4:48, at which time it utilizes cellular resources to provide coverage to Idaho State Highway 95 south of Moscow, Idaho, near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that are connected with the phone traveling south on 95 to Genesee. But then you go to page 14, and he says that at approximately 5:30.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Yeah, at approximately 5:30, the phone is utilizing resources to Pullman. And it later says that the car was sighted traveling north from the state at 5:27 a.m. So how can you be north of Genesee at 5:26 a.m. and seen at 5:27 a.m. in Moscow or in Pullman?
Right.
That's kind of what the fuck.
Right.
So I'd like oh my God, some people's opinions on that, and I might email you the.
I have to look at that. Thank you, Firefly.
Yeah, I have to. I'm gonna send you an email with the alternate route, and there's some interesting places along that route that.
So I know you know this route, T-Ranch. I know you know it. I know you live out that way. Is that route? Do you know anything about Johnson, Idaho? I wanted to ask you that because I know you're out there.
I looked at that too, and I've listened to some other folks on other channels, and there is the possibility that they made an error in the affidavit, that there is a Johnson, Idaho, which is far east of where all this happened. Okay. Johnson, Washington is more likely what they meant to put down there. And that's en route from Clarkston to Pullman. Okay.
Is Johnson rural?
Very.
It's very
Both of them.
rural?
Yeah.
Would it be a good place to hide it? So it sounds like it might be the good place to hide a knife at, huh?
Oh, yeah. Anywhere around here. You're not gonna. You don't have to hide it very well. I think he probably would have gotten rid of that, his clothing, the knife, and all that, and even stopped somewhere to clean up a bit before he went back to Pullman. If he actually went back to Pullman, or if he actually went to Genesee, and I was thinking is, everybody thinks there was a second person involved. Could somebody have been in a car, taken his phone, and driven that route while he was back in, he went back to Pullman? I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities here, but I found that those two paragraphs where they have him in Pullman at 5:27 visually on camera, and they got him down in Genesee on the cell phone at 5:26. And it could be maybe, we're out here in a rural area. There's not a whole lot of cell towers. So a phone may, and I don't know how that stuff works, but a phone may pick up a cell tower and lock into it until it's no longer available and then switch over. There's always that possibility.
Very interesting points you brought up on this phone call about and you're going off this timing here, right?
Yeah.
So you feel like it's inconsistent timing?
It appears to be to me.
I mean, that area, so that would, that's a good thing. I'm glad you know the area, because you'd be able to break that down.
I only know it by, searching Google Maps and using, the.
Have you ever drove to that area?
I have not, but it's very similar to where I live.
Okay.
We got rural roads. It's there's many ways. I mean, you got highways that go directly between point A and point B, and then there's back roads that meander through the countryside to get to the same place.
Right. So you didn't you say you were like how far from Moscow?
I'm about 50, 60 miles.
Yeah, when I talked to you last time, I knew you said something around that. And I thought you maybe said 90, but yeah, 60. Hell yeah. That's not, I mean, you're not far at all.
No.
You're not far at all. You're not far at all. Well, I appreciate you calling in, T Ranch. Good point that you brought up there. That's interesting.
All right.
I'm gonna have to map that out.
And, let's hear some opinions on that.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's something that I didn't look at. Because, when I look at, or I didn't look at it, but when I look at it, it's like I don't know that area, so I wouldn't be able to map the timings between that. But I mean, I could actually pull it up and look from point A to point B.
Yeah. All right, man.
Thank you, T Ranch, man. God bless you, brother. Thank you for calling in, and thank you for having a voice in the community, my brother. You have a great day, man.
Prayers for your grandmother.
Thank you, my man. Appreciate you. God bless, man. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. Very, very interesting phone call. NAPCA aren't good, says Peas in a Pod. Absolutely agree.
Call from Ashley.
Ashley, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV.
Hey,
this is my first time calling you, so.
Well, I'm glad you got through.
So, okay, I have something that nobody's ever talked about yet.
Let's go.
It's pretty significant to me based on facts. So
bring it out.
I try not to make my decisions based on speculation and theories.
Mm-hmm.
I try to do it based on facts and just kind of using your brain. So if you go up to Maddie's bedroom, and there's pictures of Maddie's bedroom on Zillow, there's a walkthrough that has the layout of it. Maddie's bedroom is a rectangle. It's small and it's very awkward. Now, a fact that we do have is that Maddie had a single bed. It was a small single bed, you know, mainly for one person. Typically, single beds are against the walls as it's for one person and you don't want to fall out of your bed. Now, if you think about it, the door to Maddie's room opens inwards at the bottom right side of her room. And in the document, it said, he said the sheath was, and I quote, laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door.
Yes, ma'am.
In any position, if you think about it, the detective would have said it was in between Maddie and Kaylee. But the fact that he said by Maddie's right side, if you think of the layout in the bed in any position, Kaylee would be against the wall in every scenario, except for if the bed was straight in front of you when you open the door. And that bedroom's so small that the door would obstruct the bed. So there's no way that Maddie could have been by the wall. So based on where he left the sheath, you can kind of tell that Maddie was the first one stabbed, because you're not going to stab the one next to the wall first.
Right.
To get like kicked in the balls by the one who's like closest to you. But nobody's ever mentioned it. And I thought of like every scenario, and in every scenario, Kaylee would be the furthest from the opening of the door. And it's because the detective said, when viewed from the door, laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Interesting. I looked at it and I'm like, the sheath was found. I had to look again, but like it was found by Maddie's bed, correct?
Yeah, like the document, it's like a quote. It says, laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door.
So he had to climb on. He had to be like somewhere on that bed. You know what I mean? I feel like if it's found on the bed, he had to at least be one leaning over it or two on the bed.
I think he would have been leaning over. Like if it was up against the top left, like he would have to, it wouldn't be on Mogan's right side. It would be in between Mogan and Kaylee, or Mogan's left. And you can kind of tell that Kaylee was against the wall in every situation. Like even if the bed was, you know, to the left, Maddie's right, it was, the detective didn't say in between Maddie and Kaylee. If it was ever on Maddie's left side, it would be in between Kaylee. Just based on that, the door opens inwards on the bottom right, and it's like a rectangle square. If you just like imagine the bed in different positions, like you can like deduce that it was Maddie on the edge of the bed and Kaylee was towards the wall, or the furthest away from like the door opening. So more than likely, that's how the sheath got left there. He probably stabbed Maddie first and then Kaylee second. And then also I posted like a Reddit last night online, and it was just about like Dylan, which is strange because Dylan's room is the closest to the sliding glass door. So it's strange that the killer didn't try that door first or try that door on the way out, as her door was the closest, which makes me think that it was 100% targeted. Because if you're just trying to like, you know, kill some people, you would just target that second floor because it's right there by the slider and be in and out. And the fact that he skipped the first door that you come in contact with, I found that like pretty strange. And again, people can say like, oh, the doors are probably locked. He probably planned for that. He probably planned for the sliding glass door to be locked. All you need is like a screwdriver to fix your glasses to like get into like a door with a lock. So I did find that quite strange. Like coming down from the steps, you're with Dylan's door. Coming in from the kitchen, from the sliding glass door, Dylan's the first door. So I also found that pretty interesting.
Yeah, I find it pretty interesting. This whole time we thought it was her bedroom was on the first floor and it was on the second floor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I don't know, like a lot of us we had it wrong for a while, but that's why I was glad the facts came out. But most definitely good points that you made.
Yeah, but yeah, mention that to Detective John about the bed, because I can't think of a way where Kaylee would be the first one like that the killer will see. Every situation I do, Kaylee's against the wall or Kaylee's in the position of the bed furthest from the door. The bed can't you can't be looking straight on the bed when you open the door, because it will be obstructed by how the door swings inside the room. So that's all I have. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, ma'am.
right,
Thank you
thanks.
for calling in. God bless you, man. Be safe. Lock your doors.
Bye.
Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Bring it. Bring them good conversations. I'm about to DoorDash something right now. I'm thirsty. But yeah, no, make sure you hold on. Did I take it off? Do not disturb. Yeah, okay. I'm just making sure. There we go. There we go again. Let's go.
Call from Angel.
Angel, what's going on? You're live.
Yes. I don't know if anyone's called about this. I missed a lot in the last couple lives you did, but there's a YouTuber called 10 to Life, and she put a video online, and it
I seen it.
she said the one where she said her friend's an FBI agent.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I seen
That's
that
all I
one. I
got.
seen it about 3 to 4 days ago.
Okay.
It
I
was
hadn't
right
heard
during the
anyone talk
weekend, I
about
think. The start of the weekend, I think I seen it.
Do you think it's real?
I have no idea. I don't want to go out there and say, hey, 10 to Life is lying, guys, because I don't know her. So I can't say she's lying. But I mean, to get some information like that, that's pretty damning, like that's crazy.
Right.
But I have no idea. I've watched some of her videos in the past, and I don't know her like that. From everything that I found and looked up on her, she's been legit to me. So, I have no reason to not believe her, but I also take everything that I see with a grain of salt, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, same here. All right, that's all I got. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for calling in and asking. I appreciate you. God bless you, man. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. T-REV, order me something too. I don't know. I need something to drink because this ain't. I can't do this. Okay, hold up. 219-885-9693. See, the thing is, a lot of people don't know is her bedroom was on the second floor. I get people keep asking me and emailing me, is her room on the first floor? How did this happen? Or if her room was on the first floor, how did that happen? Her room was on the second floor. Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV. How's it going?
I'm good. How about yourself, ma'am?
I am good. I've been trying to get on all morning. I keep giving my name, but somehow or other my call gets dropped. So
You're good.
I'm glad I'm on now. First, well, let me say my prayers are with you and your family with your grandmother's situation that's going on.
Thank you.
You know how difficult that can be. I've got notes going back to Friday. I'm just going to go over a few things. One of the things I wanted to say to everybody is, everybody that's harping on Dylan, there is such a thing. I mean, she has the grief of losing her friends, her roommates, the trauma of witnessing experience and aftermath of the survivor's guilt of being someone, who is spared. She's going to live with that the rest of her life.
Absolutely.
And I was one of the first ones to say, what the fuck? How the hell does that go on? But, after listening to some of these other stations and getting to a little more information on, things that can happen when trauma like that happens. There was a case back in 1992 in Buffalo where a roommate came in and she said she didn't see any blood in her roommate's room. She thought she had choked on her own vomit. She said when she came in, she heard some like loud breathing, but she thought it was her and her boyfriend, so she didn't think anything of it. And then a little later, I guess, when she got up or actually found her, she called 911, telling them that her roommate had choked in her own vomit. In reality, she didn't realize until the paramedics got there that the room was covered in blood. The woman had been raped and beaten and was barely alive. This woman says she actually went to her bed and she said she heard somebody open her door, walk through her room, and then walk out the front door. So I guess the rapist had actually walked through her room. So situations like that do happen. So I had to really back off that as I was one of the ones saying, how does that happen? How does that happen? A couple of things I want to bring up also is that Reddit study that he posted. I was listening to somebody else on another channel who they said that's not what that PhD program is about. The PhD program is about what is the role of police, the role of criminal justice systems. Why do police make certain decisions? It's very theory based. So his study was very rare. And from what I understand, he caught a lot of flack from that research. It was looked down upon. So I think that could have also been something that triggered him as well. I think it's something that he had demons in him for a long time, that he was, bullied from girls throwing things at him and saying mean things to him, when he was in school. I just think that this was something that had been building and building, and he finally snapped. But I do think that he stalked them. I also heard on another network that when he was driving in that area for those 12 times his cell phone pinged, he got close enough to their residence, the King address, to pick up on their Wi-Fi. So evidently his phone was picked up on their Wi-Fi. That was also brought out.
Where'd you see that at?
I was listening to Legal Advice this morning.
Oh, okay.
And that was brought up. Another thing that he brought up was so somebody talked about how did he get an attorney while he was still in PA. Well, from what he was reading this morning was that the arrest warrant came out. The attorney was appointed when the arrest warrant came out. So shortly right after the judge issued the warrant, he issued an attorney because he knew he was going to need one, to my understanding. That's what he was saying this morning. They've already got a change of venue. They have more than one gag order out. They have one gag order for the police. It's not very specific. That's another thing he pointed out was, it says police. It doesn't really break it down as to what police. Is it PA police? Is it Idaho police? Is it people in the department? Is it state? There's not real specific. Doesn't say anything about the family. The family can say whatever they want, evidently. Then there's one for the court, talking about who's going to be in the courtroom, how much room they will have for people. There will be cameras in the courtroom. They already have a change of venue. She already put in for a change of venue. It's supposed to be in.
Well, I figured that would happen, the change of venue.
Yeah, already has a change of venue in Latah County. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but.
What did you say?
Latah. Latah.
Yeah, I have to.
I don't know how to pronounce it, but what's been reported, and also the sheets. Him leaving that sheet. People talk about the knife. I don't think he's gotten rid of the knife. I think he's kept that knife as a souvenir. They always do serial killers. They have what they call I don't know if you ever heard of this. It's called. I never heard it till today. Law cards exchange.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a principle, it's a forensic science principle where when there's a crime committed, the perpetrator.
Why do you sound like you? I have to say this. You sound like Nancy Grace.
Oh my gosh!
I just had to say it for 1 second. You sounded like Nancy Grace. I'm like, hold up, is this Nancy?
No, it's not Nancy.
I didn't mean to stop you in the train of thought there, but you sounded like Nancy Grace for a second. I was like, hold up, is this Nancy calling in?
Well, I made notes, and I've had notes since Friday, and I hadn't been able to call in. And this morning, I kept calling and kept giving my name for Google, and then I kept getting bumped from the call. So I'm kind of I want to get all this in before it's my time.
No. Hold on. You can go ahead, finish it up.
So I'm talking a little fast. Okay, so the principle of that rule is when the perpetrator will bring something in exchange for something at the scene. So chances are he's taking something from that scene as well. That was another thing they had brought up about. And I think about that DoorDash driver. He must have just missed that murder. The only thing I can figure out is maybe if he was out front, maybe that's why he got frustrated. Was trying to park and turn around and realizing that DoorDash was there. And I think that's why he went up the road and tried and came back and then drove back down and came back up. I think he was waiting for that DoorDash driver to leave. I don't think he was in the house yet. But yeah, that's and I don't know about his dad.
So you think that he waited till the DoorDasher left to go in?
I do. I think so. I think he was pulling up. I don't think he was in when DoorDash got in there for some reason. I don't know why. Because of the way he kept making turnarounds. You know, why would he do that? Why would he go back and forth if he wasn't? You know, if he was on his way over there, I've got my knife, I got my shit together, I'm gonna go do this.
Mm-hmm.
And then he made so many turnarounds. He wasn't expecting. Who's going to be expecting a DoorDash at 4:00 in the morning?
Right.
You know. So I think that could have prolonged it a little bit. And as far as his parents go, I think his parents were in denial. I think his dad was in big denial. But after rewatching that video again, you know, and his dad starts talking very nervously, you can tell the look on Brian's face. He's petrified. He doesn't know, hey, am I fixing to get arrested? And I think his dad was feeling it then. So he starts making small talk and starts talking about another murders that took place in a shooting or something, just kind of BSing, because I think he was nervous. I think his dad kind of had that inkling idea, maybe not quite, you know, understood. Oh, and one more thing that they said, I didn't know this. Did you know that there was a plane after he was arrested? There was a plane that circled their house for like 3 hours in Pennsylvania.
I did see that on a channel, but I mean, I don't know how true that is or not.
Yeah, it was reported. Well, it was on. He was reading that law. Legal Advice was reading off Yahoo News this morning. He said that it was. They believed that they were doing it to see if maybe the family might have been trying to get rid of some of his stuff that was there. You know, taking anything out, or maybe leaving with, you know, I guess that we're just watching the house. To me, I thought a plane would be kind of like.
God, I'm so baffled how much you sound like Nancy Grace.
Oh wow! Well,
are you sure this isn't Nancy?
No, this isn't Nancy. I wish it was. I wish I had Nancy's money.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, ma'am. God bless you, and thank you for.
You betcha.
Thank you for bringing up all your points. Sorry, excuse me.
You bet. I just had me a list of points, man. I was making lists. I thought next time I get on, I'm gonna rip them out.
Well, I hope you call in again, Nancy.
I'm gonna change my name to Nancy on the chat.
Yeah, change it to Nancy Grace too, or like
Nancy Grace. That's what I'm gonna do. All right,
yes.
You have a great day.
You too. Thank you so much, ma'am.
You bet. Bye bye.
God bless you, Nancy Grace. 219-885-9692. It does sound like Nancy, man. She sounded like Nancy to a certain point. She really did. I'm sorry I couldn't get that out. Thank you, No Chains. I appreciate you guys. His parents were not involved. He wouldn't even know if it was a DoorDash until he circled. Mary says, Malice and fourth off with Maddie and Vanna. In my honest opinion, gets Kaylee stabbed because of her death. She bled out. Poor girl was fighting for her life.
Call from
Matt, what's going on, man? You're live.
Hey, T-REV. Listen, I'm having a problem with the bar stools.
Mm-hmm.
That first photograph that comes out, I think it's from the back, from a drone or something, and it shows that the bar stools are blocking the sliding door. And people might poo-poo that, but if you look at the schematics of the second floor, at the back, there's like a dishwasher or a stove or something. So you can easily wedge those bar stools between the dishwasher and the door and block it from opening. Now, the second photograph you see later on is of the police have the door open and they're doing their thing, but there's no bar stools. So obviously they moved the bar stools.
Right.
My question is, how do you escape out the back door if there's bar stools blocking the back door?
Those bar stools, from what I thought, were placed there by the police, but maybe someone can enlighten me.
Okay, well, see there, I did not know that. I thought that they were there when the police got there.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that the police had put them there.
Okay.
So I stand corrected.
Yeah, no. So I see a lot of people in chat saying that also, but that's what I heard. I heard that law enforcement put it there, but hey, I mean, hopefully I ain't wrong. I've read through a lot of stuff, and that's what I had picked out. And I see people in the chat saying the same thing.
Okay, well, I'm wrong. Okay.
Nah, but it's good to ask questions and you know, because you want to know the facts, and that's great to bring up stuff that you're unsure about.
Well, thank you so much, and I love your show, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. God bless you and your family, my man.
You too. Bye-bye.
I appreciate you, bye. Up to him. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Phone number is at the bottom of your screen. It's chilly in this room, boy. I'll tell you that much. T-REV, I emailed you a link of the virtual walkthrough of the whole house. It's a good tool to use. I've seen it multiple times. I've seen a bunch of different ones, actually. So maybe, I don't know if I've seen the one you sent me, but I've seen a lot of them. Law enforcement put the bar stools there. F-Gang City, what's up? Montgomery, Illinois. Shout out to you. Detective Juan. Where you at, Detective Juan? Need some of that intelligence. Yeah, if you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. And you'll, hold up, I see numbers going by once again. It's not ringing. That's weird. Once again, it's doing it. Keep trying. It should go through. If not, I'll pick a number out and call it back. Let's see. Okay. Well, it went through that time. One of them. There's tons of numbers going through. Good, great.
Call from Infamous.
Infamous, what's up? You're live.
What are you doing? How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling fine. How about yourself?
Good, good. I've always been trying to get through. I'm a new subscriber, so I just want to, first of all, I just want to commend you, and I want to give you props for your great content and just the way you carry your platform. You know, so it's just a good place for people to be able to come, and you don't have to worry about all the drama. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to commend you on that. And then, so you're talking about the Idaho 4, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All I know is that when they were dragging poor Dylan, you know, and just the way there was creators that were, it was infuriating. It was so infuriating just to see how creators were just like, well, she could have saved her friends. I mean, there were people on there saying they could have saved her friends. Why didn't she go out and see what was going on? Shock should only last so long. Like they know how somebody's supposed to react to shock and trauma and all that drama. So I don't know. I just think that, you know, creators need to be more responsible the way they portray information. I think there's a lot of carelessness online, but I don't know. Have you seen the writing? There's a quorum that when he was like 17 that he was writing in and talking about like thoughts, and he thought he had something called visual snow. Have you heard about that?
Not that one, but I've seen something that actually maybe it is that one.
I can email it to you if you want.
I don't think I've seen anything about what you just spoke on, but it's something that it was wrote from when he was like 17. A young kid. It was past 17.
Yeah,
but I don't think it had what you're talking about in it. So maybe I didn't see the one you're talking about, but I've seen one from when he was younger than that. Allegedly, he was between 11 and 13.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this one is when he was about 17, right when he went through the transformation. I mean, it goes back it's about 100 pages. And he's thinking he has something called visual snow. So it's like basically seeing like the specks, like it's like you have to look it up. It's hard to explain, but you know, and there's a channel that actually discovered this. There was somebody that they work with. They were able to like go with one of his old emails that he used to use, and that's how they discovered this forum, this chat forum that he was in. And so basically, he's thinking. It's just kind of, I don't sympathize for him at all whatsoever, but to think that he, in a young developing mind, to see that there could have been probably, if somebody would have been more aware or wanted to kind of intervene or direct him the right direction, because he seems that he's putting everything in the same basket. Like, you know, like it seemed like he was really depressed, and the people that discovered this, the husband is a forensic psychologist.
Mm-hmm.
So he's testified in like many like well-known trials and stuff on people like that. So he was, just kind of, he says, I can't assess and say what he is and what he isn't, but, he's up from what I'm reading here, just kind of get a better understanding. And so the reason why that they brought this out and was talking about it, so maybe people could get an insight on people's minds like that. Maybe we could be more aware and try to prevent it or intervene when we see young minds that might be struggling or, that might be acting different and diverting, like disconnecting from people and not being social, maybe, try to help before something happens. Because they said a lot of this mentality is like the school shooting, like the kids that, that do the school shootings and stuff, that nobody really intervenes with it,
Yeah, no.
That's the issue.
I mean, I don't know that. I mean, were the signs there and his fam and his mom and dad knew, sister knew? I have no idea because it has yet to surface, but we're going to hear about that shit
it gives you a better insight of how he was thinking, because he has some pretty dark thoughts on this one,
If he doesn't take a plea, we'll hear it at trial. That's what I should be saying, because we don't. I mean, who knows if he decides to take a plea? I mean, and this can carry on for 4 years.
Yeah, exactly. And then I don't know, I don't know if they're gonna come across this. I don't want to. I feel like there's a responsibility, but they said it could actually benefit the defense as well. You know what I mean? Just because there's so much dark thought in there that they might it might give them more wiggle room or whatever to try to get them off. So I don't know.
Actually, I think somebody said Hidden True Crime found it. Actually, shout out to Hidden True Crime, because they reached out to me on Twitter. They reached out to me on Twitter this morning. Hidden True Crime.
Yeah, they were talking about you. I watched the replay, or I watched them at 5 a.m. They had just barely released all this information, and they
hit me up on Twitter this morning, so I'm definitely gonna be talking to them. I don't know. I think they want to interview or something.
Yeah, they're real good people. She's like she's an accredited reporter, from Idaho.
Yeah, no, I know about her. I've seen a lot of her, actually. I was surprised to see that she hit me up.
Yeah.
Because she's a forensic psychologist.
Yeah. Psychologist, yeah.
Yep, she's a forensic psychologist.
No, he is. The husband is.
On both. Well, yeah, no, I mean both.
She's a reporter.
I don't know why I say she. I meant both of them.
Yeah, they're like a little tag team. Yeah.
Little tag team. I like them. They're both good.
I like them too.
She interviewed it. Listen to me. I'm making words up. She interviewed Enan Harsh. She was the first one to get him.
She sure did. Yep, sure did.
And when I watched that, I was like, oh, we all were like, oh my God, Enan is so suspect, and Enan's this and that, and Enan's just, I mean, he's just the way he is,
Yeah, exactly. And he's been through his own. He's been through his own he's been through his own little roller coaster of life,
Ain't no doubt.
Yeah. All right. Well, you take care, and thanks. I'm glad I got through, and good content, and good luck on your interview.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Take care.
Bye. Shout out to her. If you want to call in 219-885-9692. She interviewed it. That's what I said. Reporters. Deb's Raw Art.
Call from
Deb's Raw Art.
Hey, what's going on, Deb's Raw Art?
Hey, how are you this morning? I hear you're having a little bit of illness in your family. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it gets better.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Good. I called to say that I think that the police are actually, since none of us have heard the 911 call yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think that she told them from the beginning, but they did not want to release that because they didn't want the killer, or whoever they may be, to come back and get her. That's just like open season on the witness. You know what I'm saying? So I think that Dylan probably told them everything at the beginning. And I'm thinking maybe the reason that the call didn't go through earlier is because she didn't have her phone, that's such a stupid reason, but you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But they might have even called earlier, because none of us have ever even seen when they took the bodies out. They might have been taken out at 5 o'clock in the morning and we didn't know it. Right. So she might have called then, because they're not releasing any of that. So, I mean, I know that everybody else has said this, but we need to all quit blaming Dylan, because we don't know all of the facts yet,
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
Do you agree, or do you think I'm crazy?
No, I don't think you're crazy. You know, a lot of people are blaming Dylan. I mean, I'm not blaming Dylan whatsoever. I just I can't wait to find out the answer to why police were called between 7 to 8 hours. That's what I can't wait to find out. Now, I'm not saying Dylan had anything to do with it or Bethany had anything to do with it, because all we know, she could have been listening to music and seen this and went back in, was a little bit drunk or not even drunk, and just was like, oh, maybe they're just pranking.
Just had her headphones on.
Right. Maybe
some of these the noise canceling headphones, you couldn't hear a bomb go off in the room unless you felt the vibrations.
Well,
you know?
I mean, she says she heard stuff though. So I mean, you gotta play that into factor too. So what noise? I don't think she would have noise canceling headphones because she heard something. She heard noises, right? She heard somebody say, "Here, I'm here to help you," or something to the magnitude of "I'm here to help you," or something in that manner. And she thought she heard whimpering.
Well, I always just want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I'm thinking maybe she didn't have her headphones on then and she heard that and she kept getting woken up. So she said, I'm going to put my headphones on so I can go to sleep, So I'm just trying to think of every excuse there could be. I don't know if I'm just being silly or what, but anyway, that's the way I feel about it. And I would like to hear what people think about my theory that she did call earlier and they're just not releasing any of this. And maybe she had told them from the very beginning that had happened, that everything that had happened. So I don't know, because I think they would be much more suspicious of her if she hadn't called, and they would have tried to, drum up some kind of charges on her if she hadn't called earlier and hadn't told them everything, because they would have said, well, why did you lie? Why didn't you tell us this at the beginning? And yada, yada, yada. And I don't know. That's just the way I feel. I'd like to hear other people's opinion on it.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't know. That's the biggest question out there is, why does she take so long to call the police? Why did they take so long? And in my opinion, I think they took so long because, one, they didn't know what happened. That's why. True. But that's just my honest opinion, but I could be wrong. But I really think, okay, maybe she did see this person and maybe she did hear this sound and maybe she did hear this stuff and she seen this guy with bushy eyebrows, but in general, she maybe thought, they were playing around, running around, etc. Right. I don't know. But in general, my opinion is I feel like she didn't know what happened in those rooms and she proceeded to go into her bedroom, fall asleep, wake up, and when they discovered what happened, panicked, called the police. That's what I think.
Right. Yeah, that's what I want to think too. But I'm just trying to,
that's 100% what I think.
All the other theories, all the other theories are making it look like she's guilty of something. And I just hate to hear that. That's all. So I'm trying to think of every scenario that could be, which it's not my job to solve this crime, but just like everybody else out there, we're all, wanting to know about this. So
exactly.
Okay.
Well,
T-REV, you have a great day.
Well, thank you so much, Ezra. I appreciate you. God bless you, man.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts? What's your opinion? Let's see. If Dave is BK, would T-REV called as a witness? Huh. Who knows? I still ain't got that. Nobody confirmed it with me, so. Nobody confirmed that's him with me.
To accept, press.
Hello?
Daniel again.
Hey, what's going on? You live?
Hey, I got in real quick. I can't believe it. But anyway, just going back on the whole thing about people, pointing the finger at Dylan and, her reactions, and people really don't know what they're going to do, in a situation. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to say I have experience just turning into another person. 30 years ago, a bunch of us were partying, up in the hills and stuff. We were young and 4x4s and up. And a friend of mine rolled his truck, which wasn't real serious. But minutes later, he walked off feet from us, possibly 12 feet from us, and blew his head off. Now, it's always been, we will never know, alcohol and just doing that.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I was the one, of course we were all freaked out at first. I completely changed into another person. I actually, people who have been deceased or shot themselves make very scary noises, and it's things that people have never heard before. And sorry, I'm kind of nervous talking about this because it's been, it still bothers me to this day. And anyway, I turned into a completely another person. It was shock. And I had never experienced shock. It was just strange. I was holding him and telling people he was all right and he was making noise. And so everything's fine. I just went into this different state. I was holding him. I was bloody. I was yelling at people to leave him alone and just wait for the ambulance. And just technically I became a mama bear. Now, this is something, that any normal person wouldn't do, I was screaming at people, telling them he was alive. And that was just coming from the noises he was making,
Mm-hmm.
And it took the officers to make me let him go. They had to literally grab me. And I was like, okay, well, when he gets to the hospital, you guys let me know. Make sure he calls me. And so me thinking about all this, because I had to go to a psychotherapist, I had to go to a psychologist. And months after that, I was 18 and I had a 1-year-old daughter.
Mm-hmm.
I am so glad that I had my family there because I couldn't even take care of her. I wasn't talking. I wasn't eating. I was hospitalized 4 times because I was telling people, why didn't you tell me Mario called? Why didn't you tell me he called? And after that, of course, me and my friends, we had to deal with the finger pointing. Oh, well, I would have did this. I would have did that.
Yes.
And so it's something that still gets me. You don't know what you're going to do. People don't know what the mind frame does, and I get so sick and tired of people saying, the shoulda, woulda, coulda, because I've actually been there before, and it's one of the scariest things anyone will ever go through. So anyway, I've been wanting to get that out for a while because
I'm glad you did finally.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you've been through that. I've been through certain things myself, so nobody knows how they'll act until you're in this situation, like seeing somebody shot and killed in front of you, or any type of loss of life in front of you is gonna be. You don't know how you're gonna act until you see it, until it happens.
Exactly. Right. And the weird thing is too.
But she didn't see nobody die or anything in general at that point.
Exactly.
So people are going, we're jumping the gun. A lot of us are jumping the gun and like, well, the police weren't called until 7-8 hours. That's why I say I think she seen this. Maybe she thought some things through her head. Oh, they're just playing around, and she went in and went to sleep, and then woke up and seen the reality of it. And that's when shit fed into her. That's personally what I came to believe.
Yeah.
Now,
and just not knowing what to do in my
8 hours, right? Everybody's questions the 7 or 8 hours. We will get those answers at trial, but I really do believe in my heart that she did see the guy with the bushy eyebrows. She did see that stuff. She maybe did think it was a little bit weird, but maybe she thought, oh, the roommates having fun. What are they doing, etc.
Right.
She went in and went to sleep. And then woke up 7-8 hours. Here comes the police are called, etc. And I think that's what we're going to come to find out. But hey, I'm waiting for the answers. We'll see them. I'm not going to blame her. At first I did. In my mind, I'm like, what the fuck? Like but she did not see the reality of the crimes through those doorways. I'm pretty sure she did not walk through there, and the police would be able to find if she did walk in there and see that. I feel like they would see that.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion.
Oh, well, I respect your opinion. You've been spot on, a lot of the time, and I know your channel's free for, different opinions. And this is the thing too, this is 30 years ago, and when there was no cell phones.
Right.
We're up in the mountains, a bunch of us having a good time. And we all had to drive we had to drive over an hour and a half to get to one of those small stores. You know, and so again, we had the, well, I would have did this, and why didn't you do that? Why didn't you call 911? Hello? You know, how were we going to do that?
Right.
You know, and then people having to deal with me and me not wanting to let him go. And then the cops coming, you know, because they put him in the back of the truck.
Mm-hmm.
What were they going to do? Leave him up there?
Right.
So anyway, I'm just,
Well, God bless
I wasn't
you and
going to let
thank you
that
for sharing
out,
your
but here
story.
it is. It kind of feels good. What's that?
Well, I said God bless you and thank you for sharing your story, and I hope that you were able to heal. And I know every day is a process. It's gonna be in your mind forever. So
I just pray for Dylan. I really do, because I can't imagine, you know, what she feels like. In a way, I can, but
well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much, ma'am. God bless you.
You too. Bye bye.
Thank you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. People do have these situations. People just think, you know, some people have been through it, some people haven't. Maybe a lot of the people that are saying otherwise haven't been in those situations, and they're just, you know, spewing things out. Let's see.
Call from
Marlon.
Marlon, what's going on?
Hey, hi, how you doing?
I'm great. How about yourself? So what's your thoughts? What's your theory? What's going on in your mind?
Regarding Dylan, I had a home invasion and the guy came in with a knife, and I blocked that for 25 years. The detectives were asking me, well, did he have a knife? And I said he was reaching in his pocket for a knife. And they said, well, how do you know it was a knife? And I said, I don't know. I just know it was a knife. So I got away from the guy, luckily. But yeah, for 25 years, I didn't remember the knife. So there is a possibility, excuse me, that she saw more than she can remember. So I hope she's getting good counseling to bring it out.
Right.
And that's all. I was really, really mad at her in the beginning for not doing something. But that may have been the fear that she felt. She may have seen more than she even remembers. And it put her in fear, but she doesn't know why. And neither do we. So just, I've changed my thoughts on what Dylan went through. We have no idea. And that's all. And prayers for your grandma's surgery today.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, you take care.
Well, God bless you, man.
Keep your doors locked.
Yes, you keep your doors locked too. And thank you for coming up and having the audacity to do a call, because most don't.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I watched and listened, and I've been mad for weeks. And then, you know, I realized I did that. They could have put the guy in jail a lot longer if I could have remembered he came in with a knife. So there's that. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, ma'am. God bless you. I appreciate you sharing your story, and be safe. Lock your doors.
Yep, alarms too.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Thank you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Art says, I think she saw a crime scene. Seeing a man in a mask won't put you in shock. It was a party house, so people in and out most of the time. Let's see. There's going to be a lot of different opinions in chat that people don't agree with. All I ask is keep it respectful. That's it. Keep it respectful. Healthy debates are welcome.
Call from Amber.
Amber, what's going on? You're live.
Hi. I don't know if you remember, I called a few weeks ago about tying that car break-in to the murders, and I was kind of relieved when they said it was the stranger, because you and I were talking about how it couldn't be Jack D, and if it was Jack D, we would know about it already. And the other thing too about Dylan, I just feel for her so much, and I'm so appreciative that it seems like people are coming around and kind of giving her the benefit of the doubt. And your previous caller, it was really interesting that she said she might not even remember everything that she knows. And being somebody who's also been through a traumatic thing, that is very true. Like, all of a sudden you wake up one day and you remember, oh, this happened, that happened. And I just hope that
You still there? I think you're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was like, hold up, did you mute yourself? It's okay, you did.
Oh my gosh, and I was just going off. I said like 50 different things. I don't even know where it cut off. I apologize. And I just also wanted to say thank you again for allowing people to call in, and kind of, I think this case in particular obviously like struck something in all of us that are kind of obsessed with it. And it's completely a shock to all of us, I guess, right? And I think that it's important that, you know, you have this venue for people to talk about it and discuss it and kind of share their opinions about it, because I think it's helpful for humanity, I guess.
Yeah, it is, for sure.
So thank you again, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate the show, and definitely appreciate everybody calling in and the chat, and people keeping it respectful. And I don't even know why I called. I just wanted to say thank you, I guess.
No, it's okay. Sometimes people get nervous. I don't know.
I know, I do, but when I called,
it's just me and you. Don't worry about chat.
Right.
It's just me and you. Don't worry about chat. It's just me and you. Pretend it's just me and you, and there's not 1,800 people in here.
Right. And you just have a way of kind of making people feel comfortable, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, trust me, I had panic attack disorder, anxiety, etc. Sometimes you just gotta, just be yourself and open up and just say what you gotta say. Say what's on your chest. Yeah, take a breath and say what's on your chest. Say what you feel.
Yeah, I was just so relieved. I know when I called before and we were talking about the car break-in and how that might be linked to it. I was just so relieved for the family and the friends that it was a stranger and that it wasn't somebody that, was close to them, because that would just be an extra trauma, I guess,
Yes, it would be another, and that's a great point.
Yeah, this way it's an easy, it almost puts your heart at rest. You don't have to be, thinking that you trusted this person and love this person and they did something like this. So anyway, that's all I got. Thank you again. I appreciate your show so much. And I think, you just have an amazing gift to talk to people and put people at ease and make people feel comfortable sharing. And I just really appreciate that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the kind words.
Yes. All right. Thank you again.
God bless you, man. I hope, and stay safe. Lock your doors and windows and car doors, and you know the whole ordeal.
Oh, for sure. That's the other thing. Like when I was tucking my teenage children in, I was like, be careful. We got to keep safe in here. We never know where this killer could be. And then to know that, like, he literally drove through our state, probably like one of those days that I had said that to the kids, I was just like, it's really true. Like, you never know where danger lies, I guess, or where it could be.
And that's a fact. Well, I appreciate you calling in, man. God bless you. Keep them doors locked and teach your kids safety, which I know you are in general. I'm not saying you're not, but we got to stay on top of everybody in our life on how important it is to watch your surroundings and be safe, because there really is predators out there. Thank you so much. God bless you, ma'am, and I hope you have a beautiful day.
You too.
Thank you. Shout out to her. What a great call. 219-885-9692. Seriously though, there is a lot of predators out here. There's a lot of people praying. There's you could be sitting near 2 houses down, 1 house down, anywhere. Somebody out there right now is plotting to do something. This is a fact. Somebody is to make a move and do something. Make sure you're strapped up. You got something for protection.
Call from
Mark.
What's going on? You said Mark?
Yeah, what's going on?
What's going on, my man? You're live.
Nothing much, man. So I just wanted to call in, talk about this TikTok account. Did you ever hear about it?
Which one?
Brian's TikTok account.
Not, I don't think I've heard of that one. Let's hear it.
So there was he has this account where it's called TikTok, where some redditors found that he started using when he was in like high school, from like 9th grade, maybe earlier, from like 9th grade to like senior year, to where he was like talking about like something going on with his sight, and he was having migraines, and he was just starting to lose himself. He was saying like he started to go through like depression and like psychotic thoughts, and I think that's what led to it. When we're speaking about the motive, I think he's just fucking nuts. He went crazy. If you read the TikTok, it's pretty revealing to what his state of mind is. He's talking about how he has visual problems. So he was having these migraines, and he's like mixing prescription pills, and he was having migraines and developed this visual. He said he developed visual snow, to where he would see like spots in his vision. And he said to one point he had like no peripheral vision. He said it was destroyed, like he had no peripheral vision. So that actually makes sense to why he just walked past Dylan and didn't even check her door. He didn't even acknowledge her, because he has no peripheral vision. He can't see from the side of his eyes. So I think that's actually pretty pretty big. And that's actually why he didn't kill her and go in her room. Because I was just wondering why he didn't check her room. Because you walk in through the 2nd floor, and you just didn't clear every room on the 2nd floor. So I feel like after he got into it, Zane and Ethan, he was just so in a daze, in a phase, in like a stupor, in like a fucking like zombified state,
right?
Almost like in like Frankenstein type of state, that he just literally he did what he did and didn't even check any other room. He didn't check nothing, and he should have known there was 2 rooms in the 2nd floor, because you could see it from the view of the house when you drive by. Like you could see there's 2 rooms on the bottom, and there's also 2 rooms on the top. So I feel like he was just in a daze. And if you read the thing, he goes through like he has this experience of depersonalization, to where he said he feels like he's in a movie. He said he doesn't even feel like life is real, but he said he just feels like a meat sack just existing, and he just doesn't feel anything. He doesn't feel any remorse for anything. So you got to look at it, bro. It's very telling and revealing. Just look at his state of mind.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely. I was looking it up as you're saying. You got to look at it, bro. I'm over here looking it up. I'm like,
hell yeah.
See this?
It's like, I'm surprised he even like was able to achieve like. I'm surprised he was able to like come out of that, because he did pretty good after that. Like he went to school and did his thing, but he was in a pretty fucked state, like in like high school. Like he said there was a one time where he was like happy, and then he started taking these pills because of these migraines and all this other shit, and then he just became soulless. He said his eyes became just dark and black, and he started feeling nothing. And that makes sense, because I know people who take these like antidepressants or whatever, and instead of blowing them out and making them so they feel like neutral, they just feel nothing. They don't feel happy, they don't feel sad, they just feel like a complete void. So I think that's what he went through. And as far as the roommate Dylan, I feel like she's it's unpopular, but I'm gonna say it. I feel like she didn't really care about her roommates. I feel like she didn't really like her roommates. Because to do nothing for 8 hours is pretty insane. I mean, you saw everything. You were scared. You came out your door 3 times and you did nothing. So, I'm not going to make excuses for that because, if we just look up Jamie Jutton, the girl who, the case where people are saying this was bryankohberger and he attacked those people in Oregon, the same thing happened. The couple was attacked at 3 a.m. There was someone in another room.
Yeah, but that was in 2020, wasn't Brian, or 2019 or 2020, right? Wasn't Brian in Pennsylvania?
Right. So my thing is, in that case, is that someone's life was saved because someone in another room called the police. And life was saved because someone called the police in that case. And they didn't just go hiding for 8 hours. They heard the attack. They called the police. The killer got out of there. Police came in, and they saved that life, that lady's life, Jamie Juttenberg. She was stabbed 19 times, and her husband was killed trying to fight the killer. So the excuses that I'm hearing are kind of crazy, but, I'll just let you guys have that.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I appreciate it. I'm sure there's a video out there on it. I'm going to find it. I appreciate you calling in, brother. God bless you.
Yeah.
Thank you for having a voice in the community, my man.
Definitely, bro. Check the Tap Talk account, bro. It's very revealing, bro.
I'm definitely going to check that out.
To you in your DM, too. Check your DM.
But which one?
On IG.
Oh, IG.
Yeah,
on
IG, yeah. Just find Gas Loud, and you'll see the Tap Talk I linked to you.
I got you. I'm going to check it out. No doubt. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Shout out to him. Hold up. Let me see. I need to see this. Hold up. I keep hearing about that. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold up. I'm bringing it up here. Let's see. Okay. So there's multiple videos, but let's check this one out here. Let's check this video out real quick. Right? We'll close that down. We'll grab this. We'll hit this.
I've had this horrible depersonalization
Shout out to Avery Shannon. She posted this.
go on in my life for almost 2 years. I often find myself making simple human interactions, but it is as if I'm playing a role-playing game, such as Oblivion. I can see what's going on. I'm slightly into it, but I can pause the game and the focus on my real life. In this case, my life is a game, and my old self can be reached by pausing the game. But how? I often think of things that humans do, things I've done my whole life. I feel like an organic sack of meat with no self-worth, as I'm starting to view everyone as this. Everything I've ever done makes no sense. How did things get this way? How am I wearing this shirt? And who decided that humans shall wear shirts like this? Are we all just advanced animals with possession? Or is there more? More that I can't see. I can't connect. I view everything as I would if I was playing Oblivion, pointless and full of nothing out of reality. I'm moving out of my house. My last holidays were already lived. But where was I? As my family group hugs and celebrates, I'm stuck in this void of nothing, feeling completely no emotion, feeling nothing. I feel dirty, like there is dirt inside my head, my mind. I'm always dizzy and confused. I feel no self-worth. I'm intelligent, but I feel the opposite. I say things I don't mean. The last holiday in my house, the house I grew up in, the house I once contributed to, the house I once felt at home, is in the past. As I hug my family, I look into their faces. I see nothing. It is like I'm looking at a video game, but less. I feel less than mentally damaged. It is like I have severe brain damage. I'm stuck in the depths of my mind, where I have to constantly battle my demons. Am I here, or am I fake? I feel myself slipping away. I hear screams faintly, but I constantly battle away from it. What if I let go? Where would I be? Would I ever come back to reality? I try to remember where I originated from, but I can't. I barely remember my childhood. I often fear being 80 years old, alone, and having fake memories of my parents. Everything I missed out on. I think about my father, what a good man he is, and how I treat him like dirt, because I have this condition and I can't take it. I might spiral out of control and lose myself in the void. I can't let it all go. All of these regrets I predict for my future self, all of these thoughts of remorse. I got this when I was in my stage of discovery. Now I look in the mirror and I see this sickly, tired, useless and stupid man in the mirror. A complete disgrace. He doesn't even deserve to live. I remember when I was 15, I would wander alone at 2 a.m. Everything was so generic. Nowhere felt like home. I saw things that were not there, a different reality. I felt eerie and alone. I died during those nights. I felt like a criminal. But where was my record? I can't talk without flinching now. I used to be this healthy, blonde-haired boy with blue eyes, and in a few years, I have darker hair and darker eyes, half the body weight. Where did I leave off? I try to sleep. I try to clear my head, but the pressure won't go away.
I feel no pain for BryanKohberger.
Pain and depression won't leave. Being me is this
He
horrible
wrote this.
disease that
This is from Brian. What you're listening to is from BryanKohberger, by the way.
I was given. I think of this as I succumb to sleep, but I see a large intensity of black, yellow, white fuzz. It makes my mind fizzle, and I can barely keep in the bounds of reality, as if they're ringing in my ears, and the fuzz in my vision is simply all the demons in my head mocking me. I fall asleep, but I wake up quickly to bloody screams. Is any of this here? Am I brain damaged? No? Then why am I like this? I have these thoughts all in my head. I search for someone to...
Yes, this was most definitely found by Hidden True Crime. Now I'm just playing the short version. I don't want to search. I didn't want to go search through 3 hours of a whole live on it. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to get to the quick version so we can get everybody's thoughts on it on phone calls.
To relate to me. Everyone looks down upon
But yes,
me.
Ari's
No one
right.
can relate. As I try to read, suddenly my eyes look right through the words when I look up. I see blue dots near the center of my vision. When I feel slightly calm, it gets hard to breathe, and I see bright dots in my vision. Nothing I do is enjoyable. I'm blank. I have no emotion. I have no opinion. I have nothing. Can you relate?
No, I can't. I can't relate.
Get the fuck out of here!
All right. Yep. Get the fuck out of here. 219-885-9693. Call up. But you do for DM. And if my mind thought like yours, I mean, I guess I would be thinking differently, right? I have my own mind, I think, for myself, so just as well as you do. When did he write this? Allegedly when he was 17.
Call from Cheryl.
Cheryl, what's going on? You're live.
Hi, T-REV. This is Cheryl from Michigan. How's your day going?
It's okay. How about yours?
It's going really good. I have a couple of comments on a lot of these callers that are really bashing the roommate.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a feeling that the situation is that when she's seen the suspect come down the hallway towards her, I don't think she was standing like out in the hallway where he could totally see her. My opinion is, when we find out the whole story, is she had her door cracked and was able to see him, and he was unable to see her, and she probably closed it, just thinking it was just somebody walking through the house, not thinking that this man just murdered four of her friends, her fellow roommates. So I implore the audience just to breathe and give this roommate the benefit of the doubt that, you know, we only hear what they want us to hear. There's a lot more, I'm sure, to this story than what the audience is being fed. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
And as far as that little excerpt that we just heard on of what our psychopath is, that's exactly what it is. Those are thoughts of a psychopath. I think Brian is an absolute psychopath that will make no sense to anyone why he has done what he's done.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
I believe he's a psychopath also. Narcissistic.
But I just feel that, you know, people just need to lighten up, because I truly believe that he did not see her there in full view. I think she's seen him. That's just what I think. And I have a feeling that she knew he was in there slaughtering four of her roommates slash friends. Of course, she might be in shock in the beginning, but I don't think she put them two together, that this guy actually went in and killed people. I
So
think
you just
when
think
she
she
woke
opened the
up,
door? You think when she opened the door, she just looked at him, seen him, and went back in and went to sleep?
yeah, I think she just cracked it, just not wanting to get in her roommate's business, but she just cracked it open because she thought something sounded a little weird.
Right.
And then she was like, watched whoever leave and never heard nothing else. And she thought, well, everything is okay. And then I think she truly just went to sleep. And when she woke up later, no human being is going to think four people got slaughtered in her own home and never bothered to call 911. I think the situation was she really didn't know. She just heard a few things, and then she just creaked the door open, not to get in her roommate's business, but once she seen whoever it was walking out, and she never heard anything else, and she just put it to rest until she woke up at noon and realized, oh my God. That's just my opinion.
Well, I appreciate you calling and sharing your opinion.
All right, man. I really enjoy your
community.
show. Very informative. I can't wait to continue to watch your program and find out what else unfolds.
Well,
And God bless the chat, and God bless you for covering this.
well, thank you for calling in, ma'am, and God bless you for having a voice in the community. And stay safe and lock your doors.
Amen. Same
Thank
to
you,
you.
man.
God bless.
Bye-bye. Shout out to her. Hold up. We got to see, my wife's new podcast that just dropped. Yeah, this is my wife. We're married. We got to hear this. I got to hear it. It says, could a single hair bolster case? Idaho student murders. Just dropped. It literally just dropped. We got to hear it. Sorry, we got to hear this.
The greatest story ever played.
Did the killer in the Idaho student murders actually go online and brag? Now that probable cause affidavit has established that the alleged killer, Bryan Kohberger, had stalked out the murder house at least, and I emphasize at least, 12 times before the murder, dating all the way back to June. Was that before he even started school in his PhD program? He was already staking them out. We know he had picked his victims by then, based on what cops are saying, but why them? What was the connection? As the desperate search for the murder weapon goes on, we are waiting, holding our breaths for the next bombshell to drop. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Fox Nation and Sirius XM 111. Who is this guy? Take a listen to our friends KXLY.
The last time the Arntz family saw him was when Kohberger was working as a security guard at a local school a couple years back.
When we talked to him there, everything seemed, normal. He was polite and everything. It was very weird to hear this stuff.
Washington State University confirms he was a PhD student at the time of the alleged murder, and Tom adds he was smart.
Very intelligent, and then, he would explain things in like a really odd way that had to be really sophisticated way of explaining stuff.
There is still so much more to explain and understand in this investigation. It's unsettling for Tom to think about how this person, who they knew for years, could have killed these 4 students.
Just insane.
Why is it that everyone talks about how normal the guy was way back when? They said that about BTK. We find out that Bundy charmed people, very charming. Scott Peterson seemed like the all-American guy, didn't he? We're hearing the same thing now, but can that possibly be true? With me, an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now. But first, I want to go out to Fox senior correspondent Laura Ingle. Laura, thank you for being with us. I was thinking about it before we took to the air. If he had started staking out the 4 students back in June, his classes at the PhD program, had they even started?
Yeah, he was in that area as far as when we look at the records of when he moved there, when the car was registered, how it was registered, it appears as though he was there. And the other thing about that key piece that we heard on page 4 of the probable cause affidavit, not to jump ahead, but the idea that one of the surviving roommates heard somebody in the house say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." I just want to remind us of a story that we heard very early on when Bryan Kohberger was first arrested and we didn't have a name. And when we heard that name, Bryan Kohberger, everybody pulled up this old newspaper article from Pennsylvania when he was a part-time security guard at a school district, and how he was a part of the super heroic saving of a woman who...
By the way, if you just came in, we're listening to the brand new podcast that just dropped today by Nancy Grace at 11:55 a.m. So I think it's 11:55 a.m. my time it came out. So just almost an hour and a half, some change.
Who had an asthma attack. And he and another school guard, got down on the ground and helped her. And they said, Bryan helped to save her life. And I just wanted to draw that connection of just, I don't know. I don't know if he said those words, if that was a recording of some kind on her TikTok, but it was just, I thought, an interesting connection that he was a private security guard in an effort at all of the criminology that he took and the applying to be an intern with the Pullman Police Department, that there is a record of him being on the ground trying to help a woman, running to get an AED to save a woman's life. So I know that we had talked a little bit about that on previous shows. But it is certainly eerie.
Yeah, you know what, Laura Ingle, it really is, because you see the dichotomy of someone that could have been really a hero in this world and has done the exact opposite and turned into the devil. And of course, let me just say again, before I'm pilloried online, everyone is presumed innocent until they're proven guilty. And that goes for Bryan Kohberger as well. Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us, a high-profile psychoanalyst, joining us out of Beverly Hills at drbethanymarshallmd.com. Dr. Bethany, That's really interesting what Laura Engel told us, how he had gone so far as to save someone's life, being written up and lauded for it, and then somehow took a really dark turn. But my initial reaction was, it's a show. There's a whole drama going on. It's Kohberger's world, and we're all just living in it.
Nancy, think about one of the associated features of sociopathy, which is...
Which what you just said means nothing to me. I don't even know what you're talking about. The what?
Well,
One of the what of the what?
So sociopaths and serial killers are always sociopaths. And if Bryan Kohberger did this, we were going to guess that this is a first killing in what was intended to be a long life of serial killing. Okay, so let's hold that in our minds that he is possibly a serial killer and he got caught on his first offense. So what do we know about men like this? And yes, they're mostly men. They are grandiose. They are glib. They are charming. But it's a thin veneer. It's a superficial veneer of grandiosity, meaning that they want to be the center of attention. They want to be the star. They want everybody to look up to them. They want to feel like they are saving the world. But when I say it's a thin veneer, they'll only act this way until you disagree with them. And then the veneer cracks and they become vicious, they become mean, and they go on the attack. So think about the little boy he saved with the asthma attack. I can imagine the parents calling him, asking him over to dinner, him getting cards, maybe asked to go on a local TV show. I'm just kind of making this up. And that he revels in the glory of being so important. But what if one reporter or a parent says, yeah, but you know what? You cracked the boy's ribs when you were doing CPR, or I think you should have called 911 instead of trying to call save the boy yourself. Then he would have turned on them.
Well, I'm also wondering if that has anything to do with the way he picked his victims. Straight out to Chris McDonough joining me, director at the Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective Chris, who I found, by the way, on his YouTube channel, The Interview Room. Chris, I'm jumping off of what Dr. Bethany just said, and then I'm going to get back into what everybody wants to hear about Joe Scott, C.C. Moore, Dale Carson, the nuts and bolts of how this case is going to be proven or how it can be dismantled by a savvy defense attorney. And yes, it can be done. Chris McDonough, jumping off what Dr. Bethany just said, I've been asked over and over and over, what's the motive? Number one, state doesn't have to prove motive. Okay. We're not clairvoyant. We don't know what's going on in his head. Number two, it does help a jury to have a motive. So the killings make sense to them. Now, motive. Bethany was describing a scenario where someone who was a hero could quickly make an about face. We know, Chris McDonough, that there have been occasions where Kohberger had been asked to refrain from creeping out women at bars. We know that he bragged to a classmate, I could go to pretty much any bar or restaurant and have any lady I want. He actually said that. Okay, let that sink in for just a moment. Do you think there's a possibility, he was doing all this study with felons, violent felons, about how did you pick your victims? How did you approach your victims?
Right.
And a lot more. That's even creepier. Do you think somehow he had been at a bar or a restaurant and one of these young girls had ignored him or didn't respond to his advances? And that is how he started following them, because he would actually ask women at bars. I mean, Jack and Sid, how much would this creep you out if a guy came up and said, what's your address? I would run for the hills if I'd seen a monster. I mean, for sure. No question about that. I mean, how about, hey, can I buy you a Diet Coke? I don't know, something like that. Every time I throw a line to one of the twins to use on their love objects, they tell me how horrible they are. I don't know what a good pickup line would be. I suggested to one of the twins to say, how was your New Year? And they doubled over laughing. They could never say, how was your New Year to somebody. So I'm not good at that. So Chris McDonough, what about it?
Well, Nancy, the fact that it's not an obvious motive that's, right on the surface here, and the fact that we talked about this on your show earlier, where, you know, he treated this killing as almost as if it was an event in his life.
One of his creepy experiments?
Yes.
Oh, Chris, wait. You just gave me a thought. Hold on.
Yep.
You know how he would ask all the violent felons, murderers, rapists, child rapists, what was going through your mind? How did you feel during the murder or during the rape? I wonder if he was doing this to see how it really did feel. What it was really like. I mean, this whole thing was over it. I'm sure Joe Scott and Dale Carson are going to have something to say about this. Over in 16 minutes, based on the timing when he pulled up and when he left. It was almost clinical, in and out. There was no rape. There was no theft. He just went in, did the killing, and left. Chris McDonough. How's that?
Yeah, and he presented himself in such a cool-headed, chameleon type of way, evident of the fact that we have, you know, this information allegedly that he says, I'm here to help you. So this guy, allegedly, if he is the suspect, which, you know, he's been arrested, he is that guy that if somebody, and the doc can keep me honest here, if somebody pushes him away, he's going to hold a grudge for quite some time. So in my mind, my question has been, how long has he been holding this grudge? And did those
guys, I want to know how that doorbell audio is holding up for everybody that wanted me to play the hell out of that. Debunked.
Women, were they the receivers of that anger?
Good thought. And I want to follow up with Laura Ingle. Laura Ingle, senior correspondent, Fox News. Laura, you were so incredible on Fox News last night. Every time you start talking, it completely changes the course of my questioning. I hope you know that, which is a good thing, because it's always something new that you're going to say. I want to follow up on what Chris said. And guys, remember, how many times do I have to tell you this? Dale Carson and Joe Scott Morgan and CeCe Moore, brilliant genealogists, by the way. We're not having tea at Highgrove with King Charles and Camilla. Okay, jump in.
Well, there's no question he had a relationship with those.
Wait, don't jump in quite yet. Wait.
Come on.
Wait. Laura, you're gonna like this, Dale.
Yes.
You're gonna like this. Okay, if he had met them, all right, at some point, getting a coffee and saying, "Hey, do you live around here?" And she goes,
"Shadow ban."
Well, I'm not going to say it because that's a curse word. I gave up cursing. Get lost. I'll put it in a nice way. He was staking them out in June, Laura. So were the girls already there? Did they live there over the summer?
That's a great question. I think that we assume that some of them did, but I don't know if we have those records that shows that. But you're right. The cell phone tower information about how many times he had been back.
Yeah.
But I also want to fast forward really quick because I thought about this last night.
Uh-oh, here she goes. Train out of control.
You know how we've been watching how,
Nancy said, train out of control.
There's a direct line of path from his apartment in Pullman to the apartment to the rental home in Moscow, Idaho. And then he takes this crazy path home where it goes down and around, and he's obviously trying to, take a different route. But we've all, I think, been on the same panel talking about Fotis Dulos. It was a case that we covered where a estranged husband murdered his wife of 5 children and had a mother of 5 children. And all along the way, he was dumping items. So where are the bloody clothes, the shoes, the mask, obviously the knife, anything that the duffel bag that he might have brought to change into clothes, anything of that sort? I'm curious now in the forward part of the investigation of, were there any cameras that picked him up going somewhere? Where did he dump those things? I know that we've been talking about how he dumped some garbage once he got to Pennsylvania, but did he do anything in that long roundabout way from the
victim's residence back to Pullman because he took that. If you look at the map,
and I do want to say to everybody, aren't you glad we didn't waste hours of time talking about a doorbell cam or whatever audio that it was fake the whole time? We would have wasted hours talking about, oh my God, did you hear the screams in there? And I heard the dog barking. And I mean, we would have wasted, how much time did we already waste talking about tons of other people, which we wasted plenty of time talking about these people. But in general, no more wasted time. Time is valuable, and we need to be on top of that. And especially fake shit. Like I said, if it was put out and it was the real audio, then we would have went over it. If it had originality to it, we would have went over it.
In the affidavit.
That is why I would argue Laura Ingalls is a better reporter on her sickbed than, guys, just so you know, she's had COVID. And you know more facts. And I don't mean institutional facts about this case that we've learned from the beginning. I mean like what's happening right now. That's an incredible thought. Okay. This means something, Dale Carson, because I'm getting chills.
Look, the knife is not all that important.
Can I just introduce you? Dale Carson, trial lawyer out of Jacksonville. I'm going to get it in. And this is a good part. Former FBI and former cop in Miami-Dade at DaleCarsonLaw.com. Okay, go Dale.
You got an eyewitness of him being in the property. You have his DNA. You have a number of slaughtered victims. Having a knife isn't like trying to find a gun where you can connect the bullet through case markings to the actual firearm that you find in the defendant's possession. This is a knife. It can't be exactly, and Joe can correct me on this, it can't be exactly determined that was the knife unless there's DNA on it later.
You're absolutely right. And I'll tell you why, Dale Carson, and I've had it out with so many forensic dentists on this exact point. Let's do what you just said. Joseph Scott Morgan joining me, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, host of a new hit series, Body Bags, with Joe Scott Morgan on iHeart. Joe Scott, same theory applies to forensic dentistry as it does with this knife. Flesh is flexible, and you can't really, it's like trying to get a teeth mark in Jell-O. Ain't gonna happen. I mean, unless you've got some really crazy set of teeth, then occasionally I've seen it be very convincing.
Yeah, but still, you can't. One of the problems with, we're not going to go down this path too far.
Says you. I'll drive this train wherever I want to, young man. But go ahead.
I'm getting out of the car.
Somebody's getting sassy, Jackie.
You can't quantify bite marks. That's one of the problems in forensics.
Now, why do you say it like that when I said it?
Did you say Gray Hughes?
You are fake news.
Never that.
It's like biting into Jell-O. But go ahead, Professor.
Well, thank you. You can't quantify it, and the same applies to a knife wound. You can examine it, you can compare it, and you can say it's close to. Here's one thing that I find very interesting, and something that we do in the morgue that people might not be aware of. Even with knife wounds, prior to the things that we'll do are full body x-rays. And this is kind of key here because this knife was used allegedly multiple times, right? So every time you're striking with this knife, there is a potential that the structural integrity of the knife is being compromised. It's wearing down. And depending upon how well the blade is made, it can chip. And one of the things we look for in these x-rays that we do are little metal fragments. Now, you can't do it ballistically, but what you can do, and this is really cool, is that if you can recover one of those chips, you can do a metallurgical analysis on that chip. And what that means is the chemistry behind the creation of that blade is unique to that particular manufacturer.
Okay, wait. Let me just understand what you're saying. Are you saying a knife, use of a knife in a murder can use tiny microscopic pieces of metal in the wound?
Yes, it can.
Have you ever seen that happen?
Yes, I have.
How often have you seen that happen?
Infrequently.
You mean rarely? Okay, because Joe Scott, I hear what you're saying, and I do think it can happen. And as you were saying, the worse the quality of the knife, the more likely it will happen. I've never had a case where a knife left any type of metallurgy behind in a wound, but I do see how theoretically it can happen.
Yeah, tips of knives break off very frequently.
A tip breaks off, yeah, but I don't know that it's left in the wound.
Sure it is. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. It's left in bone.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it happens. It happens with great frequency.
So back to what Laura Ingle brought up. Where in the hay is the murder weapon?
Fox Nation exclusive.
An international pop.
Listen on ESPN.
You're bringing back memories, happy memories for me, sad memories for. You're bringing back memories, happy memories for me, sad memories for medical examiners and crime lab personnel to go through every single line of their report and make them speak English that I can understand as a Shakespearean English major, Cece. They need more DNA. Now, do I think the case is strong? Yes, I do. I think the case is incredibly strong. But that said, I can just see a Johnny Cochran move, God rest his soul. He was my co-anchor at Court TV, Cochran and Grace. I can see somebody like him coming in and going, what? Out of a bloodbath like this? And you're telling me the only DNA linking back to the defendant is a little epithelial skin cells on the snap on the knife hilt? Really? And you're going to send my guy to the death penalty over that? HELLNO. That is what is going to happen. I'm telling you right now, unless somehow they can find some other DNA.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nancy. They could argue that someone else transported that knife sheath to the crime scene.
Or they...
Now that right there is a solid argument. They could
argue this, Cece. Oh, Lord, I don't want to give them any ideas. What if they argued, yeah, he went to a knife and gun show and he looked at a lot of knives and he opened them up and looked at them and snapped them back and put them back on the display. Then, of course, they'd have to dig up a knife and gun show that was in that area. But that said, there's a million ways they could counter that one little bit of DNA.
For sure. So I think we know, based on the eyewitness DM, that he was not totally covered up. She was able to see his eyebrows. And we are told that he was wearing a mask that covered his mouth and his nose. Mm-hmm. Well, that sounds like the kind of masks we've been wearing with COVID for the last 3 years. And it also might explain, by the way, why she wasn't thinking this was somebody who had done something terrible in the house. You know, those kids are used to seeing people wear masks. It's been really normalized over the last 3 years, and these are young kids. So anyway, was his hair covered? He's got a full head of hair. Did that guy walk in there not fully suited up? If so, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if there is some hair evidence left at that scene.
You know what, Cece Moore, I'm going to charge you for all the paper that I use. If you would laugh if you could see all the notes I take furiously whenever you start talking. I'm running out. I'm using the back pages of things the twins did in school in the fifth grade, for Pete's sake. That is so smart. Okay, we don't know anything about his head being covered, do we, Laura Ingle?
Well, I have not heard anything about the head being covered. And one of the questions I had for the family attorney of the Gonzalez family, who I spoke to Sunday, I asked.
My man Avion Davis says they need blood in the car of victims. If they have that, it's a wrap. He could have said he went to frat party. Just saying. Oh, so you mean victim's blood in the Elantra? Hey, who knows? I bet they tore that car to pieces.
You know, have you talked to DM? Have you talked to Dylan? They said that they have spoken to her, but they wouldn't tell me what that conversation was for obvious reasons, for personal reasons. But you know, we don't know what more she said about what she saw. You know, when I first heard of the story, didn't we all sort of think that whoever did this must have been dressed like a ninja and maybe even wearing goggles for the sake of not leaving your DNA? But to your point, there just has to be more. The bed sheets, the comforter, the staircase, the door handle.
I'm thinking about hair, and I've got to ask Jackie, why are you holding up a sign that says ski mask?
Didn't she say he had a ski mask?
Nobody ever said he wore a ski mask. Did anybody ever? He had a mask covering his nose and mouth. I haven't heard anything about ski.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you for clarifying that. Everybody thank Nancy for clarifying that, because a lot of people get it confused. We don't know if it was a covered mask. We don't know if it was a full face mask. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? Ski mask wise is what I'm speaking about. A lot of people are jumping to the assumption it's a ski mask, but we really don't know because they didn't specify fully what type of mask it was.
Ski mask. That's how facts get totally distorted. Has anybody said ski mask beside Jackie sitting right there who just cooked it up in her head?
No, I heard that.
You've had way too many Dunkin' Donut cups of coffee, Jackie. What, Dale? Ski mask?
And I will tell you, it's in the car, as Joe Morgan will tell you. That's where the evidence is. And as soon as they find one of the victims' blood in that car.
That's what they need. That is what they need. Yeah.
What my man Avion just say? He just said that.
Yes. Hey, CC Moore, I got off track with Jackie's ski mask allegation. What were you saying?
Can I go back to the hair?
Yes.
So the hair, you used to not be able to get DNA from rootless hair, but now we can, thanks to the brilliant Dr. Ed Green from Santa Cruz. And I've helped on 2 cases recently where all we had was a tiny piece of rootless hair.
You mean mitochondrial DNA? Won't that work?
Mitochondrial, yes, but you can actually now get autosomal DNA.
Whoa, wait. What did you just call it? What did you call it?
Autosomal DNA. That's the type of DNA.
Autosomal?
Yes.
I'm going to throw that at Joe Scott and see if I can stuff him. Autosomal. He's probably Googling it right now. Go ahead.
It's the type of DNA you get from both sides of your family, from all of your grandparents, great-grandparents. It's much more unique than mitochondrial DNA.
Okay. And you're telling me I could get autosomal DNA from a hair without a nucleus. And it's more exact than just mitochondrial DNA, which you can get from a hair without a nucleus that only goes to your mother, correct?
Right. Mitochondrial DNA, there can be thousands of people, tens of thousands of people who have the exact same signature, but no one's going to have your exact same autosomal DNA signature except for a twin.
That's why I call her brilliant. Hey, Joe Scott, are you through Googling autosomal yet?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Guys, I'm just pulling Joe Scott's leg. He's just an incredible forensics professor at Jacksonville State. Joe Scott, can we just, and everybody jump in, okay? You sure did pipe down Chris McDonough.
I've got some ideas. Nancy. I'm waiting.
All right, Joe Scott, if he could just drop one hair. One hair. Did you hear what CC Moore said? If we could just find one hair in all that mess of a crime scene, one hair, or as Dale Carson pointed out, one speck of blood in that Elantra. Just Scott, how are we going to do this?
Look to the hands. Look to the hands, Nancy, because this is key. We've made a big deal over the last few weeks about the examination of these victims' hands at the morgue. Remember, they bagged the hands, which is something that we normally do, all right? But when this occurs, and you have individuals that are fighting back, remember, we've got documented defense wounds. They might be grabbing at the head, and if they do, and plus, if there is blood on the victim's hands, and everybody knows how tacky blood is and sticky, it's amazing. It's amazing what you will find contained, not just beneath the fingernails, and those are, you can really harvest a lot out of those, but also just stuck to the palms of the hands and the backs of the hands. One of these kids very well may have pulled out a root, a hair with a root intact as well. To Cece's point about the autosomal DNA, and some of this hair might be fractured. You never know. But that's why they have gone over these bodies with a fine-tooth comb, Nancy, and they have recovered every bit of trace evidence. I'm hoping they have at the morgue. And they applied a team to this that did nothing but this. The clothes of the kids were taken care of very well. They were sent to the crime lab. Everything was documented. And I can't, we could spend 2 shows just talking about the examination that they're going to do on these clothing alone for trace evidence and extracting anything they can that might be DNA rich.
Okay, I want to hear what Chris McDonough's idea is.
So, Nancy, on the sheath, I want to go back to the sheath for a moment, if we can. Okay, it's laying next to
Maddie,
one of the victims. Yep, by her leg. You notice there's no conversation in the affidavit. I've had many judges ask me, is there anything else belonging to anybody else on this item, i.e. cross, blood, et cetera, et cetera? No, Your Honor, it looks like it's a single source DNA. So here's my thought. That scene was a horror house. Why is there not blood on this sheet? And I would submit to you, if it was, that would have been put into the affidavit. And that's why.
Okay, hold on, Chris McDonough. Say that again very slowly.
Sure. So the sheet, we know there's single source DNA on the snap from a male. And then they've now matched that, through family members. But what we're not hearing is cross, contamination from the scene itself, i.e. if he drops this and he's stabbing, there's blood going everywhere. And I would submit to you, if it ends up right next to that victim, there is blood on that sheet, but we're not hearing about that. So my thinking is, did this guy bring this post-homicide and place it there as part of a staging activity?
No, he didn't have time. He didn't have time to do that. Guys,
Okay.
No, Chris McDonough, I want to hear everything. Guys, this is how cases are fine-tuned. They're honed by, I remember talking to my best friend in the DA's office about cases, talking to my investigator, working the evidence through, seeing what would work, what wouldn't. Like what you just heard McDonough say, that would be a fantastic theory to put to a jury. But yet we know he was only in there for 20 minutes.
It's so weird going through these Twitter messages. I see, hey, this is Matt with Chris Kumo. Are you the host who interviewed the Idaho killer? We'd like to have you on our show this evening. All these news stations reach out. They set up interviews, and then they don't even follow through with them. I'm going to go up on this news station and say, yeah, it's unconfirmed that I even talked with the killer because I don't know. I know his friend said that's him 100%. A lot of his friends that knew him and grew up with him. I talked to Chris. He said he doesn't know. And then all the other friends are like, yeah, that you definitely talked to him. That's him. And then I look at my Twitter messages. I got Chris Kumo, Ashley Banfield, Inside Edition, and all these people that message me. They message me for these interviews, and then they never pull me up there, which is funny. I respond back to them. I even got a couple of the producers' phone numbers that I've been talking to, but they never pull me up on the news to go up there and tell them it's unconfirmed, because that's what I'm gonna go up there and say. I'm gonna say it's unconfirmed. It's sent into the FBI. I looked up, I found the number, I did a reverse search on it. I know whose number it belongs to, but I don't know if it was spoofed, etc. So none of these news stations that hit me up, I feel like maybe they're listening and they hear what I'm saying on here and they're like, damn, well, he's gonna piss on our fire. Well, no, I'm just gonna go tell the truth. That's all.
Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T.
Two things very quickly. Anybody jump in? Laura Engel, we've heard a lot about Dylan, DM, as she is called in the probable cause affidavit. How could it be? Everybody says that he walked right by her and didn't see her. I have a theory on that, Laura, and that theory is that she...
Oh, and by the way, for people who say I'm bullshitting, here it is right here for you, blown up. This is a while ago. Hold up. Hey, this is Matt with Chris Kumo. Are you the host who interviewed the Idaho killer? We'd like to have you on our show this evening. Hey, I wanted to follow up with you. I work with the News Nation, and we'd like to have you on the show. Let me know a good number I can reach you at. Thank you so much. You know what I mean? That's how you get these people that hit you up and shit. and then they don't follow up. I don't know if they be listening to the podcast and hearing me say, I don't know, it's unconfirmed. I don't know. A lot of people believe it's him. I'm not going to say it's him until it's confirmed him. So show me the proof.
Ducked back in her door and had the door cracked and saw him go by.
Firefly.
Would that work with the evidence as we know it?
It could, certainly. And I mean, when you read the affidavit, it doesn't say she was standing in the doorway, you know, in front of the kitchen. It doesn't give us that detail. It just says that she did open the door, and it says 3 things, very distinct sounds and clues that we have from DM, Dylan, the roommate, that she heard who she thought was Kaylee saying, there's someone here. Then she heard the whimpering and crying sounds and a male voice saying, it's okay, I'm going to help you. And then that third and final time she opens the door, she sees the figure dressed in black with the mask and the bushy eyebrows, and then says she locks the door. One of the other things, I want to go back to the sheets just really quick, because you had said at the beginning of the show, we've wondered if BryanKohberger got involved with discussions online on Facebook groups and on Reddit and on all these things. But there was a very specific thing that somebody said that a lot of people are saying could probably be BryanKohberger. He wrote on a Facebook page that was titled University of Idaho Murders Facebook Discussion
Is that when he was going under Papa Rogers or the other name?
Papa
allegedly?
Rogers, right.
Okay.
And this is before the probable cause affidavit.
Mm-hmm.
And he says one of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed blade knife. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. We didn't know about the sheath at the time.
Yeah,
we did not know about
Yeah, but that's a leak from the investigation is where that's coming from. You can't believe that they knew that.
Unless that was him bragging online. And Dr. Bethany, in a nutshell, wouldn't that fit exactly with the personality characteristics that you observed?
Absolutely, Nancy. That would absolutely fit with his personality. He was inserting himself into everything, online forums, saving a life, creeping on women in bars. And, you know, we were talking about what's along that route between his home and the victim's home. And what nobody mentioned was other victims, that maybe that was a very common route for him. And maybe there are other potential victims that were along that route. So that not only would he have been shedding clothing, evidence, but maybe he was stalking other people as well. I mean, serial killers don't just stalk one person. This is the first in an intended long line of serial killings. And so I think we have to add that into our discussion.
Joe Scott, a lot has been made of to whether a quadruple homicide could be effected in 16 minutes. I think it was, Jackie, wasn't it 16 minutes? Laura, wasn't it 16 minutes? We believe he was in the home. Yeah. Okay, what about it, Joe Scott?
Yeah, my thought is that the individual that perpetrated something like this would have to have the familiarity with the environment to move that quickly through this, because this is dirty, dirty work, and it is labor intensive. I hate to put it in those terms, but it truly is. The individual would have to move with stealth. They would have to move with purpose. They would have to know where the victims are in order to facilitate this, and they'd have to be prepared showing up. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's possible. 16 minutes, certainly. I know somebody certainly people in the military that are trained at this sort of thing could do it probably under that time. But, you know, you're talking about college kids. You're not talking about enemy combatants here. And so, yeah, and if he had familiarity with his environment, I think that's possible.
Well, then his hair follicles might be there already.
If he had been in the home before.
Well, my thought about this, Nancy, I'm wondering if he had not been going in there in that house when other people were not there and maybe nesting in that house. That's why I think that it's really interesting if the cops went in there and looked in the closets to see if there was any touch DNA left behind, or if this guy had been having some kind of masturbatory fantasies in those closets, just hanging out when no one else is there.
Why is it when you say masturbatory fantasies, nobody says a word? When I say it, everybody goes, why would you say that? That's gross. Ugh. There's no evidence of that. But you and Bethany talk about it all the time. But when I say it, it's all like, oh no. Why did she say that? Okay.
Okay, the other possibility, Nancy, is that I like the use of Joe Scott Morgan's word nesting. I'd never heard that before, but maybe he was also nesting at night when the kids were sleeping. I mean, he did that work so quickly, 16 minutes. I'm not a crime scene investigator. I'm just like, how do you kill 4 people in 16 minutes?
Well, hold on. Chris McDonough has been at the scene. Chris, isn't it true that from the outside looking in, if you look in every window, you can easily spot the layout of the home?
Absolutely.
What, get called to testify that, yeah, I talked to this weird guy on the phone and made him stutter? By my lack of knowledge of Sigma Chi colleges, or I'm sorry, not Sigma Chi colleges, but fraternities, because I've never been to college a day in my life and I did not know that there's Sigma Chi's all throughout the USA. I see a lot of people talking about that. Well, guess what? Not everybody's been to college. T-REV ain't been to college. Ninth grade education here with a GED. That's about it. Never stepped foot in college. Don't know nothing about college. Grew up in a very poor neighborhood. So my knowledge on colleges are not high at all.
Absolutely, Nancy. And we talked about this on your show many times, where this guy is such a mechanical existence, and he's taken all of this time to kind of, set.
Again, protected. Different channels bring it up. Then they say it's been debunked. It's not been debunked, first of all. When has it been debunked? I haven't got an answer to the... Okay, so let's put it this way. I've texted that number about 6 times. I've explained that the clip is viral on the internet, which it is. It's over 20 million views, all platforms across. So that clip that's viral with that phone call from the phone number, I did a reverse search on it. I also, like I said, text the person 5 to 6 times, called 3 or 4 times, left a voicemail. You know what I mean? How much more can I do? And I'm not getting a response back. So, and then I went to the next step. Send it to the FBI. Send the number to the FBI. Nothing. So it's not debunked yet. There's nothing debunked about it. In fact, we ran a test in Discord, and this is for everybody who is concerned, or you've heard that phone call that I've had that's still unconfirmed as we speak. We were able to spoof that same number and use that same number to call. It's easy. There's apps for it. You can use apps to use anybody's number you want to use. Somebody can clone my personal phone number and make a phone call. Just for people who don't know that and don't understand that, you can go on apps right now and spoof a phone number. You can take anybody's phone number, clone it as your own, and call anywhere you want to. So that right there, that is proof that you can do that. So I have no idea if it was Brian who called me allegedly. I have no clue. I don't know if it was who it says it is when I call and get the voicemail, or was it Brian cloning a number? I have no clue. Still unconfirmed, not debunked. The person has not responded. So there you go. Anybody who you hear say it's debunked, it's really not debunked yet because I haven't got a response from the person myself.
I think nobody's talking about yet is after the incident, if he's gone out and, moved the items in various different locations, that air filter in that car is going to be critical to take, because you're able to get pollens from the different type of environments, trap them in that air filter, and Joe talk about this for days, but then bring a botanist in and see if those environments are consistent with those pollens.
That is an incredible idea. Oh, gosh, that's such a good idea.
They had an AAPC guy come in and check the air conditioning system in the house.
They did? You know that?
I do.
You said they had a what kind of guy?
HVAC, an air conditioning.
HVAC.
Yeah.
Nancy, there's one more big piece of evidence that no one's really, diving into, and that's the shoe print.
Yep.
In the hallway that they recovered or noticed, they enhanced it with Amido Black, which is it's a protein. It reacts with the proteins in blood. Mm-hmm. So, and it's real and clear in the affidavit if, in fact, the footprint was left in blood. But they do have this identified as coming from a Van-style shoe, and it's a diamond pattern. It looks like it. I don't know if it's a heel strike or toe strike, but if he's transferring blood off of the sole of that shoe and it's creating a print, that's very significant. And all of these items, we're talking about knives, we're talking about shoes, all these things. It doesn't take forensics to track this down. This is shoe leather on the part of the cops going out and just trying to determine, did he own these things? Is there a purchase history with these things? Vans are very specific. I know a lot of college kids have. My college kids that I teach at Jacksonville State wear them. But, that's significant. Is it something that he owned? And the pattern on that shoe is distinctive to him, depending upon the wear pattern.
As you can see, there is so much evidence to sift through. And so far, all we've seen is a probable cause affidavit. What will come next? We wait as the evidence unfolds. Nancy Grace signing off. Goodbye, friend.
Well, there you go. You heard it from my wife. Shout out to my wife, Nancy Grace. Oh, yeah, let's check it out. Somebody sent this in as a new intro. Do we like it? Let's see if we like it. And then I'm about to take some phone calls right now. Let's see.
G-ball, you gotta stop doing this. Look. All my life has been neglected, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. You can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsessions. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People could've lived, but I be on the mic. Forget how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead in you.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Ghost Devil. Good shit. Definitely add in if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it's not true. I like where you're going with it, brother. Thank you. Maybe go forward in the song a little bit. Like start with the verse. I'm digging it. I like it. Remix. Nah, it's just it's gonna be my intro for YouTube. So if you want to call in 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. Yep, for except the echo. It's probably coming from my headphones. It might be from my headphones. I think it is. Headphones loud as shit. Mic is very sensitive. That shit'll pick up a mouse fart. Oops.
Call from Susan.
Susan, what's going on? You live?
Hey, I was just going to say, everybody keeps talking about all these kids as kids. But if you look back through ancient history, like of the world, like Mark Antony, Cleopatra, all these people, they were in their 20s. They were 20 years old. They were 22 years old. The average lifespan for a long time was 30. That they built empires by the time they were 30. You can't discount the intelligence of a 20-year-old. Right. And another thing I was going to say is when he put that out there on that Reddit, trying to find, what would you do? How would you get away with a perfect murder? What if somebody said, challenge accepted, and did a perfect murder and set him up? I'm not saying he's, not guilty or anything like that, but what if there was a even smarter criminal than him that said, oh, really, you want to play that game? Let's do it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm just saying. That's all.
I mean,
they really aren't that young of kids. Right. I'm almost 50. I have kids that age. I have kids older than that. And I have grandkids that are smarter than I am at like 12. So
you think maybe he got some accomplices through that survey that he put out, or?
Maybe accidentally. Maybe somebody answered that survey.
Don't you think he would squeal them out?
Well, maybe he didn't even realize it. Maybe somebody answered that survey like, "Oh, really? You want to play this game? I'll play it. I'll show you how to get away with a perfect murder," and then set him up.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, I get that point. That's a.
And then now he's like, "Well, fuck. I guess that was a bad idea."
That's a hell of a conspiracy right there.
Well, I mean, if you're a crazy psycho killer, you would come up with an idea like that. You'd be like, "Oh, yeah, you're trying to play a game. I'll show you how to get away with a perfect murder by setting you up."
Yeah, that's.
You know what I mean? I don't know.
That's
whatever,
a first. This is a first. This is the first I've heard this conspiracy.
And also, like, thinking of kids who are 20 or 25 years old as kids, like, if you honestly go back through 5,000 years, 10,000 years of history, and you look at the history of the world and the great emperors and the kings and the queens and they were all that age. None of them really lived past 30. They were building civilizations at that age.
Right.
You know, honestly. I'm just saying, you can't discount somebody's intelligence by their age. And also maybe somebody took him up on his how to get away with a perfect murder plan, how to, I don't know.
Yeah, that's weird.
And now he's like, well, fuck. I don't know. I'm just saying, that's all.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. Well, I appreciate you calling in and
all right. Well, thank you.
Voicing your opinion, because a lot of people won't voice their opinion. They'll just stay in chat and type away. So thank you for calling in and having a voice in the community.
All right. Well, thank you.
Lock your doors because you don't know who's conspiring against you.
No, I'm not a one to freeze. I wish a motherfucker would. I'm that
I'm
person.
saying to lock your doors though, because people will try you.
I think they better watch out for me.
Hey, I get it, but none of us are untouchable. We really do gotta watch our backs, and there's predators out there everywhere.
Yeah, I know, but I also know that there's a greater power. I'm gonna go when I'm supposed to go, no matter what I do or don't do, and that's all there is to it.
Yes, ma'am. God bless
that's
you and your family.
Is to it.
And thank you for calling in. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for taking my call.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Shout out there, 219-885-9692.
Oh my God!
I give her an A for originality, says Marlena. For real, that was at like 2 a.m. Brian had cuts and bruises on his hands, says Malika.
Call from Yolanda.
Yolanda, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, how you doing? I just love your show.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, I like how you said voice your opinion. This is how I got my opinion about the roommate when she saw it. Okay, so the first statements that came out saying that she thought one of them was passed out. This person, I don't know her, she called other people. So if I see my roommate on the ground, she didn't go over there and shake them and say, "Are you okay?" or help, or anybody else in that house. Most people go to everybody's room like in a dorm. Right. So you were running something. So I'm trying to figure out how you froze for 8 hours, but you call other people before you call your mom or call. I can see mom. But she called other people. It was people there. That's how his brothers and sisters. That's how his sisters knew he had got hurt, because everybody else in the school was telling, going on FaceTime, doing all this other stuff. So that don't make sense to me. Mm-hmm. Yes, I know I've been in different situations, but I'm looking at it from a different perspective. So she found him unconscious, and she called somebody because she thought he passed out drunk. Mm-hmm. So that don't make sense to me.
Right. Yeah, there's There's a lot of things in there that we want answers for that are in that affidavit. Did you read that affidavit? What stood out to
Yes,
you
I've
in
been
it?
watching your show, going over it piece by piece by piece. I'm just really, because this crime touched my soul, you know, because I have a daughter that's in college and all this other stuff. It touched my soul. And I have seen people freeze up because I'm retired military. So people have froze up in different situations, but you don't freeze up for 8 hours.
Yeah, I mean, did she freeze up or did she see a guy walk through after she opened the third time after she thought she heard crying and maybe thought it was somebody walking to the house and she just
And
went
that's
back
another
in
thing
and
I'm
went to
saying
sleep?
too. Like, say you upstairs, I'm upstairs and downstairs, and my kids, grown kids, are acting crazy upstairs. I'm gonna holler up there. What are y'all doing up there?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying, hey, what y'all doing up there? Y'all okay? I'm not going. I would have ran out the door, made a wall out the window, if I was that afraid. I'm not taking that from her, because like I say, I ain't never hurt nobody. I ain't never seen that happen. But it don't make sense to me. You call everybody else. That's what they said. It was other people at the crime scene that was from the school. So who called them to come?
Oh my God!
Before the police.
Right. I think, well, I'm pretty sure they called Ethan's brother Hunter because he showed up and his car.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure his car was taken off the lot within 2 weeks.
But I'm saying, how all these other students, how the school knew about it before the police. Before, you know, I can see, like I said, we all in apartment housing dorms thing together, and I see you on the ground and I don't see you moving, I might freak out like that, jump over you and run at the house, whatever. But I'm not going. I don't know. I just want the whole truth. Like I said, I believe he is more to the story. Don't come out because it's too many holes.
Yeah, there unfortunately is a lot of holes there. Nancy was just poking some holes through it.
And how we rush the judgment again. I'm not on his side on any kind of way. But we, not you, different channels have accused the boyfriend. Many channels accused the food truck, Adam. Have these people apologized to these people?
I did. I accused them and I apologized for my community too.
Okay, that's good. I think
we did. We were on that train, but I'd say the last 3 to 6 days before the arrest was made, I was saying it's somebody we don't know at this point. Like I came to that term because I'm like, every day we're talking about the Jacks and then talking about Adam. I'm like, man, that's somebody we don't know. At the last couple of days.
The boy from Africa that went back home, he probably had to leave because people, you know, they put people's lives at risk because this is hurtful. You know, like I said, I can't, like the crime scene, I can't imagine. I watched a lot. I had to stop watching Criminal Minds because, like, I was like all into it, and I was like, I can't. Like, where do you get these stories from? These are true stories, and it's evil people out here.
Right.
But I just hope, and then I'm like this too. It's no way. If this was his first kill, being military or whatever, I ain't have to pick up a gun like that. But it's no way he kill them in that shorter period of time and don't have no other DNA in there. Like fighting. If they was fighting, like why somebody couldn't run out? You know, scream, help, and I'm hearing all this stuff. Like I said, I'm gonna look upstairs, like, what you doing? What's up with y'all? Can y'all be quiet or something?
Well, I appreciate you calling. What's your name? Yolanda, you said?
Yes, Yolanda, and I love you.
Well, thank you for calling in, Yolanda, and thank you for having a voice in the community. God bless you, man.
You too.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Shout out to her. You want to call in 219-885-9693.
Oh my God!
You can see though, right?
I'm legally blind. I can see barely.
Make sure you call in. The lines are wide open. Yeah, they are. Okay, here we go. Okay.
Call from
Lou. Big Lou.
What up, Big Lou from Carolina? What's going on, my man? How you doing?
What's going on, man?
That's going on, my brother. What's the word? What's your thoughts today, man? What you got on your mind? Did you read over the affidavit?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, so what's your thoughts and everything and questions that you had?
Yeah, I expected a very conservative, like
Detective John said. I thought it was going to be a hush hush, and I was very surprised at the outcome and the divulgence of the information.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we were kind of, in a way, blessed, and I think they were overindulgent in giving us what they probably should have held back a little bit. But it is what it is. I just has it not been a crazy ride for you?
Uh-huh.
In this whole thing and the people that are listening?
Absolutely. I mean, it's been twist and turn day. I mean, we've been live every day, damn near, couple days off, 2-3 days off since it started. So I mean, man, it's been it's been crazy. I mean, we went from viewing food truck footage for hours. I mean, damn near 24 hours. I probably looked at that food truck footage and sat there and looked there, and the whole time, I mean, come the end of November, they're on to this guy, Brian. They were on to him in the end of November, and we were over here speculating on other people. So
I just think y'all done a great job, man. But I'm gonna have to admit some guilt. I've been on that side against, having some leery theories against Dylan. I mean, I want to be sympathetic, but I mean, I'm just kind of on that fence, man. I want to be about emotion and being upset and shock and all that stuff. But I mean, there's just this thing of the hours. I mean, at my worst, I don't know. I'm not going to sit there for, 8 hours and go to sleep.
Right.
I mean, I just can't do it. And I know that a lot of your folks and supporters, and I've heard it on, everybody wants to give her the benefit of the doubt. I give her the benefit of the doubt if that's how she is. I'm not saying that that's not how she is. People react differently. But oh my God, just can't get over it. But the guy's going down. I just hope, and I've said this in the past, I don't want this to become an OJ case. I don't want us. I think he's done. It's just a matter of how we work it out. I really believe that. I just don't want to see it come down to smoke and mirrors, where the guy getting ready to win the Super Bowl rolls across the goal line and drops the ball.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I don't want to see that happen, but I think everybody's on the same page. We know who did it. I mean, I don't like to cuss or throw some stuff bravado out there, but I think he's a hat ass. He's done. It's all about how we work it out. But, I was critical at the start with the law enforcement organizations, thought they were over the head, but they were spot on. I mean, they've done it all. They've done a great job. A lot of pressure. I was very critical on the chief. He was nervous in his press conferences. Never faced it before. His face got flushed, little stammering and stuttering. But that guy, I mean, they all need to be applauded. You know what I mean?
Especially for using the resources that they were given. I mean, they tracked him down, and like I said, they were on to him earlier than we thought.
Right.
They were on to him earlier than we thought, and it shows in that affidavit.
But it's a shout out to you, man. I've kept up with just about everybody in social media, and nobody stays on like you and has been there night and day in all hours. It's hard to even keep track of you because you don't know when you're going to come on or how long you're going to go.
Exactly. I mean, it depends.
But you have been the die hard. I mean, you got the golden award for die hard on social media to keep people.
Yeah, man. I try to stay on. I try to stay on. I gotta take some days off here and there. You know, I do have a family, etc. But I mean, I'm on this shit every day. I'm for the most part, and even when my days off, my face is in my phone. I'm reading articles. I'm looking at videos on YouTube. I'm stopping by other YouTubers pages and chiming in, seeing what's out there. It's something that I don't know. I can't stop, but I appreciate you calling in, my brother. I do appreciate it.
One quick last thing. I got a shout out to Detective Juan, or whatever, Julie, whatever we're going to call him.
It's Detective John.
I'll give him a little bit of hell. But I give him a little bit of hell because I appreciate him. I mean, some people give people hell because they love them. If you didn't do it, I mean, it shows you that you kind of rib them a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Detective John has been spot on. The only thing that I'll give Detective Juan a little advice on, and he knows this already, the reason people don't like him is because he comes off a little too cocky.
Yeah, I mean,
but the knowledge is there, dude. The knowledge is there. Appreciate what you're doing, big man. Keep it up.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for having a voice in the community, and it means the world to me that a lot of you guys have the courage to even call in, because some people just don't, like being on the phone or on panels, etc. So I commend you for calling up and sharing your points, theories, thoughts, and just being overall a voice in the community. So God bless you, brother, and stay safe out there in Carolina, my man.
All right, man. Take it easy.
God bless you. Shout out to him. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Scott, the tape was debunked. Absolutely, that tape was debunked. That sound, that audio that everybody wanted me to play. People said, switching up on everybody, man. You things like this. Well, I'm not open to playing fake shit on here. I'm good with that. I'll pass.
Call from Laura.
What's going on? You live?
Oh, I made it through.
Yes, you did.
Awesome. Well, I'm in the chat. My name is Green Eyes usually, as you see me.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been saying that I think with that call that guy, everyone says it's Brian that called in. I think that if it was him, the FBI knows this, and no one wants to talk to you because of the gag order. And it could be an evidence in trial.
Mm.
I mean, it's quite possible.
Yeah.
I just been thinking that, so.
Oh, wow. I did see you say something about gag order. I actually seen your comment earlier. You said something about gag order, right?
Yeah, they won't talk about it because if it really was him, all that was said, that can go into evidence. I mean, there was a lot said in that call that can be used against him. So
right, but
that might be why.
Don't you think that they would reach out to me if that was the case and say, "Hey, this
No.
was no"?
I don't think so because I don't think they'll say anything to you, honestly.
Right.
Because if the FBI has control of it, they don't want to mess with it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to open a can of worms up and put it out. I really don't think they would say anything to you. Maybe once trial happens, you would see, but that's it. I don't think you will hear of it until then. Because there was a lot said in that call that can be used against him.
Right. Yeah.
Like a lot. Like he made it he sounded like a crazy person.
Yeah, a lot of people thought I was rude. If I go through and read those comments on the video, they're like, "You're so rude to him, and you're an idiot."
I don't think
they were like, "You're an idiot because you don't know about colleges." Like, sorry, I never went to college. So, no, I don't know about
I have a child.
It's okay.
No, you gave him 15 minutes of your time. You listened to what he had to say. You definitely were not rude. I mean, the way he was talking, I think some people could have been worse to him.
Mm-hmm.
And it quite possibly was him. And if his friend thinks that was him, I mean, I really think FBI has already looked at it. And, if it is him, it's an evidence and nothing will be said till trial.
Right.
But I really wanted to say that because it was driving me crazy. I'm like, I have to say something because I really believe that.
Yeah.
So
We'll definitely find out.
yeah, I hope so.
We'll definitely
I
find
really
out.
hope so. There's so many questions that we don't have answers to that we won't know now till trial because of this gag order. So all we really can do is speculate right now
Exactly.
on like everything. They're not going to say anything else. It's gonna
absolutely. They're not
going to be rough because this trial is going to be probably over a year. He hasn't even said whether he's pleading guilty or innocent.
Mm-hmm.
And, he's going to hold out as long as he can on that. And he's definitely going to plead innocent. I mean, he is not pleading guilty. No way. He wants a trial. He wants this to go on as long as possible. He knows the whole country and possibly world is looking at this case, and all eyes are on him. He's happy,
I mean, what do you think? Speculating, why does he think he's gonna take a plea deal? Or you think he's gonna go to trial?
Nope. I think he wants to go to trial.
Because I think
he wants to carry this out. They might try to. I don't think he'll accept it. I really think he wants this to go to trial because he thinks he's that smart that he can maybe win.
Mm-hmm.
He's that narcissistic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he has maybe all the confidence, but he's definitely narcissistic, and he wants this to go on as long as possible.
Okay. Yeah, that
he wants all eyes on him,
Right. There ain't no doubt about that. He definitely wants eyes on him.
Yeah, that's what I really believe that. I think he'll plead innocent, and it'll go on as long as he wants it to go on, basically.
Yeah, that's the sad thing about it.
I know. All right, well,
Just put more and more, and the long.
Oh, I know. I feel so bad for all of them. It's just horrible what the families are going through. Because all we hear is Kaylee's parents, really.
Exactly. Kaylee's parents
I'm
are
wondering if
very
Ethan's
loud and vocal.
parents are say more.
Right. Ethan's parents are not Ethan's parents. I'm sorry. Kaylee's parents are very vocal.
Yeah, they are. And the sister now, she keeps coming out with more.
Right. Well, I
to
appreciate
say.
you calling in, and thank you for having a voice in the community. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm glad I made it through. It was nice to be able to call in and speak my mind a little bit.
Oh, good, Green Eyes. Thank you. Hopefully hear from you again.
All right. Thank you, T.
God bless you, man.
You-
Shout out to, didn't mean to hang up on her. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Make sure you call in. Let's see what we got. One second here. There we go.
Call from
Sonny.
Hey, what's going on? You live?
Yo, T-REV, what's up, boy?
What's going on, my man? How's it going? So what's your thoughts on this whole thing, man? What should people be looking at that they're not looking at it? Or what are your thoughts in general?
Man, this shit crazy because there could be 2 or 3 different scenarios that what had happened, like the way things are like kind of like told to us through the affidavit, it's almost as if there's like I don't know what to call it, but it's just gonna be an ending that we didn't even see coming. I mean, first scenario, it could be as basic as it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or beautiful people lost their lives to a killer that they caught, right?
Right.
But the second one could be like, okay, maybe, while a dude was leaving the house, he told, like, that witness, DM,
yeah,
like keep your mouth shut,
I'm gonna come back, because they said that he came back like around 9:15 in the morning, right?
Right.
So he could have told her some crazy shit that we don't know, right?
Exactly.
And she was just scared as fuck. Like, okay, like if somebody told me that, and I just heard like what she just heard, like, bro, I'm not gonna call the cops either. Like, I'm scared as shit, especially being 21. Like, but who knows that scenario? People, like, you know, they may say like, oh, she may be involved. Hell no, there's not any college girl like her who is gonna be associated with somebody studying criminology. I'll tell you that right now.
Right.
You know, like, bro, she's over there in the sorority. She's trying to go to those football games. She's just trying to live her life. Like, bro, she doesn't, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, and then the third scenario is like, oh, I mean, I was hearing it earlier about Nancy Grace talking about like, oh, maybe like, you know, the like he could try to say in court like, oh, well, I had sold this knife. I like knives and stuff like that, you know, which could be a good defense.
Right.
So it goes to tell me like, bro, like with the evidence that they have with him tracking, like, I mean, the cell phone pings to the towers around the house, like that already tells you like, oh, you can't say that defense like, oh, I sold a knife, I don't remember who I sold it to. They're gonna be like, oh, well, I mean, your cell phone has been pinging like all over this area where this crime happened, right?
Right.
So he can't say anything like that. And like I think the defense is gonna say some crazy shit, because I do think the dude is smart. Now, he could be totally innocent as well. Like, he could be as innocent as they come, but still had a play in the murder, which makes him like not as, I mean, like he could have told somebody like, yeah, I've just been thinking about these thoughts, like, and all this, that, and then like, bro, on the internet, you meet some sick people, right? Like, bro, with the forums that he was on, like Tap a Lot, Talk a Lot, or whatever the fuck, like,
Right.
and all that other shit, bro, you meet some weirdos. Like,
Absolutely.
I can only imagine.
There's a shit ton of weirdos on the internet.
Yeah, especially on 4chan and all that. Like, I'm not trying to like, oh, like, bro, if you're on that, you're just weird. But like, if you have those thoughts and you're like reaching out and shit to people, like, I'm pretty sure you can connect with somebody who will do some crazy shit for you.
Right. I'm
You
sure,
know?
or pay or whatever it may be.
So that's what I'm saying is like it could be like a freak situation where, like, you know, like, oh, I didn't kill them, but I was in the forums talking to somebody and I told them all the details and I gave him this leather knife and I didn't think he would do it. Like, that's one you could say, you know, maybe that's how he got his DNA on that. But then you look at, like, you know, the evidence, like where DM said, oh, he has bushy eyebrows.
Right.
You know, and they lined that up with his ID picture.
Exactly.
And some people say, oh, a lot of people have bushy eyebrows. No, bro. You know?
No doubt, my man. Well, I appreciate you calling in. It's been 5. God bless you, brother. Thank you for having a voice in the community.
Yes, sir, bro. Hey, you take care, my boy.
Yeah, I hope to hear from you again, my man. Thank you. Shout out to him. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. I want to hear it all. Man, I hear a lot of stuff. Considering the rain camera catching noises. Well, that rain camera that's out there is fake news. So hopefully you ain't talking about that rain camera.
Call from
Nick.
Nick, what's going on? You live, brother. 5 minutes. The floor is yours. What's your thoughts on this case?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Well, first off, prayers to your grandma.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother. God bless you. Prayers to the four that passed away.
Absolutely.
You know, Kaylee, Ethan, Zana, Maddie, their family, and the families are victims too. And also, I love the intro.
Thank you, my man.
Love the intro. I love it. I love it. And also, just want to say, that last caller was wild, dude. He had some great points because, you know, speaking of DM, you know, like she was saying that maybe the suspect, Blowberger, might have said, hey, like, don't say, don't do anything. I'm gonna be back, stay in your room. You know, that's, and I like that because it's called critical thinking.
Exactly.
Yes, critical thinking is so important. And I just want to tell people that call in and look, I love the family. I love the T-REV family. I love you, but people call in and say, oh, it infuriates me when people want to victim blame, victim shame and all this stuff. It's like, it's not victim shaming. It's not victim blaming. It's just, if we have questions, it's called critical thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if people that criticize folks like us, or not us, not speaking to you, but just like me, that want to.
Oh, nah. When you say us, I mean everybody is criticized.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally. And I just want to say, look, put the critical thinking cap on respectfully. Like, I don't want to come off like I'm being snarky or anything like that. Look, I mean, this is four young adults that got, horrible, man. And I understand the emotion behind it and say, oh, this poor girl, I understand. Like, I get that. But I also want to say, hey, like, look, the law enforcement hasn't given us hardly any information. I don't think they've given us too much by any means. They have not given us hardly anything, which I get. I mean, I get it, but that also leaves a lot of elbow room to have some questions. And I'm not saying DM or BF, had anything to do with anything. I'm not saying that at all. But I think if there's questions that are totally justified, and I don't think it's being insensitive. I don't think it's anything like that. I think I think all of us. I think all your listeners are adults. I don't think I think we all can kind of do that. You kind of ask those questions. And also another wild thing, this is a little theory here. He seems to have a lot of presence online. If that post on, I forgot what it was called, Talk a Lot, Tap a Lot, whatever. He seems to be talking about video games and stuff. I'm not blaming video games or anything. I'm just saying that maybe he seemed out of touch with reality. Maybe he was like doing like an ARG. You know what ARG is? Alternate reality game.
Yeah, that's very possible.
I don't know, man. Like, I get this weird feeling, and that's why I also think it's obviously more than one person, because I've called in your show multiple times, and yeah, awesome. And glad you remember me. That's cool. That's cool because you get a lot of callers, and I know how. And that's why I love you, man. Like you retain so much, and you have so much passion and love for the fam, and I'm not surprised that you don't remember. I'm not surprised that you remember me, but that's why I think there's more than one person, because I said from the beginning, like, this could be someone outside, it's not Jack D. Oh, also I want to say that for all the people that do criticize us for asking us questions, I would like to know, did they criticize Jack D? Were they going after Jack D in the beginning? Were they?
Right.
Was that okay? So that was okay for you to do that. But the second we have some questions about DM or BF, oh, we're being insensitive. We're being bad. We infuriate you. And I'm saying that out of respect, number love. But just remember, people got to look in the mirror sometimes, and don't have these double standards and hypocrisies, But anyway,
contradictions. Yeah.
Exactly. Contradicting. That's the perfect word. Contradict. Exactly. Don't contradict yourselves, And that's why I feel like, I thought it was outside the box. I didn't think it was any of them like that. I thought it was going to be a cold case. I was wrong about that. It's definitely it ain't cold by any means. That's for sure. It's not done, but that's, got a long way to go. And that's why it's also weird. Like any kind of articles I read, it's like, oh, we kind of brush DM aside, and BF for that matter, because both. So I'm just like, there's a lot of room to ask some questions here. Like, why are they asking? I'm not making excuses. I'm not, but I'm just saying those questions are out there and it's justified. And also, I just think there's more than one person. I think it was an ARG. Like it's just his online presence. From that post he put up, which you were really good about putting stuff up legit, and so I say it's real. It's a 17-year-old put that stuff up. Yeah. That's pretty wild. He called himself a man, which I don't know why a 17-year-old calls himself a man, but I think it's totally legit. Well, and I'm sorry.
No. I was about to say, man, in 5 minutes, I'm gonna get somebody else. I appreciate you calling in, my brother. I really do. And hopefully I hear from you again, my man. God bless you.
Oh, God bless you too. God bless the family. God bless your grandma. Share my thoughts. Love you all, and peace out, man.
Thank you for having a voice in the community, brother. I know I'll hear from you again. So, man, shout out to you. What's your name in chat?
I don't do the chat, man. I just call in.
That's what's up. That's awesome.
And I watch and call in.
That's awesome, brother. Thank you for being a part of the community and having a voice in the true crime community, man, because a lot of people don't get that chance. So thank you for coming forward, man. God bless you and your family, and I'll hear from you soon.
Will do, my bro. Will do. God bless you.
Thank you, brother. Shout out to him. If you want to call in 219-885-9692. Most definitely. Shout out to him. Everybody deserves to have a voice. Sorry. Seriously. Everybody deserves to have a voice. Let's see. It's too much noise. Isn't that? Okay, let me answer.
Call from
Salvatore.
Salvatore, the Rev Gang Pops is in the building, man. He's got some time. He's got 5 minutes on the clock. He wants to talk to you guys, man. Salvatore, what do you got to say?
My brother.
You got to say to the family.
Listen, poor Dylan. I can't express it enough. If you look back, I think Detective John brought up that Gainesville killer. But if you go back and look at Richard Specs, the only survivor out of all the girls he killed was she stayed under the bed for 6 hours. She was so scared. She stayed there for 6 hours. So is it possible? Yeah. Dylan, she got up the first time, looked, she heard the noises, no big deal, went back, got back up a second time, and goes, what the hell's going on up there? The third time, she actually seen him and froze. She froze.
In absolute fear, like Margaret was saying in chat.
Scared the shit out of her. Right. And as far as her not seeing the knife, no, she was probably looking at his face with the mask on. And it was black. He was all in black. It was probably dim lit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's pretty crazy, And let me tell you something about the dad driving out to Pennsylvania with this guy. First of all, I don't think anybody had anything to do with it. I think he did this himself. This crazy motherfucker did this himself.
Oh, my God!
I remember when this first happened, I remember sitting down to dinner with my son, and I said, hey, Aunt, did you hear about those 4 girls that were killed in Idaho? And, well, he didn't hear about it, but I said, you will. I'm sure because it was so close to home that the dad had to bring it up. In a conversation, had to. Like, hey, you hear about the murders out there where we are or where you are? You know, to bring the dad and the mom into it, I don't know, you know. And I'll tell you something. Shit, I just forgot what I was going to say. Oh,
it's all good.
The Nancy Grace thing. I know it wasn't Nancy Grace because I didn't have to lower the volume on my TV. That lady screams all the time. Her voice is so loud, she cracks the glass of my pictures in my room. You know?
Yeah.
Every time that voice comes on, I call it a voice of doom. But she's good, you know. She's got a good heart, and her heart's in the right place.
Exactly.
You know. And I guess that's it. Every time I hang up with you, I always remember something else I had to say. But, I said, wow, I should have stayed on a few minutes longer. But no, I'm going to go. I'm going to let you go. What about that ride he took up there in the rural area?
Mm-hmm. Johnson?
Yeah, Johnson. And isn't there a Snake River over there?
I'm not sure to be 100%, but I know Johnson is a very rural area from what I looked at.
And I think, I don't remember where I'd seen it, but I remember seeing something about what's called the Snake River. And it's just fitting that a snake would go up to the Snake River. You know what I mean? And I'm sure he got rid of the knife and whatever else and that's another thing now that I'm thinking. Do you really think he left the sheet there on purpose?
Mm.
Do you really think this prick wanted to friggin' get caught?
Yeah,
No.
I don't think so.
No, come on.
Absolutely not.
Gee, this guy didn't want to get caught. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Look at him. He's trying to do everything he can to stay alive now, trying to keep this thing going. He doesn't want to get caught.
Yeah, this prick definitely didn't want to get caught, Salvatore. I'll give it to you on that one. 100% he didn't want to get. Who wants to get caught when they do a crime, right? And let alone a quadruple murder. This psycho scumbag.
Right. And what about the handle on that sliding door from the outside? Didn't the cops only take that one handle? They took the outside handle with them.
Right.
I don't know. I think I heard something like that.
I didn't hear anything like that, but you could be right. You could be right. Yeah. Just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean you're not right about that. Hey, man. Salvatore, I appreciate you calling in, Papa Salvatore. It's been 5. I'm going to give somebody else some time, but I know I'll hear from you again because you always squeak in there.
I love you, brother.
I love you too, my Papa Rep Gang Salvatore in the building, man.
Remember, familia. You know?
Yes, sir.
Wish Grandma the best for me, okay?
Thank you, Papa Salvatore. I appreciate that, man. God bless you and your family in West Virginia, and I will hear from you soon.
Cool.
Thank you, sir. Shout out to him. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Shout out to Salvatore. Everybody give it up for Salvatore. Salvatore. I like Salvatore, man. Good guy. Very good guy. Salvatore's got it going on. Okay, here we go.
Call from Maureen from New York.
Hey, what's going on? New York in the building.
Hey, T-REV, how are you?
I'm great. How about yourself? 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okie doke. No, I just had a couple of questions. I know that one caller, I think I'm a little bit behind in the chat because I just am. I don't really agree with what she was saying about, him being set up. I mean, first of all, if he was set up, how do they explain all the interactions with his vehicle in the area, at their house, arriving there again in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
None of that really makes any sense. Like, people seem to be discarding all of that other evidence that's out there.
Right.
But I mean, as far as the sheath of the knife goes, why would he leave it there? I mean, that was my other, thought. Unless he wanted to get caught, which makes absolutely no sense to me. I honestly think that he had it in his pocket and it fell out of his pocket. The dumbass. That's what I think.
Yeah, or it got kicked off or whatever. Or however it happened, it happened.
I mean, it sounds like, he probably shoved it in his pocket. It's very, very possible. I mean, have they figured out who, he killed first? Was it the second floor or the third floor? Have they even determined that?
The victims?
Yeah.
Second and third.
The what?
Second and third floor.
No, I know. But, I mean, have they figured out what floor that, he went to first?
Oh, I mean, nah. I think, in my honest opinion, he went up to Maddie and Kaylee he went to, my bad. In my honest opinion, I keep getting them mixed up. Xana and Ethan, and then went up there.
See, that's what I thought.
Just based off of it, and that's just me speculating on what Steve has said. He didn't have to go up there. That always plays through my mind, but who I don't know, so I want to wait till those facts come out. But I speculate on that and think in my mind, why did Steve say that? There's got to be a reason Steve said that, and it's like, okay,
yeah, that he didn't have to go upstairs. Honestly, I think that when I believe that when he went to the second floor. I believe, he took it. It wasn't belted to him. I think he shoved it in his pocket. Mm-hmm. And then when he went upstairs, and he unfortunately did what he did up there, I honestly think it just fell out of his pocket. But my other thought was, why would he walk out the door with a knife that you obviously know is full of blood? Why would he not automatically have looked for the sheath to put the knife back in it and then leave? That part confuses me too.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of leads me to believe, did he want to get caught to think that, he can get out of it? I don't know. He definitely was not set up. There's something radically wrong with that guy's brain.
Yeah, that guy. I don't know. He's a weirdo. In my opinion, he's a psychopath.
But then my last thought was, how they said that he didn't go straight home after that he was more or less MIA for almost 50 minutes?
Right.
And then he was going through Johnson. Is that a town?
Johnson is a town, yes. It's a very rural town at that.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm almost wondering, I'm sure, the FBI and all them, they're probably, on to that. But I was almost thinking that maybe he had a storage bin somewhere. He very possibly could have rented a storage bin, and that's where he went and changed and left everything until he can get rid of it at a later time. I'm wondering if that was a thought, if they're checking on stuff like that. You can rent a storage bin, and right. Sometimes, you can have availability to it day in, day out, day or evening. Maybe that's what he did with everything. Maybe that's where everything is sitting in a storage bin somewhere.
Who knows?
Never know. But anyway.
Maybe storage bin, maybe buried somewhere.
Yeah. None of that really makes much sense. And as far as that phone call that you guys were talking about, I honestly don't know if that was him. I was trying to compare that voice to the little bit that he spoke when he was. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I didn't get much out of that, but
yeah, the whole court-appointed counsel. I don't,
yeah, we'll see how long she lasts.
Right. Exactly.
Oh well. All right, honey. Keep up the good work. I love your show.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you. God bless you, and thank you for having a voice of the community.
Yeah, I actually called you back in mid-December.
Did you?
Yeah, I kind of thought it was, embarrassed to say, but I mean, my thought at that time was the frat boys for some reason. Yeah, and there was still something a little oddballish about Dylan. I wasn't too sure about her either, but who knows what goes through their mind at that age? I mean. I get probably in shock and all that, but I still can't see how 8 hours can go by and you're just not going to think anything. I'm still struggling with that myself, but I guess you got to give her the benefit of the doubt,
Right. Yeah, no doubt. You definitely, I mean,
you never know.
You got to give her the benefit of the doubt, like you said.
I mean, look at it. Everybody thought it was Jack, poor Jack.
Poor Jack got beat up a lot. He definitely got beat up.
Jack S and Jack D,
Both of them got it.
Yep. everybody's got a conspiracy theory, but some of them are a little out there. You know, some of them are laughable, but.
Well, I appreciate you calling in and having a voice in the community, and God bless you, ma'am. Hopefully I hear from you again.
You. And I love Detective John. I think he's very, very smart. I don't like some of the abuse he takes.
It's all right. You're going to get it. Everybody does, including myself. Thank you, man. God bless you. Lock your doors.
Take care.
Yeah. Shout out to her. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. Make sure you call in. Let's hear it. Thank you, caller. Hold up. Can't remember who or where I heard it. Or detective retired. Said BK jumped on the sleeping third floor and then started in them. So they were pinned down out fast. Storage unit under Dave Moore. Great theory. Huh. That'd be wild.
Call from
Houston.
Houston, what's going on, man? You got 5 minutes. 5 minutes is on. Timer's yours. Let's go.
Trev, good to see you. Good to see everybody on the chat too. I heard a couple good things on there. I thought I'd reflect on. The couple people brought up some stuff that really got my attention was the girl, Dylan, and I had an idea about maybe. I found it interesting. Am I right that her boyfriend lived about 5 hours away in Boise?
Whose boyfriend?
Dylan's boyfriend.
I haven't paid much attention to him. All I seen and heard was about everything that you probably heard, but I didn't check on how far he lives away or anything like that. He was never on my radar or somebody I wanted to pay attention to, so I never really looked much into Dylan's boyfriend. So I don't want to mislead you there.
No worries. I thought maybe I'd ask you, but I did hear that he lived about 5 hours or 6 hours away. Doesn't that kind of fit within the time frame of how she'd been absent? Maybe she had called him and he told her to just stay put or sit somewhere, and so he en route over to that location. She got there. He could be who was there as well. I'm just supposing. I'm not sure. I'm just curious if that could have fit within the timeline too.
Never know.
And another thing I found interesting, I never got to share with you, is I wanted to go over that phone call that you had from him, supposedly, was that he mentioned something about horror movies on your call with you. And, you know, that was just damning. And I thought that this guy was really influential with the drugs that he was on, from the Tapatalk logs, that there was a couple of drugs that he was on that depersonalized them. And I think that was interesting because the drug was able to do that. And whenever people become depersonalized or they're detached from themselves like that, he said he felt like he was in a video game. And I also thought, well, that's interesting that he thinks he's in a video game, because if he's getting influence from video games, he's getting influence from films like this. So what he's trying to do with these surveys was trying to feel something from other people, right? And so when he was doing that survey, he was trying to be able to relate with people, and I get that impression because when he was also doing that chat log with people after the crime, he was trying to feel out what people were thinking. I think this is his only way of feeling anything at all, is to do it through other people. And so I had an idea that maybe he's getting an impression of how to feel things from video games, from films, from other people, because he can't feel anything himself. He's been so depersonalized and neutralized emotionally. And so I think what he's doing is trying to, and probably one of the motivations of why he killed these people, God bless their souls, but he probably was trying to feel some sort of something through that, because he's been so what do you call conditioned, or whenever you do something so much that, like, you don't feel it as much as you used to. So he had to step it up a little bit. So I think maybe this had something to do with it. And I thought about that, and I thought I might plug that into you, because I put those a little bit together, and it made me wonder. And I thought, what'd you think about that? If he was so emotionally numb that he wanted to feel something, but doing that to someone else. Desensitized, people are saying in the chat. Excellent input. I love the chat, and I love all y'all on there. Y'all are fantastic. The mods are great. You're doing excellent, Trev. And I guess if I could spend the last couple minutes of my call actually being able to appreciate one thing I never heard anybody appreciate yet was all of the police officers, the federal agents, the U.S. Marshals, the state police, the detectives, crime scene, everybody that put a hand in this to do what we got accomplished. This is a mission accomplished situation here. And I'm really proud of about thousands of folks out there right now. And I know they listen to your show, and I'm really grateful that we have an opportunity to let them know that we're really proud of you and grateful for what y'all did, and their families too, that we love them, and I'm grateful for them too, and that we're never going to forget these people for the rest of our lives. I think that they shouldn't feel alone at all. And but that's all I had. Now I just want to send some love and get the rest of this airspace to somebody else. But that's all I have, T-REV. And it's good to hear from you again.
Well, I appreciate you, brother. It was right on time. 5 minutes on the button. Thank you, Houston, for calling in. And God bless you and your family. I appreciate you having a voice in the community. I'm sure I'll hear from you again, man.
Houston out.
Thank you, my brother. Shout out to him. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Allegedly. I'm making some thumbnails while I'm talking too. I'm about to get this allegedly one, man. There it is. Okay, here we go. Not thumbnails, actually.
Call from
emojis.
Paige.
Paige, what's going on? You're live. 5 minutes. The floor is yours. You ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay.
So I wanted to talk about possible motivation. So if you look back through Maddie's post, Maddie and Xana actually lived in that house, and the roommates that moved in was Kaylee, Dylan, and Bethany. So they were all new, and they moved in the middle of August. And the phone pings started around August to November. So technically he would have been there once a week at least.
Okay.
I have a little bit different theory. I think maybe it wasn't the girls that were the target so much, but he found the perfect house to commit the crime he envisioned. How he found it, I'm not sure, but it wouldn't surprise me if he tried to even befriend one of them, maybe even show up at a party once or twice.
Right.
But I think he kind of, what I think he's trying to do, because he studied so many serial killers and their minds and whatnot. If you hear Dylan talk about how he says, it's okay, I'm going to help you. BTK also did that to one of his victims. And he said, told the girl, oh, it's okay, I'm going to help you. You'll be with your family in heaven. And then the Papa Rogers, I don't think a lot of people realize what that name actually means. If you look up the killer Elliot Rogers.
Okay.
He basically went on a rampage and shot people, killed people with a knife, ran people over with a car, spent a long time planning it. So he could have really looked up to Elliot Rogers for all we know.
Right.
And I think that he left Dylan alive on purpose. There's other killers that have done that. Richard Ramirez did it. So I think he's adding a little twist of all these different killers into one like sick fantasy he had. I also think the date is significant too, because like the DeFeo murders, they happened on November the 13th. And I also think it has to do, like, his birthday is the 21st. The address is 1122, which I know is a little bit different, but I think he has something with numbers also.
Like, what do they call it? Astrology?
Like numerology.
Yeah, numerology. I don't know why I said astrology. I keep hearing about astrology, numerology. And everybody keeps talking about the numbers. And I'm like,
Yeah,
the
and
numbers.
with him being OCD about like the veganism and stuff, and how his neighbor claimed she would hear him vacuuming all times of the night and
Right.
this and that.
Mhm.
That would fit in there too, with the numbers. I think that he picked that night regardless of who was there, because Kaylee only went there to show Maddie her car, so he wouldn't even have recognized that car. I mean, he obviously could have stalked their social medias and known that she was in town, but I do believe that he went upstairs first, though, because if you read the affidavit, they hear crying coming from Xana's room at 4:17, and then he's seen leaving in the car at 4:20.
Yes, ma'am.
So he would have went upstairs first, then came down to the second floor and did what he did. But I don't think he actually intended to kill Ethan and Xana. I think what happened was when she went to get her DoorDash, I think he took that as his opportunity to come in the slider.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think Ethan or Xana, whoever got the food, could have potentially saw him either going up the steps and said, hey, somebody's here, since they believe it was Xana that said it because she was active on TikTok. So he could have chose to kill them just to do it, but leave Dylan alive, knowing, oh, well, she's the closest. Everyone's going to point fingers at her because I had to pass her room 4 times.
Right.
And so Dylan's questionable, but with her actions to some people, which I get it, but we also got to remember she's going to be the star witness at this trial.
Yeah, she most definitely. Well, I appreciate you calling in. God bless you. It's been 5 minutes. I'm gonna give some more people some time because a lot of people haven't been being able to get through because I have either Detective Wong coming through or a bunch of other people. But thank you for being a voice of the community, and hopefully I hear from you again.
Thank you. God bless you too.
Thank you, ma'am. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693, keep calling. Love hearing what everybody has to say. Incel. Exactly what I thought, says Satin B. Portland Max. Train guy stabbed 3 people in less than 20 seconds. Walked off the train and was more than away within a minute. 16 minutes is a long time to be hanging out at the murder scene, says Dwayne.
Call from
OG.
OG, what's going on, man? You're live. 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Hey man, what's going on, man? My second time calling, and I called you, before they had the suspect and everything. So obviously, what I said is completely different from what happened. But
right,
I still have a theory, and I think my theory is the guy was following the 2 other girls on Instagram, and I know that's been said before.
Right.
And we're not sure when he started following them, if it was before or after. If there's a way to figure that out. He was hating on them, and I'm sure it's the girls that were the targets. And Ethan and Xana just heard him coming down the stairs. He wasn't planning on killing them, but he had to. And I can't figure out Dylan. Dylan is a mystery to me, and I hope more info comes out with her. But my theory is probably either Maddie or Kaylee were the targets. He meant to just take care of them, or maybe just Maddie. Because, if you look at their Instagram, they just look so happy, carefree, they're partying. And he never had that. This guy's from sound of it, he never had a girlfriend even.
Right.
Or maybe he had some dates that just didn't go anywhere. And he knew he couldn't get to those girls, so he hated them. So he wanted them out. And I think it was just a fantasy kill. From look of it, he just had to. He had it in him to do this, and he thought he would get away with it, but thankfully he left that sheath up there.
Exactly.
Otherwise, maybe they wouldn't have been able to track him because the vehicle. Thank God they had the vehicle as well, and they were able to track it all the way, to his apartment, and then all the way to PA, which was great. But yeah, I still stand that the theory I still think is, he was after the girls, and Ethan and Xana, if they just were asleep, she didn't get that DoorDash, maybe they'd still be alive. Who knows? And I don't know about Dylan. I think Dylan wasn't part of the plan. maybe he saw her, and maybe what that caller earlier said, that maybe he told her, listen, you better keep quiet or I'm going to come back for you. You know what I mean? That was to just completely scare the shit out of her.
Which could be
And
very true.
that's probably why she's saying, oh, she never really said why she didn't call police. And, all of that will come out during the trial. It's going to be a long, long process if we ever find out any of these details. But I'm just glad they got him, man. And I've been following this case since the beginning. It's still blowing my mind. It's really still blowing my mind. There's so many angles. This guy did study serial killers, so I think he just put it all together in his mind. His hatred of women because he could never get one because he was so socially awkward and shit like that. Creepy, maybe he just stalked them on Insta. Maybe he tried to talk to one of the girls, and she blocked him or blew him off, and that triggered him bad.
Very,
it could have been that. That could have been the trigger. One of the girls could have rejected him. That's still a possibility as well. And he had to get in there. What I'm struggling with though is how quick that whole thing took. I mean, it literally took 15 minutes from the timeline from the affidavit. It looks like it just took about 15 minutes. He was in and out. And to stab 4 people in 15 minutes, I mean, that took some energy. I mean, he was, I don't know, it was sloppy, and he left evidence behind. But that's crazy to me. He was in and out, and thankfully they got him. Thankfully he was sloppy enough to leave evidence.
So,
and I hope they have a ton more evidence that we haven't heard about. And I hope they put him away for good.
Most definitely, man. Hopefully they do put him away for good. I mean, the thing that was interesting to me is that they got skin cells off the button or the snap on the sheath, and Nancy Grace had pointed that out, and it's like, damn, I'm hoping to at least find blood from the victims on him, or at least transferred to his car. That would help the case a lot more. Hopefully it's not like, oh, well, he could have sold this knife to whoever, but he would have to come up off a name that he sold that knife to if we ran with the aspect of what Nancy Grace said this morning on the podcast. And I appreciate you calling in, brother. God bless you, man. Thank you for having a voice in the community, man. And hopefully I'll hear from you again, brother.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Appreciate what you do. Take care, man. Bye.
God bless you and your family. Shout out to him if you want to call in. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. The idea he was just a visitor. Why did he say she froze? That's fear. I'm wondering if BK has ADHD or autism. Okay, why was she in so much shock to not call? That much in shock, you have to witness something so horrific. Ryan probably didn't know if she called 911 already. It's a good thought.
Call from Brandy.
Brandy, what's going on? You're on the line. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Hey, T-REV. Thanks for having me on. I've been listening to this channel for the last couple weeks.
Well, thank you.
And just the speculations. I appreciate the platform.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just kind of wanted to give, I guess, my opinion on this situation. I'm wondering if he wasn't interested in studying how, I guess, or seeing how the police were working his case.
Mm-hmm.
And like him being a student at Washington State,
yeah.
How do we know that he didn't think that maybe there was a possibility with it being such a small town that they wouldn't possibly have students help analyze a crime scene?
Was there students help analyzing the crime scene?
No, I'm saying, like, hypothetically speaking, what if that
I
were
get you.
the case? The other thing is, I think that knife sheath was definitely intentionally left. They say that he had OCD.
Oh my God!
And numbers were like a big thing to him. The deal with him being a vegan, not being able to used pans that had meat cooked in them. Like, it was not right. But that's something that you remember. I have OCD, and there's details, small details that you remember about things.
Yeah, for sure.
And at the end of the day, I think those girls were probably way out of his league. And again, this is speculation.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
I think that you know, they were probably girls. They were absolutely beautiful. Probably would have never given him the time of day, and he knew that. And now it's like he got a girl that he never would have really had, and they'll always be connected in some sort of sick, twisted way.
Yeah, this. Good points.
Just my opinion. I think that, you know, it'll all come out, and the affidavit people are saying.
Did you go over the PCA?
I did. And I think that, you know, people are saying that there was a lot of information given. I think they kind of had to give a lot of information. They had to give hope to the family, hope to the community that the case was moving forward, and they did have solid evidence to stand on. And also to let him know, like, hey, these are the cards that we're willing to show you or give you right now, but you wait, because we will eat you up in court. We will chew you up and spit you out.
Right. I mean, what do you think of off of everything that you've heard and seen as far as what they have in that probable cause affidavit? You know they're holding stuff back, but say you had to go based off of everything they had there. Do you think they have enough to convict them?
I do. I think, like I said, there's a lot of it that we're missing. You know, as far as them having him there on at least 12 separate occasions, there's probably more than that. And I do think in a sense that affidavit kind of gives us a light in as him wanting to get caught, because he studied cases. He knew the things not to do in order to get caught, right? But he did everything opposite, like shutting off your cell phone for that long a period of time. He knew not to do that. Like, that's just common sense. Why, if you're in that area and then your cell phone goes off for a period of time, why would you do that?
Yeah, why would you do that?
Why would you use your own vehicle knowing that it's out-of-state plates and has no front license plate? Why would you use your own vehicle to commit the crime? Why wouldn't, I mean, the kid that used to run with him said they would run 6 to 7 miles at a time. He could have ran there. I mean, and the back to the sheath thing. Somebody doesn't commit, if you're committing a murder with a gun, you don't go into the crime with the holster and leave the holster. How many times have you heard that happening? Well, we caught the guy because he left his holster. It just don't happen.
Right. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know.
Like I say, I've heard it. There's tons of cases out there that have mind-blowing evidence. Some I've come across every night. I turn on ID and watch different cases. I see different shit that I've never seen before. There's got to be something similar out there, but you know what I mean? There's a lot of crazy things that get people caught up. But hey, thank you for calling.
Right.
In. God bless you for having a voice in the community. It's been 5. I'm gonna give somebody else another chance. But thank you so much for calling in, and hopefully I hear from you.
Yeah, you have a good day. Thank you.
You too, man. God bless your family. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. T-REV sent a fax. T-REV never responded. Well, T-REV's getting thousands and thousands upon emails. It's, you know, I got to comb through those things. You know, don't just crack them open and move on. Actually read each one, because there's a lot of paragraphs and a lot of the emails that you guys send. But I will get to a pirate radio. I got you. Let alone Twitter, DMs, etc. Hey, what's going on? You're live.
What's going on, T-REV? This is Mr. Lemon out of New York. How you doing, T-REV?
I'm hanging in there, brother, man. The floor is yours for 5 minutes. What's your thoughts?
You know, man, a lot of people are not looking into the school angle. You know, the University of Washington State, it's a well-known place to have a connection to CIA situation. You know, back in the day, used to run like CIA, mental, how to put this, experiments back in the day. And a lot of agents were trained there, then sent down to San Francisco for what was called MK Ultra. And MK Ultra actually indirectly created Charles Manson because he was part of those experiments with the acid and all that. So I'm wondering, how is it a guy at this university is now doing this project on serial killers and no one's looking at the university's history? It's right there for anyone to look it up. And then they found him in the Poconos. The Poconos are known for being an intelligence neighborhood for guys who work at the Raven Rock base. So they're at the Raven Rock base. They travel 3 hours on Monday, from what I hear, to the Friday back. I got friends, who live in the area. They keep an eye out for stuff like that. So I'm just wondering, when are we going to start looking into the university and maybe find out this guy isn't just some regular serial killer? He may be an indirect product of a system of experimentation, and now he's out to commit murders. It's crazy how you look into American history. A lot of these things come out of nowhere, and you're like, wait, how did this happen? Well, you start to backtrack. These murders and these other wild crimes, I call them domestic terrorism, to be honest with you, because look at us, we're all paying attention to it. So it's definitely a terrifying act for America. But what I'm wondering is, how are we not looking into this a little deeper? I think that project tells us everything we need to know. And as far as the last caller, I don't know if the sheep was left, on purpose, not on purpose, whatever. But I do feel he did want to feel what it was to be hunted, because he already had done the hunting. So now he wants to be hunted the way the criminals he's trying to study is. I think this dude was trying to live the immersive experience. A lot of people out here doing VR, Oculus, all this other stuff, trying to live experiences. He was this guy doing it in real life. It's crazy. It's crazy. But I just want to say, T-REV, I've been watching this stream for a few days now. I'm in it. I love the community you got out there. The comment section is great. I want to give a shout out, to the Discord. Discord's fire too. I joined recently. Have T-REV gang all day, every day. And I just want to let you know, man, what you're doing. You're doing some real good work, man. A lot of people, there's a lot of haters out there. I've seen them in the comments. I've seen some people be hating. I know you got some prank callers. I
love them. I love them all, man.
Exactly, man. I see the haters. I remember you had that prank call trying to say you racist. Man, how can a man who loves people versus you do be racist? I don't see that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the craziest shit I've heard of.
Yeah, that's crazy. That was probably the killer messing with you, trying to throw you off, man. You know what I mean? He was trying to mess with you, T-REV. And I tell people, I say T-REV, and people were like, well, listen to T-REV, listen to T-REV. And somebody sent me some dumb video. I knew it was straight hateration, dog. Straight hateration, because the quality was off, and none of it sounded like my man T-REV. They're trying to talk about how, you owe back child support. I don't believe that, dog. There's so many haters out here, T-REV. And if I want to get on here and defend you, my guy, you a good dude. You out here streaming on New Year's, Christmas. Man, you take time out of your own life for your family to do this stuff too. Like, come on, man. You're a really good dude, man. I just want you to know that.
Appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. There's all types of haters. T-REV's have haters ever since he's been on YouTube. So, I mean, I used to engage with the haters, but that sucked up all my days, and I got absolutely nothing done.
Man, I feel you.
You gotta let love and light. You gotta let love and light in your heart at some point in your life, and when you do that, that overcomes all the hatred.
Yo, for real, that's some real stuff right there, T-REV. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I gotta go back to work anyway. But much love and light. Yo, shout out to all the people in the comments. Let's get this guy in jail now. Detective John, what up? Even though sometimes I could be here a little sus, I thought he was the killer at one point. He knew a little too much, you know what I mean? But shout out to everybody. Much love to you, man.
My man, I appreciate you. God bless you, brother. Thank you for calling in and having a voice of the community. Can't wait to hear from you again, my man.
No doubt. Lemons up.
Yeah, God bless you, brother. Shout out to him, man. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. He is committing what? He is committing a homicide for homicide. I don't agree with the caller. Apparently, that is just a snippet of information. Racist.
Call from
man.
Josh from Jersey.
Josh from Jersey, what's going on? You live?
Hey, Mr. T, how you doing?
I'm hanging in there, brother.
All right, bro. I just want to make a point. There's already a lot of reasons to explain DM's behavior, and obviously we don't know all the facts. And with that, objectively, there's one point that I haven't heard made yet, is that Brian, when he came towards her or when she saw him, must have had the knife in his hand, because he already left the sheath behind. And I'm sure he didn't just take that super, super sharp knife and put it in his pocket.
Right.
So the only way he most likely left the house was with this bloody knife in his hand. Or maybe he cleaned it off in the process. Regardless, he had a rather large knife in his hand. So nobody has kind of made a point of mentioning that, when he was walking out or walking towards her, there was most likely a large knife in his hand at the time,
So what's your thoughts on the PCA after you read it?
I mean, clearly they have a lot of evidence. Not all the evidence also has, been stated. It seems like an overwhelming case against him. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, based on his long drive after, that they don't put a big search on for the weapon, and maybe find it. But, this is only the beginning of the investigation. So they have more than enough to clear the bar to hold him on an arrest warrant. And now really, the whole other end of the investigation starts, where they go through social media and records and search his computers. I mean, I'm sure that computer is a treasure trove of information, but it seems like they have a pretty clear case against him. But there's still a lot to come out.
Right. Yeah, there's still a lot to come out for sure. They put out in that PCA enough to make sure that he's secured and held.
Yeah,
they definitely did that. So
yeah, I mean, there's still so much more to it that just doesn't, make sense. But regardless, it's yeah. I mean, they have the DNA evidence is the. I mean, there's no way around it. I mean, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this doesn't go to trial and he just plea bargains to life. I mean, it's too much. And I think really what's going to come out, if there is a trial or when the rest of the information out, I mean, all the gaps that I think that are leaving still room for speculation open, I think are going to be cleared up. Like I said, if he was coming at her with a knife, then there might have been a whole interaction that wasn't explained in the report, or it could have even increased the level of fear that she would have had, But I mean, that guy walked out of that house with a large knife in his hand that may or may not have been bloody, which I think, brings it to a whole. If this wasn't already a horrific story, it brings it to horror movie level type of craziness, and fear-inducing, actions. So, but yeah, this guy took a hour plus drive out of the way afterwards. That it could have been to decompress after a murder like that, but I think it was to partly throw off the tracks, leaving town. So when you could see him leaving town, you would see him going in another direction. But I think, I'm pretty sure they're going to put a search on for the weapon, because out of all the things they're going to, need to really just make this a slam dunk, the murder weapon would be one of them. But yeah, man. And, I'll let you go. And thanks again for putting in the time you do.
No, I appreciate you calling in, brother, and sharing your thoughts and opinion and your voice with the community, brother. We appreciate it. God bless you and your family. Stay
God
protected.
bless you, T. And I hope your grandmother is hanging in there, and peace to you and your family.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Hopefully I
Yeah,
hear
man,
from
have a
you
good one.
again. God bless you. Shout out to him. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. Chat rules. Respect callers. Be nice to others. Treat others how you want to be treated. Do not disrespect people. We are all adults, and please no spam. Also, no caps. Please. Disrespect. Trolling. Hidden.
Stop the cap.
Call from
Tanya.
Yeah, what's going on? You live.
Hello, Trev.
How you doing? Where you calling in from?
I'm calling from United Kingdom.
United Kingdom. Well, welcome. Glad to have you. 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Condolences to you for your grandma.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
And you cost me £10 just to get through.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I have to set up something in Discord for you UK callers so you could just hop in voice chat or something.
Right.
For 5
Let's not
minutes.
lose time. Okay.
No, you're good. You got
tried
5 minutes right now.
Right. I've definitely tried to get all of you guys so you can hear what I've found. I've got a big discovery.
Uh-huh.
This is coming from, just listen to me. So I want to use all the 5 minutes and then we can discuss a little bit. So I've got a big discovery. This is coming from an expert, a law investigation firm. Yeah. The brand networks company AT&T that is stated in the affidavit was involved in a murder case of a similar high case like this one, where the defender was almost put on a death row. If it wasn't for his defense team to find the flows in the AT&T cell tower records that put the defender where he wasn't, and they proved he was somewhere else. At one point, it was showing 3,000 miles away, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the discrepancies, they proved the inconsistencies, inaccuracies of this company. This all was explained to be down to them not wasting money on little places like Moscow, and the towers to be installed and required were not installed. And towers like Moscow are left to take the burden on computers passing on cell data that cannot be handled by busy towers. And now we know, and that could happen from 30, 50, 100 to 3,000 miles. We know how close this was to Brian's apartment. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've also got information leaked that Brian was in class on the day of the murder, or 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., where supposedly he returned to the scene. Brian was not in Moscow. We also have an affidavit. As much as he heard the investigation, detectives have stated in the affidavit that he's from Pingdon in Moscow, Idaho, but they do not believe Brian was there. They admitted that they had to, because that is part of the warrant they obtained from June till November, just after the murders. They had to disclose that because it will hurt the investigation if they didn't. Either way, it hurts the investigation. That is important information that they put out there, and they don't tell you that. Yeah, and it hurts me to think that bryankohberger could be innocent. Yeah, another thing I don't buy is how come he was stopped just near the murders on the intersection of Farm Road. He was stopped for a seatbelt, and that's how they came to the discovery of his phone number. I don't buy it, guys. I have been gathering other information. It's all on my channel. I'm under SM Influencer on YouTube. I've got other information I discovered there. And I'm an expert, sort of an expert on leather. I've also manufactured and worked on manufacturing of leather products. I can guarantee you all there is loads of DNA on that leather if that was the killer's weapon. that was Brian's weapon, that would be loads of DNA. Leather is a layered product. If they scrape it, they will find DNA from previous handling of the knife sheath, unless that's a brand new knife sheath and each DNA was planted. Also, just under where the buttons are placed, okay? Think that round is it where the knife handle sits, and then you snap the button to close it when the knife is sitting in the knife sheath. There will be transferred DNA from the handle of the knife to the rough side of the lever near the buttons, the stud buttons. There is no way, it's almost impossible, brand DNA to be on only one single point of that knife sheath. You take that knife apart, you take all them stitches out, you will find DNA in them stitches, you will find DNA in them holes, and you will certainly find DNA inside where the knife is, right at the bottom of the pointed bit. There will be lots of DNA of that knife being handled by someone else. Right.
Interesting.
And I gathered, and my opinion is he's innocent, and I would certainly point to someone who's properly still law enforcement. That car presence, 40 minutes outside the road to Miss Biggs. Oh my God. Let's make sure someone can on the camera. Let's make sure I'm out here driving around and all that. That's crazy.
So you think Bryan Kohberger is innocent?
Yeah, I think he's innocent.
Okay, interesting take. Interesting take. That is interesting.
I think he's innocent, and I think that's why you've asked to find out what has led them to him. So, and that's why he lawyered up after speaking for 5 to 10 minutes to them. He lawyered up straight away.
Yeah, hey, you can absolutely be right. I'll remember this phone call forever if that's the absolute truth.
I find it hard to believe to come from his professor who wrote a book on BCKs, fought for 10 years with a serial killer, and then came out to say Brian was one of the most intelligent students, and he was one of the 2 students she has ever recommended to PhD. And to think that everyone is judging him now to be the stupidest idiot in the world. Well, I can assure you, if this was Bryan Kohberger with all the knowledge up his sleeve and all his intelligence, he would have left that dumb phone in his flat, charging, plugged in, make sure it never turns off.
It's interesting. Very, very interesting.
According to what we have, the source I found is that AT&T has been proven inconsistent. Does that tell me that Brian could have been innocently asleep, pinging near King Road, and his phone just died off because he was asleep? And a neighbor witnessed how he was very loud at 5 o'clock having a shower, early hours. So it does make sense that he just got up, plugged his phone on, went in the shower, got ready, went to the uni. Because he was at the uni according to the leaked information. How can Brian be at the Washington State University? I'm not sure if he was teaching or was he receiving class, yeah? How can he be there and then also in Idaho driving by the scene?
All interesting points. I appreciate you calling and filling us in with everything that you have. This is stuff that you researched?
Yeah, I researched. I've done Kelly Rodney. I was spot on Kelly Rodney's case. I've done Brian Laundrie's case. I don't do lots. Okay, I'm now onto Ann Walsh's case. From earlier today, I started Ann Walsh's case, which is also heartbreaking case. I believe she's deceased, no longer with us, unfortunately. If you want to find me, I'm SM Influencer on YouTube.
Okay.
I haven't got much followers. I don't do live streams. I don't do anything like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And my profession is I'm a computer technician, ICT. I've got diploma. I've got diploma in accountancy and bookkeeping. And I'm a professional seamstress. I've had 6 years of my own business doing professional seamstressing, like bride dresses and stuff like that. And I've done leather as well. So, yeah.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, ma'am, and thank you for having a voice in the community. We appreciate
All right,
it.
guys. Keep safe. Yeah, it's about catching the right person who done this and being safe.
Absolutely.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a great day. I appreciate
safe,
you.
everyone.
God
Bye.
bless you, ma'am. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Man, respectfully disagree. I said almost, she got me saying the wrong guy. I feel they got the right guy, and I say that with my chest. Brian, you are.
Call from
Mo.
Hey, what's going on, Mo? You're live.
Hey, T-REV. How you doing?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm good. This is Mo from Detroit again. I won't be so nervous this time.
Okay.
Because I actually have I have a thought. I know. Well, the house that they were killed in, I know that it was not like an actual fraternity house, but it was known. Like the cops, when they gone there on the body cam, they did say, you know, is this a sorority house? And I think it's because, you know, they had all the different girls staying there and they were all in different sororities. So I think, you know, when Brian select that house, he was selecting a sorority house that was, you know, that he had studied, because I think he would have a harder time getting into the bigger sorority houses where there's more members. But yeah, I think that's why he targeted that house, because, you know, to me, you know, they said that it was considered a sorority house, and so he had been stalking it, and like Ted Bundy wanted, you know, going in and killing those women in sorority houses. So yeah, and I think after he did, you know, the killings, and like all these channels and all that were getting like calls by mystery people that come, you know, as it's coming out, they're thinking that it's him. And I truly, honestly do believe that he is Dave who called your line. I was listening that day he called, and I really think it's him. 'Cause I think he was just trying to put it out in the atmosphere that it could, you know, like muddy the waters and put it on the fraternity, you know, so that, you know, there would never be any focus on him. You know, little did he know, it was just the beginning of, you know, them getting ready to track him, and yeah, but I don't know. I just feel like, you know, he selected that house for that reason, that he knew that it was considered a sorority house, and he probably went in there to do his kill, just like Ted Bundy. You know, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I do, like I said, I do think that he is calling, doing various groups and all that, and Papa Roger, and he, you know, I'm 100% that that's him, even though I heard his voice a little bit in court, and I played it back on how he's speaking on your interview when you had him on the line, and I mean, it's really close. I mean, I would say that's him. And another thing, I think he targeted your channel
because I don't know if you heard this, but he has a rap out there that's going around on TikTok from 11 years ago. So he just probably was figure, hey, what bet this T-REV, he's got, he's a rapper and he's got music and, who better to contact.
Right. Hey,
Yeah,
everybody
so-
has an opinion. I respect them all, even if I respectfully disagree. So
Yeah,
like, people need to understand that not everybody's gonna have the same view as you, and I'm not meaning you in general. I mean you to everyone. Not everybody is
Exactly.
gonna see shit the same way you do, and if shit doesn't fit your narrative and you throw a fit about it, then I just think you are you need to open your mind up a little bit more, because there's all types and opinions in every direction.
Absolutely. And like I said, I respect, that's why I love your channel, because that's just, the way you base it on and give everybody a fair chance to speak. You don't down talk on anyone, and, unless they're disrespecting you, then we're all going to disrespect whoever's doing that to you.
Right.
No. So I don't know. I hope there's a lot more evidence that's going to come out, and it doesn't have to be, because they did a good job. They obviously had it under their under wraps for a reason, because they were onto something. So I just, I can't wait till justice is served, and I can't wait.
Well, I appreciate you calling in.
Okay.
The community as usual. Thank you so much. And
you're welcome, T-REV, and hopefully I'll hear Detective John today.
Yeah, you might. You never know. He could be listening right now. We have no idea. We'll see.
Yeah.
Thank you so much
All
for
right.
calling. God
All
bless
right,
you,
honey.
man.
God bless you. Have a nice evening.
You
Bye-bye.
too. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Boy. Kick off, son. Gee, have you heard the rap? I heard it was open form. Absolutely. Some people don't have the ears for
Call
it.
from
Will,
what's going on? You live, brother?
Hey, T-REV, what's up, man?
How's it going?
Called in a couple times. That last caller was very interesting. It was hard to understand her, but she's interesting. I believe that when she did say that the leather would have a whole bunch of DNA on it, not just on one specific part, I think that was really crucial right there to say that. And I think the defense is definitely going to use that, because you think about a leather sheath, when you do scratch it, it immediately leaves a mark. You can scratch it with your fingernail. So I do think that she was valid in a lot of things that she said, but some of the stuff she said was leaked, but that was good. So I want to talk about Papa Roger a little bit.
Okay.
November 30th, he says, and when did we learn about the sheath, right? Like during the affidavit, right?
Right.
Well, Papa Roger says on November 30th, of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed bladed knife. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. This evidence was released prior to autopsy, is what Papa Roger said on November 30th. Now there's a guy that actually challenges him. His name's Dustin, and he says, he goes, he basically says, like, you wouldn't be able to know what type of weapon was used. Papa Roger says you wouldn't be able to know what type of weapon was used without finding the sheath. But Dustin says, yeah, by the looks of the wounds and stuff, they would be able to tell. And Papa Roger says, Papa Roger in here. He says they don't clean bodies at a crime scene. The amount of blood must have been tremendous. Who knows? He says, okay, who knows? Finding a left behind sheath seems like a stretch, though. Right? Is what Dustin says. And Papa Roger says, why? They're very specific about the weapon, but very vague about every other detail. And Dustin says, I think it's more likely that they did closer examinations of the wound, you know, like they can analyze what weapon it is. Anyways, Papa Roger is very, he mentions the sheath in here way before anybody knew about the sheath, which is, and you know, one thing that nobody's really talking about is a sheath is meant to be worn on a belt. So if he is, you know, it doesn't take a genius. You don't even need to say smart. It doesn't take a genius. If you're going to go in there, you know you're going to have a struggle. You wouldn't carry a sheath in with the knife. You would carry it properly on the belt. But apparently, when you look at Papa Roger in there, he doesn't seem too, I don't know, educated. It's like he left it behind on purpose. When you look at this, it's like he left the sheath behind on purpose. And that worries me. And I think that is a part of, you know, him wanting to discuss this when he becomes a professor later on. You know, he wants to discuss the fact that that's just circumstantial evidence, so to speak. And what the last lady was saying is for the pings and stuff is there was a case that was similar that she followed, and she said the defense was able to claim that the pings of the AT&T towers were not consistent. So if the defense can claim that the pings are not consistent, and you know it said, you know, they're just not as consistent or whatever, then that could be a problem. You know, they didn't die by the sheath. Let's keep that in mind. They don't have the murder weapon. Do I think, you know, they have the right guy? Yes. But do I think that there's a lot of problems? Yes. And the defense, Dylan, I don't have a problem with what Dylan did. I think Dylan did everything he was supposed to do. Being that it's a party house in a college town, people are coming in and out. She probably thought some fraternity brothers were messing around, whatever, what have you. But her testimony, it's strong in some ways. It gives 3 to 4 characteristics of the suspect. But in other ways, it's going to be picked apart by the defense. So we do have another O.J. Simpson trial right here.
Yeah,
coming.
Ain't no doubt. I mean, that's what Detective John said. I don't know. I'm ready to see it, but man, I appreciate you calling in, brother, and having a voice in the community. God bless you, man, and hopefully I hear from you again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you should look into Papa Roger and start posting some of the stuff that he's put on there.
I've seen about him because Crime Circus had it up, and I went and seen all about it. So I've even seen it beforehand because people they emailed it to me. So I was seeing posts from this Papa Rogers dude, and everybody was like, "I think this is him." It was interesting to say the least.
One thing that I noticed, and you said that that phone call or that Ring door cam was debunked.
Yeah,
and
fake.
that would be like saying that the guy who called into your TV to this show is debunked.
How when the person who originally posted it said this is a sample of what it would sound like? How?
How know for a fact it's debunked?
Yeah, I've seen the actual thing where it says this is a sample of what it would sound like, and people took it and put it up as today's content. So that's a big difference.
Okay, because I noticed that the screech sounded like the same screech that we heard in the
who called in. I never said that's him who called in. That's other people that are saying that. So people are misconstruing my words and saying that T-REV said he called in. No, T-REV doesn't know. It's unconfirmed.
Right.
In general, that footage that you just spoke about is somebody put out. This is a sample of what it would sound like. That's a big difference.
I think that the reason
I appreciate
why
you calling in, bro. It's been past 5. I'm gonna get somebody in. Thank you, brother.
All right.
I appreciate you. God bless you, man. It's been 7 minutes. I got to be fair. Get everybody in for 5. Thank you, my man. God bless you, brother. Shout out to him. Jennifer, you got an answer. Jennifer, you said you're trying to get through. You got to leave that line open. This is me trying to give you a call back. Is it going to be busy again? Okay, it does.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Oh my goodness, I've been trying to call you for 3 weeks.
Well, you got to finally.
Yeah. Good deal.
5 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to say, okay, I like to say that anything is possible. There are a lot of different ideas that are coming out. I had a few ideas as far as there were some comments from some people talking about 15 minutes wouldn't be enough to have to go around and kill these kids. Well, if people would just look at their clocks and just sit there for 15 minutes, it's longer than you think. You have plenty of time, especially if you know where you're going.
Right.
So I think you have plenty of time to do what you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the sheath was planted on purpose. I'm a little bit OCD myself. However, on occasion, I may forget some things and I may freak out from it later. So I'm sure after he left and realized he didn't have the sheath with him, that he was, crapping himself.
Right.
Oh my God, I left that there. It probably was his first murder, so mistakes can be made.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I know how to murder somebody, but nor would I want to. I believe the girls were targeted. I don't believe, if his phone pinged and he'd been through the area at least 12 times, as they say, maybe he was grocery shopping, what have you. It's just too much a coincidence to have gone near that house that often. So he was checking out to see who was there, who was partying. He probably did go to a party there before. The girls probably didn't want anything to do with him because he was, of course, supposedly creepy. So maybe he was just done with it and he was ready to go ahead and try this thing. As far as killing somebody for the first time. I was on the line. Oh God, I don't know how long ago it was when you got that call from who you thought might be him. And I was on the line when that happened. And then I listened to it again. I thought, that does sound like the guy.
Right.
And if not the guy, then who the hell was that? Somebody else with the same thoughts. I do believe it was probably him, and he was testing you out because you allow everybody to call in and state what they think's going on.
Yeah, it's totally unconfirmed on that call. I mean, I have no idea.
It is. It's totally unconfirmed. That's just my opinion from
A
hearing
lot of
what you put
people
out
have
there.
said, though. I mean, I've seen multiple videos like court appointed counsel. It sounds like him. I have no idea. I really don't. Even with that, I still have no idea.
Yeah, I listened in on that too to see if the voices sound similar. And to me, they did. However, like you said, it wasn't confirmed. A lot of things are not confirmed, especially on your channel because we have a lot of theories coming in, which is great because it just gives us that much more to go off of. It gives us that much more to think of. Okay, if it wasn't that, then it was this. So you have us thinking like detectives here. I also want to say that I love it when I love listening to you, but I do love it when Detective John is on. I don't believe he is, I'm going to use the word arrogant because that's what people are saying with not saying it. I believe he's a man who knows what he's talking about and what he's experienced in his profession. So I believe a lot of what he has to say is, it's truly possible. And you too, for that matter. And I wanted to also tell you, I don't want to keep you too long because I know you got more people calling in, and I'm glad you picked up the phones to finally, so I could finally talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
But I hope your grandma's doing better.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing worse than that right now. And I love what you're doing on your channel. I did listen to other channels, and on occasion I might every now and again if you're not on. But I pretty much switched up just to your channel because we get a lot of information. Like I said, a lot of theories, a lot of thoughts, a lot of things we don't agree with. But that's what it's all about. Always coming together to kind of come up with the best ideas and to open up our minds. Like I said, anything is possible. So I just want to thank you for calling me.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you picking up. Thank you so much for calling.
I was actually calling you when you called me. So.
Yeah, I seen that. So I was like, leave your line open. I got to copy and paste it.
I heard you.
I got through to you. Thank you for answering. Thank you for having a voice in the community. And hopefully I hear from you again.
Absolutely. And sunny Kansas says hello.
God bless you, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
And lock your doors. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. Do not disturb is off, so you should be able to get through right now. Detective John or Juan. Where's Detective Juan? I'd like Detective Juan's insight on this. Juan, not John.
Call from Holly.
Hey, what's going on? You said Holly?
Yeah. Hey,
What's
how are
up?
you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm good. This is I'm the Holly from Saturday. I would love to talk about some theories that I have, but I actually went through I was really nervous on my call Saturday, and I went through the chat, and they had some questions that I missed. And I made some notes, and I thought I'd just take 5 minutes to answer them. If you want. Someone had asked in chat if they thought that I thought there was the substance on the outside was blood, and I can't be 100% sure. I haven't, I wasn't there to test. I'm not privy to the crime scene photos or any of the results, but I would say I'm fairly certain that it is blood, and I base that off of. There's some pictures or a picture from a Visco account that showed the house about 2 weeks prior to the murders. The substance wasn't there, but more so, the color of it is consistent with that of dried blood on that type of surface. There's also evidence of coagulation, and I know a lot of people do know what that is, but it just means it became viscous over time and dried, which is why it stopped traveling. The heavier a substance is, the slower it will travel on a vertical path. And the length in which a large amount of blood can travel is basically, and this is going to sound really nerdy, but the length a large amount of any kind of fluid can travel is directly related to its volume and the area that started on. And the hardwood floors that we think, based on the pictures that we've seen on Zillow of Xana's floor, it would have kind of acted as a conduit for the blood to travel the way it did. So a lot of people are like, how could that blood have, how could it be blood? It's up so much. Someone had also asked, someone said there was gallons of blood, and someone was like, there's no way. A human body at any given time has anywhere from 1 gallon to 1.5 gallons, depending on your size. So it is very possible that, whatever happened in that room, that blood is out there. I would be willing to say with 75% certainty that is blood without having tested it. Someone had asked if blood would be visible on Brian or the suspect allegedly. Yes, I would say with 99% certainty there was blood on him, based off of alone what we know from the affidavit of Xana and Ethan, or Xana's room. But he was if he was wearing black, it would have been hard to see. It would have also been on his face. If there was blood spatter, it would have absolutely been on his face. And it's curious because we don't know, it's not an affidavit. He very well could have had blood on his face. They could have left that out of the affidavit for a couple of reasons. They only needed to put enough in there to actually get enough to arrest him. But if he had blood on his face, defense could argue, well, how did you see his bushy eyebrows then? So that could be something that is left out intentionally until they figure out, like, you know, more and how they want to put their case together. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the order of the victims has probably been established if there was one weapon used. But it's not going to be an affidavit. It doesn't need to be in the affidavit, but it will come out at trial. And that's just the transfer of, you know, the first victim's blood to the second, you know, person, and so on and so forth. And then I think the only other thing that I saw that I had missed, or something that I wanted to bring up, in the affidavit, Maddie and Kaylee are identified at the scene. And it says, I think it's on page 1 or 2, Ethan and Vanna are not, it says later identified. So I'm curious if that was a mistake. I can't imagine it would have been a mistake with an affidavit as long as this, but because their wounds were different than Maddie's based off of the affidavit, and it's saying that they were later identified and not identified on scene, that paints a really sad picture for me personally. I have no idea how, actually, I'm 10 seconds over. The last thing I wanted to say in terms of blood spatter is that the defense is going to, they're going to look at that crime scene and they're going to see where the spatter is. Like when you stab someone and you bring it back up, they're going to say, okay, Brian's 6 foot tall. You know, they're going to recreate that at 6, you know, that's 6 foot tall. And if it doesn't match up with someone of that height, you know, that's another thing that they could use, or, you know, they're going to be doing all of that. So I just wanted to kind of answer some questions because I was so nervous and I wasn't even reading chat when I was talking to you before, because it's the only thing I really have experience on. And I figured I'd just, you know, answer that for the people that had asked.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you calling in. It's been 5. Hopefully I hear from you again, because last time people loved you and you're very informative. So I appreciate that. And
that's no problem. I definitely want to give someone else a chance. So you have a great night, and see you later.
God bless you, man. Thank you so much. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. The Truckee Way. 219-885-9693. Detective Juan. Where's Detective Juan? Juan.
Call from
Tommy.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV, how's it going?
I'm great. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm making it. I've been enjoying watching your show and all, and I think you do a real good job. But mainly what I was calling in to say is I kind of get everything else except the girls that didn't call in. I just don't think there could be no reason for that much time to go by not to get up and call. You know, that's a lot. If she said that she used to party and all, then why did she get up to even look? So it was something more than that you was just partying in the house. So I don't. Can you imagine being frozen, scared for that long?
Right.
That's a lot for me. And the other girl too. I know nobody ever says and talks about her, but wouldn't you think the first thing you do is say, "Hey, girl, look! I done heard the crying in there. You know, the dog was barking. This shit ain't right."
Yeah, no, it's definitely. It's definitely questions that a lot of people have.
It's sad. It's a real sad deal all the way around, and he is one sick individual. And I truly believe he acted all alone because he wanted to take the glory for it all. And I hope he gets all he's got coming. Yeah, so
sure he will get all he has coming.
We'll
see in trial. We'll see everything come out in trial. I know that if he does take it to trial.
Yeah, it's right. I don't see how they couldn't convict him. But surely to God, you know, we can just keep praying for the family and the friends and just the community. And people everywhere, like you said, told that one caller, lock your doors. Yes. You know, people laugh at me. My friends say, Don't go over there at Tommy's house knocking on the door. You know she's laying in the bed with that pistol because I live by myself.
Right.
You know, so I just not having no kind of defense for me is crazy. But I'm a country girl from Cheatham County, home of Upchurch, of course. So we like our defense weapons, you know?
So do I.
No, I know that's right, T-REV. Well, I appreciate you picking up and talking with me, and God bless everybody on your show, and you too.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for having a voice in the community. We appreciate you, and keep them doors locked and keep them hollow points ready to.
Yes,
Right.
sir. You already know.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Stay protected and stay blessed. God bless you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in 219-885-9693. Or is Detective Yawn? Detective Yawn. Where you at, Yawn? That's, I guess, there's a couple new nicknames, you know. Hollow points, absolutely. They'll set somebody down real quick, make them think twice.
Call from
Ronnie.
Ronnie, what's going on? You are live.
Hi. I just had a question. It may not be today's topic, but do you think there's any way that the reason or part of the warped reason why he committed this crime was because when he applied for the police department, he knew with his drug addiction, heroin background, he would never get into law enforcement? Just a question.
It's a good question. I don't know. It's something I can't answer. I'll tell you that much.
Well, I just know that my whole family's in law enforcement and has been, and I know that you have to, you know, not that you have to be squeaky clean, but you can't have, you know, a background in heroin and rehab and whatnot and get into the law enforcement, to my understanding.
That would be a Detective Juan question.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you very much. I just wanted to ask because it was bugging me, but thank you very much.
Well, thank you for asking. I'm sure Detective Juan will listen to this, and I'll try to get you an answer on that.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you. God bless you, and lock your doors. Shout out to her. If you want to call in 219-885-9693. What's bothering you about the affidavit? What's bothering you about this case? As we brace up and get ready to move on to another case until, you know, trial goes down or some original news comes out, we are about to brace up and move on to a different case because, you know, the suspect is behind bars right now. Of course, he's innocent until proven guilty. But in America, they should change it to guilty to proven innocent because you're locked behind bars, right? It is what it is. Let's take this and see.
Call from
Bill.
Bill, what's going on? You live?
Hey, T-REV. How you doing tonight?
I'm hanging in there, my man. So what's going on? What's going on in your mind? What do you want to talk about with the case, and what stood out to you on the affidavit?
Okay, what I'm thinking is Dylan, she's a kid, and I really feel for the people that keep calling in, pointing fingers at her. Okay, and the reason I say that is I was watching your show on YouTube all the time, and you were not on the other day. So what did I do? I flipped through other YouTube channels,
absolutely,
which I hated to do because I love your show. Right. And someone was stating, one of the commentators said that they found footprints, and there was one that was supposedly found by Dylan's door. Facing, the footprint was facing towards the door, and most likely it states that she locked her door, but she could have heard someone trying to open the door. Naturally, a young lady probably got scared to death and hid in the closet or under the blankets or whatever. And I really feel that she was just feared for her life and just stayed in the room. Okay. And, that's my personal feeling. Okay. And, that's pretty much what I wanted to say is people got to back off of her. And the other thing real quick before I forget is the jury. Everyone's heard of this case almost. It's going to be very difficult to pick out is it usually 12 jurors that they have? I'm not sure the amount, but people that have heard the story, it's going to be very hard to find 12 people to be in this case. So I hope that doesn't really hurt it at all in the future. So that's pretty much it. And I hope your grandmother is feeling better also.
Well, I appreciate you, boss. Thank you. And yes, it is 12 jurors.
Okay. So, and I don't know if you're going to agree with me or not. It's going to be.
I mean, it's the only reason that it wouldn't be 12 is lest the parties in the court agree to a lesser number of jurors. That's the only reason. That's the only way it'd be less than 12.
Right. I agree.
I mean, and that's just from watching from past trials and things that I've seen and all the ID shows and stuff that I heard from my grandfather growing up. But I mean, do stuff change? If I'm wrong, correct me in the chat.
Nope, you're right on, I believe.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for calling in and having a voice in the community, my man. I hopefully hear from you again. God bless you and your family, man, and stay safe.
Thank you so much. You be well. Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
brother.
Bye-bye.
Shout out to him. If you want to call in, you know the number, 219-885-9693. Let's hear it. Two 219-885-9693. Okay, here we go. Let me put this back on.
Oh my God!
Call from
Mariana.
Mariana, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, hi. How are you doing?
I'm great. How about yourself?
Oh, good. So I just I would like to a little bit dissect maybe the probable cause affidavit because that's what you are interested today about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I was just wondering because I'm seeing here on the first page that the police, when they entered the house and they went on the the second floor, which is the one with the screen door, they saw. So the guy who entered it, I think it's Brad Payne, the one who was who's the officer. He saw that he was walking and he saw a bathroom door, and then he saw a body, okay, in the room of Dana, which was her body. Then he saw Ethan's body. So I guess we can assume the body was on the bed, but we also cannot assume that because it's not actually specified about it. The only thing that's specified that her body was on the floor. And then they were talking about how they went on the third floor and they saw Kaylee and they saw also Maddie. And my point is, and the dog was in Kaylee's room. So who goes to sleep with their best friend and not take the dog with them? So I think that Kaylee probably heard somebody in Maddie's room and she rushed to see who was in there. And that's when she got, he probably got her.
Right.
Because it says the sheet was on the right side of Maddie. So I guess they both were, I don't know, maybe on Kaylee's side, sorry. So maybe she was on her, yes. No, it was on Maddie's right side. So I wonder if Maddie was on her right side, where she, like on the back, or was she on her belly? Because if she was on her back, and that sheet was on her right side, that means she was towards the wall. And that's when Kaylee came in, saw him doing whatever he was doing, and she was trying to defend her friend, and he attacked her.
Right.
This is my third.
That's how she ended up on the edge of the bed. So that's really, really like bothering me, And I'm not sure how that whole thing was going on there. Also, there's about Dylan. I think she just froze. It was I don't think she understood what's going on. I don't think she anticipated that he's in the house. I don't think she was understanding that somebody's killing her friends. Who stays in the house and thinks, oh my gosh, somebody's killing my friends? The first time she came out was when she heard a dog barking, like Marky was barking. So that means she didn't really realize that maybe somebody was actually killing somebody. And then the second time she heard Xana crying. The third time she came out was after the cry. And that's when she saw the figure that was, wearing black clothing and a mask, and that he was 5'10", with and that he had bushy eyebrows. So she's frozen. But you know what's interesting? That's what I think it's interesting, that after this statement in the affidavit, they did not continue to explain what else is happening. Like, they just stopped there. And then they just started with the fact that there was a combination from the VM and BF statements, and everything else with the forensic stuff that put him there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they just left out a lot of stuff in that affidavit. Yeah, and I don't know about the footprint. It says it was outside the door of Dylan, located on the second floor. So was it pointing towards the third floor, or was it pointing towards the first floor? We don't know that. So we don't even know who was murdered. I think Xana and her boyfriend were murdered. I don't know what to think.
I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts. It's been 5 minutes. I'm gonna give some
thank you.
But thank you for calling in. God bless you, ma'am, and lock your doors.
You
I
too,
hear that
bye.
siren. What you watching? Cops?
No, that's my kids watching.
I say you watching Cops? No, just stay safe,
Yes,
man.
they are
Thank
watching.
you. Thank you for having
Bye-bye.
a voice in the community. Thank you, man. Shout out to her. Hold on, let's check out this video real quick. I want to see this. Let's check this out. Crime Circus dropped it. I want to see it.
Video on the alleged Moscow killer BryanKohberger. If you haven't seen my previous 2 episodes, make sure you check them out. They're well worth watching. In this episode, we're going to discuss the sheath, the knife, the arrest affidavit, newly discovered Papa Roger's online activity. I do believe Papa Roger is BryanKohberger on Facebook. We're going to talk about how long the crime took, the route taken, and how the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree usually. Dylan's received a lot of online abuse in this case, and we're going to talk about Dylan. Stay tuned for that. Now let's jump right into this video and see what I have to say for myself for this third time.
Was Papa Roger?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Crime Circus. My name's Drip Drop, and I'm your host as always. This is my 3rd episode on BryanKohberger. All names, people, places, and events mentioned in this video is purely speculation, guessing, and theorizing. Nothing is presented as fact or evidence. BryanKohberger is presumed innocent. However, we're going to jump right into this and start with a boom. For those of you that aren't familiar, Elliot Rodger is somewhat of a hero in the incel world, and he stabbed 3 of his roommates to passing away. And then he went on a shooting spree and made 3 more people pass away. BryanKohberger had an infatuation with killers, and he was somewhat obsessed with his idol, Elliot Rodger, which is why he called his online Facebook handle Papa Roger. Let's jump right into this and see what Papa Roger had to say for himself. This post on Facebook from Papa Roger on November 30th says, "Of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed blade knife. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. This evidence was released prior to autopsies." The discussion on that post continues, and we're going to read about it. And as many of you are aware of at the moment, the sheath is the #1 key piece of evidence linking BryanKohberger to the crime scene. The sheath of a knife, which is a leather pouch holder that a knife slides into for protection, was left next to Maddie on Maddie's bed. They found Brian's DNA on the knife sheath. As far as I know, Papa Roger was the first one on the internet to become obsessed with the sheath theory. And we're going to continue down this path. Let's read further into this thread. Somebody named Dustin says, fixed blade means that it's not a folding knife. The way I'm guessing they could tell was by impressions or bruising around the stab wounds that showed the outline of a guard on the knife. Papa Roger says, Dustin, you wouldn't be able to tell that at the crime scene. Dustin responds, I disagree. If the stabbing motions were hard, the guard would have left a mark. Papa Roger says, Dustin, they don't clean bodies at a crime scene. The amount of blood must have been tremendous. Dustin says, due to the number of victims and assuming each victim was stabbed multiple times, I'm sure that there was visible evidence of a guard. For all we know, the investigators on the scene wiped a couple stab wounds clean to look for bruising. I think it's far more logical than finding a sheath. Sheaths are usually attached to a belt. Papa Roger says, Dustin, but the police were very specific about the type of knife used. Scott Jute reportedly told them his shop doesn't sell the specific knife. Papa Roger says, Dustin, they are looking for a very specific knife. He continues, Dustin, curious, why are you debating the sheath theory so hard? Dustin says, because who would carry a sheath? Dustin seems like a very intelligent man. Who would carry a sheath to a crime? Let's continue this thread. Papa Roger says, Dustin, who would carry a large knife exposed? Dustin responds, sheaths are meant for belts. As you can see here, Dustin is being very logical. Papa Roger is really arguing this point hard. And clearly Brian didn't want to carry a large exposed sharp knife because he was afraid of injuring himself in typical incel fashion. Moving on. Papa Roger asks, Dustin, how did the killer hold the knife prior to entering the scene, in your opinion? Dustin says, how in the hell would I know that? I'm sorry that nobody is buying this sheath theory of yours. Papa Roger asks, Dustin, do you carry a knife? Dustin says, Papa Roger, dude, give it a rest. You sound like a psycho. As you can see here, Papa Roger really does sound like a psycho. I haven't found anyone else on the entire internet that was so obsessed and pushing this sheath theory. This was long before we had ever even heard about the white Elantra or the arrest affidavit for probable cause. Continuing, Papa Roger says, Dustin, remember, I made the original post and you have gone down this path. So similar to Inside Looking on Reddit, this seems to be some type of sick, advanced college study that bryankohberger has conducted. He really does like to ask questions. Really creepy, sick questions. Continuing, Dustin says, Papa Roger, so since I commented on your post with my opinion on a discussion board, I should be accepting of your weird and creepy-ass questions? Papa Roger says, asking if you carry a knife is weird and creepy? Dustin says, Papa Roger, asking me questions like which hand did he hold the knife in, and do you carry a knife with no context is strange. You were asking me questions that only the killer would know answers to. Are you suggesting that I'm the killer? Papa Roger says, Dustin, I'm only responding to you. Why would you even bring up the killer thought? Odd. Dustin says, sorry I trashed your stupid sheath theory and you couldn't take it. Any other brainbuster theories? Maybe they found a receipt laying in the kitchen for the knife. Papa Roger says, why are you angry? Dustin says, Papa Roger, why do you communicate like a serial killer? As you can see here, Papa Roger does communicate like a killer. Every single person that communicated with Papa Roger or Inside Looking became very alarmed with who they were communicating with. People that can't function that well in the real world sometimes reveal themselves on the internet because they just don't have the proper social skills to blend in. That wasn't the entire Facebook discussion, and some messages were lost in the mix, unfortunately. However, you can see the red flags that were raised, and people that saw those posts in real time were concerned. This was long before any arrest of bryankohberger. People were concerned about Papa Roger and Inside Looking. Let's see what else Papa Roger had to say for himself on Facebook that raised some red alarms. Within 24 hours of the police putting out a be on the lookout for a white Hyundai Elantra, Papa Roger posted, I feel like the white car isn't relevant. Of course, within 24 hours of the news release about the white Elantra, Papa Roger, aka bryankohberger, would feel like the white car isn't relevant. He spent a lot of time on the internet trying to misdirect people. Let's see what he had to say for himself 1 week after the car was reported. Papa Roger says the white car is a red herring. For those of you that don't know, a red herring, that means misdirection, a false clue, something we shouldn't be looking at. Also, in both of those posts, Papa Roger referred to it as a white car, or the white car.
Amy. Good point. A lot of people said that the white car was a red herring, and you're absolutely dead on. Do I remember you guys in the comments? One. And another fact is, two, I remember a lot of people saying that on the phone calls, that the white car is a red herring.
Well, we were looking for specifically a white Hyundai Elantra. He made sure not to mention Hyundai Elantra, and people were actually sending me tips of Honda Civics, Toyota Camrys, and all kinds of other white cars. The police knew they were looking for a white Hyundai Elantra. Papa Roger wanted to make that a little cloudy and make it look like they were looking for any white car, and that it was just a false clue anyways. Bryan Kohberger, aka Papa Roger, left little breadcrumbs that led directly back to him. Now let's move on to the next topic. Right here I'm going to show you some images of what was most likely the knife used, not the actual knife, but images of the same type of knife. This type of knife costs about $90 at any sporting goods store. And a knife sheath is typically meant to put on a belt. Bryan wasn't smart enough to put it on his belt, so apparently he had it in his hand because he didn't want to cut himself. Apparently he actually entered the residence with the knife sheath on the knife, and he didn't pull the knife out of the knife sheath until he was inside of Maddie's bedroom. Maddie and Xana were the targets here. Papa Roger says on December 14th, "Not a new post from me, but still very relevant. How long was the killer in the house?" Somebody asked Papa Roger, "How long do you think?" Papa Roger responds, 15 minutes. Is anybody else alarmed by that? Papa Roger said 15 minutes. Papa Roger's car was seen arriving at 4:04 a.m. and seen leaving at 4:20 a.m. That's 16 minutes. When you account for the time of parking and walking into the house, walking out of the house and leaving, looks like Papa Roger was dead on. The crime took about 15 minutes. Is there any doubt by anybody out there at this point that Papa Roger is the killer? At this point, we have no way to know for sure. We can only speculate and guess. However, these clues are all adding together, and this speculation is all making so much sense. So far, we have Papa Roger being correct about the knife sheath. We have him being correct down to nearly the minute for how long the crime took. We have him trying to say that the white car has nothing to do with this case. And we also have a previous post seen in my last video about him having ED, which is why there was no SA. It all makes sense, folks. Now moving on. Another post that Papa Roger posted on Facebook. Let's read it. "The date of killing was chosen on purpose. Thoughts?" I touched on this in my previous video, numerology. Bryan Kohberger is obsessed with numerology. The house was chosen because of its address. The date was chosen because of the date. The Amityville horror happened on November 13th, and some other horrible things have also happened on the 13th of various months. So of course the date was chosen on purpose, just like Papa Roger is asking. To him, this is some type of sick advanced study. He's studying all of us as we're studying him. Many people were onto him. He wasn't as smart as he thought he was. He may have been book smart, but in the real world, all of us seem so much smarter. Papa Roger says on Facebook on December 2nd, "This is the high side of the house. They found evidence here. It is likely blood dripping from the killers. Either way, they fled through the area or they were parked there. This being the most strategic entrance point to the house, it shows planning." It certainly does show planning, and I believe Bryan Kohberger was very proud of himself for the amount of planning that he did in this case. I do believe his cell phone pinged in the area at least 12 times prior to that horrible, fateful night. Also on Reddit, the user Inside Looking had previously posted a zoomed-in photo of a footprint right next to a police officer that was found right on that very hill. They were all telling us all along that's exactly how the killer came and went. With each and every single post, I believe Bryan Kohberger was reliving the experience. He was proud of himself, and he wanted notoriety, and we'll talk about that soon. Speaking of planning, this is the route that the arrest affidavit lays out that Bryan took from Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. He took the long way. If he had just taken Route 270, it would have only been about a 10-minute drive. However, he took about an hour drive there and about an hour drive back, which is why the crime didn't happen at exactly 3 a.m., but he did leave his house shortly before 3 a.m. So the plan was set in motion around 3 a.m. Just like I've said previously in other videos, same thing with the Amityville Horror. It didn't happen at exactly 3 a.m. That's always an approximate guess because it's impossible to know exactly when these horrible crimes happen. Let's take a look comparing some photos of Ted Bundy to Bryan Kohberger. And for those of you that don't know, Bryan Kohberger's mom apparently liked Ted Bundy. That's not a fact. That's me guessing based off of an article that was posted in the newspaper by Bryan's mother. As you can see here, both of these guys look like pure narcissist psychopaths. They have such similar strange looks to their face. They have that look in their eyes like there's really no soul inside of the human body. Honestly, it's chilling, and these guys will probably give me nightmares tonight after I make this video. I have a couple more topics I'd like to discuss in this video, and then we're going to wrap it up. Does the apple fall far from the tree? Usually the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. Father like son, son like father. I'm not saying Bryan's daddy is a killer. I'm not saying Bryan's mommy is a killer. But Bryan's sister was in a horror movie, a teen slasher flick. I think it was called 2 Days Back. It looks like it had a budget of about $10. None of us should probably watch that movie. It was probably garbage. But it is quite interesting that his sister was inside of a horror movie with the slashing happening. And now Bryan is accused of committing a real-life horror movie. Bryan's mother wrote the article to the newspaper about Ted Bundy. Bryan's father flew all the way across the country to have an extremely long road trip back to Pennsylvania. Also, they weren't taking the short route. Let's take a look at these maps. If you are planning on driving cross-country from Washington to Pennsylvania, it's about a 37-hour drive. However, they didn't take a direct route. For some reason, they went all the way down to Colorado, as it was written inside of the arrest affidavit. From Colorado, they went all the way to Indianapolis, Indiana. And from there, they went to Pennsylvania. As you can see on this image right here, that adds approximately 500 miles to the trip, which is about 8 extra hours. And if you include bathroom breaks, gas breaks, and stopping for food, that's an additional 10 hours. Who in the world would add an additional 10 hours to a cross-country road trip? That doesn't make any sense. What were they doing in Colorado? And what were they doing passing through Indianapolis? And that's most likely why they were stopped twice in Indianapolis by the police, because even the FBI was sketched out wondering where they were going. It certainly looked like they were fleeing, and it really didn't look like they were going to Pennsylvania.
Stop the cap.
These are serious, important questions, and this is a super serious case for the victims and families in this horrible tragedy. The cross-country trip doesn't make any sense to go to Colorado. It would make sense if they were spending a couple days in Colorado, but that's not the case.
Is that the real Papa Roger? Will the real Papa Roger please stand up? Or is this a troll? Somebody click on that account and tell me what date that account was made right here. This Papa Roger account we're looking at. My YouTube account is from December 2017. I hope it doesn't get deactivated like my Facebook account was, which, like I said earlier here, it only fueled the speculation. I am not BK. Text green game over. Is that really him? Papa Rogers. Somebody check the date on that account.
It sounds like they just drove through Colorado. The license plate was captured on the license plate reader, and they continued on their journey. So why were they heading south in the first place? Was Bryan fleeing to Mexico, and then they had a change of mind after having a talk in the car after driving for many hours? Did they weigh their options and decide, we'll just head back to Pennsylvania and wait it out? I think that's a good possibility. What do you think? This is just me speculating, and I'm allowed to do that. We're all allowed to ask questions in this case. Now, the final topic I want to discuss in this video is Dylan. Dylan.
If you are the real Papa Rogers, email me your phone number. They will drop it in chat for you, and I will gladly call you right after this video. And we can clear up the Papa Rogers rumors right now. Let's hear it. Drop the number in my email, and I will give Papa Rogers a call right after this video.
Dylan. Everybody wants to hear about Dylan. I'm one of the only true crime channels that hasn't discussed Dylan yet. And now we're going to. A lot of people have said hurtful, hateful, harmful things against Dylan. True cyberbullying. A lot of things have been said about her that aren't nice. Let's start with number one. Some people have said she's trans. That's not nice to say to a naturally born female. To even speculate about a teenager's gender. is awful. Even if she was trans, why would you speculate about somebody else's sex? That's not nice. I fully believe 100% Dylan is a naturally born woman. She's tall, she's beautiful, she appears to have lip injections. It looks like all her friends liked her. Other than that, nobody knows anything about Dylan. I have no reason to believe that she was involved in this crime in any way whatsoever. Certain people out there have even dragged her boyfriend into this horror story. Her boyfriend's never even been to Moscow, Idaho. He lives in Boise, which is about 5 hours away. Dylan is a surviving victim in this case, and people want to know, did she know Brian? Did she have anything to do with this crime? No, there's been no evidence she knows Brian, and there's no evidence she did anything in this case. In the arrest affidavit, it basically says she had come face to face with Brian shortly after he had made Ethan and Xana pass away. She opened her door, and she saw him. And he certainly saw her as well. I'm going to put this image on the screen, and this is a representation of what she might have seen that evening. As you can see looking at this photo here, this is what it may have looked like from Dylan's view. Brian, dressed in all black, wearing a black mask, just like his parents and sister have recently been seen wearing, all black in a black mask. I guess that's just something the Kohbergers do. They all dress all the same, all in black, just like the Addams family. Anyways, some people have speculated, well, maybe Brian didn't see Dylan. It is 100% impossible that Brian did not see Dylan. If you look at this image right here, you can see that walking from the living room to the kitchen, it's impossible not to see Dylan in her doorway. Even if the door was cracked, he would have been able to see her. And there's been no discussion that the door was cracked. She most likely opened the door all the way to see what the heck was happening in the house she was living in. She said she stood there frozen in fear. That's much more likely if the door was all the way open as opposed to cracked. If the door was just cracked, you wouldn't really stand there frozen in fear. You'd probably run for the closet while you still could. I firmly believe that there was only 2 targets in the home that night. Xana and Maddie, who both worked at Mad Greek, a restaurant downtown in Moscow. There's no reason that the killer would have thought Kaylee or Ethan would have been there that night. He had been scoping out the house. Kaylee no longer lived in that house. Ethan lived in a frat house. Most likely other times when Brian was scoping out the house, he never saw Kaylee or Ethan, and the house looked like a much easier target to him. Now back to Dylan. Brian had already made his 2 targets pass away. He didn't know Dylan. He had never seen Dylan. He had nothing against Dylan. There was no reason to do a 5th passing away. And Brian wanted notoriety. He left one to tell the tale. This is in a lot of movies. It's in a lot of books. It's happened a lot in real life. Many times, a sick man has left one person alive to tell the tale. In fact, that's been happening since the beginning of time. It's in many history books. Many times, one person is left alive. And I believe that's what happened to Dylan. Brian did see Dylan, and he was okay with that. He wasn't there to hurt Dylan. He wanted Dylan to survive. They found Brian's footprint directly outside of Dylan's door. Dylan's door would have been the first door he encountered entering that house, and he passed it. He passed Dylan's room at least 3 times while he was in that house. First when he entered, second when he came back from upstairs, and third when he was leaving. If he wanted to hurt Dylan, he would have. That doesn't make Dylan his accomplice or have anything to do with this. Dylan's lucky to be alive. This is a diagram that somebody sent me off the internet. As you can see here, the purple line is where Brian most likely first went. He went into the house, past Dylan's room, went upstairs, did those horrible things to Maddie and Kaylee, went back down the stairs, as you can see with the orange line, went to Xana and Ethan's bedroom, did those horrible things to those people. And then the green line is Brian leaving as he passed Dylan one additional time, and Dylan stood face to face, frozen in fear as he just walked out the house. And yes, that's the knife sheath on the left, and that's exactly what was found on Maddie's bed. Also, a lot of people are wondering, why didn't Dylan call 911? Dylan didn't know she had to call 911. She's a teenager. She didn't know any crimes had just happened. She was living in a party house. She was used to seeing strange men coming and going all the time. She had only been living there for a couple months, and surely she had already seen some weird things. As some of us saw on the body camera video, a man walked out of that house wearing zip ties around his wrists. Surely there were some strange happenings in that household that Dylan had seen. The other girls had been living there for a while. Dylan was brand new. If you're brand new and you're just being accepted into this new group of people, you don't call the cops on them, no matter what kind of weird stuff they're into, or that could result in some really bad hazing, and you could even get kicked out of the house. She was scared, frozen stiff. She didn't know what to think of it. There's a possibility she has past trauma and her brain couldn't function properly in that moment. It's also been theorized maybe she was under the influence of alcohol, something of the sort. That's a possibility that she could have felt like she was on a bad trip. We just don't know. Unless you're in those shoes, you don't know how you'd react. You don't know what it's like to be a survivor. Some of you might, but I think the majority of the audience out there making allegations and speculations really has no idea what that would have been like. This is a teenage girl without a lot of life experience who probably has past trauma and may have been under the influence of something. And that's just what it is. She wanted to sleep it off and hope it was just a nightmare, and she probably felt like she was in a nightmare. So she went to bed. I don't think she should be blamed for that or judged for that. She's not the killer. She's not the one that did these actions. BryanKohberger allegedly is the one that did this solo, without any help from anybody. I'd like to think this case has been a real learning experience for many people of the world, online and off, whether you're on Reddit, Facebook, watching short TikTok videos, or even watching videos on YouTube such as Crime Circus. Nothing you watch should be taken as fact. Everything must be taken with a grain of salt because you just never know what's real. Anyways, a final little bit of information I'd like to discuss. Bryan did return to the house the same morning of the passing aways of these 4 beautiful, innocent individuals. A little bit after 9 a.m., his cell phone pinged in the area. He certainly was returning to the scene of the crime. Some people think he went back to go look for the sheath. I don't think that's true. It's a known fact that these evil monsters like to return to the scene of their crimes to witness the aftermath, the horror, the destruction, the community in distress. He was expecting to see police officers, ambulances, fire trucks, and everything. To his dismay and confusion, he saw nothing. The house was quiet, the neighborhood is quiet. He drove around for a few minutes, and he left, certainly confused. He knew that Dylan had seen him. He wasn't returning inside the house. He left. News reporters showed up hours later after the crime was reported, and it became a big deal. And in the background of one of those news reports, you can see a white Hyundai Elantra on the road behind King Road. And that was most likely Bryan returning to the scene once again to check out what was happening. That time, he probably didn't bring the same cell phone that he had with him previously that the police were tracking. BryanKohberger appears to be a sick individual, allegedly. Thank you for watching this BryanKohberger series. There's 3 episodes so far. If you haven't seen the others, make sure you check them out. If you like what I'm doing, please smash the thumbs up button. If you want to support this show with a little extra, please consider checking out my Patreon membership or my YouTube membership. Any and all help that I get is really appreciated. I'm releasing some stuff behind the scenes, and I've got a podcast coming out for members only. I'd love to hear your thoughts and theories on this case. Let me know if you think I got any of this wrong. I'm not always right. This is just guessing. None of us know the whole 100% truth at the moment. And until next time, remember to stay safe out there because you know it's a dangerous world.
Shout out to the old drip drop. Yep. Shout out to drip drop. Shout out to drip drop. Yes. Shout out to drip drop, man. Good video for sure. Very informative. Well, Papa Rogers, where you at in chat, buddy? It might be time to call the most hated, one of the most unappreciated, Detective Juan. Everybody welcome Detective Juan.
What's up?
One of the most hated, one of the most loved, one of the most everything, Detective Juan. What's up, Joe?
Hated and loved?
Yeah, man. You know. What's so Detective Juan?
I get.
What do you want to talk about on this, man?
Bases, then. You talking about video that you just posted?
Nah, I'm talking about in general everything. The PCA there's still a lot of questions lingering. There's still a lot of thoughts. There's still a lot of conspiracy. I mean, I've heard everything today. I've heard Brian is completely innocent. I did find out something fascinating from watching the Nancy Grace podcast, which is that they got skin cells off of that, the K-bar holster, should we call it?
Right. Right.
That's and Nancy Grace was poking at that. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, that's I would have never thought anything less. They definitely would have skin cells because leather is very porous. So anytime that you brush your hand or anything or any piece of your skin up against it, you're going to deposit skin cells. So yeah, absolutely. The snap would have DNA because it would have not only skin cells, but it would have the oils from your hands. Your hands are very oily because you're always touching your face. Your face is very oily. So you're always depositing, DNA through your oil glands. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, the sheath would be 100% full of DNA. That's why I was surprised they only mentioned the snap. I mean, the snap would be the first place you would look. It'd be like if you find a car that was involved in a crime and you got a missing person. Let's say it's a female. She's 5'2". You get in the car when they recover the car and the seats slid back to perhaps a 5'10", 5'11", 6 foot guy. The first thing you're gonna test for DNA is the slider on the seat. You're gonna test that. You're gonna look at the rear view mirror because he may adjust the rear view mirror. So you'll pull DNA. It used to just be fingerprints back in the day, but now DNA is just unbelievable. You can discover a lot by doing just simple swabs.
Now, is that enough to convict him?
100% enough to convict him. And your caller from England or wherever she was from, with the whole AT&T, the ping step that it might not be him because AT&T. Well, hey, let's take that out. Let's take everything about his phone completely out of this scenario. Doesn't mean shit.
Right.
Really, it's just a culmination of evidence that's going to help. Remember when the chief said we're putting the pieces of the puzzle together. I kept saying that, and then we're painting the picture. That's part of the picture right there that they're painting. They're painting the picture. They're putting everything together to let us know the route he took. Times he was there. Previous times that he surveilled them. Being in the area. So there's a lot of stuff that's going to come out, man, and we only know a fraction of what they actually have. So no disrespect to the lady from England or wherever she was from. I believe it was England.
Yeah, UK.
But, yeah, but she's grasping on one thing. Well, she needs to think about the DNA. How does DNA get on a knife sheath on a bed? Uh-oh.
Okay. So let's go with the scenario. The knife, the K-bar knife was sold from Brian. Brian sold it to somebody. Wouldn't they be able to pull that person's DNA off? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, they're gonna look for other DNA. So they're gonna. If it's got Brian's DNA and only Brian's DNA or a victim's DNA, because what a lot of people don't understand about knife fighting. If you go on and you could probably go online and look, the Philippines, they train people how to knife fight. And a lot of times, you carry a knife in a sheath, like a fixed blade like that. Yes. But you don't always have it on your belt. A lot of people will carry a sheath, and the sheath can be the weapon as well because it provides something for you to wrap your hand around while you're delivering blows. It's very common to keep a sheath in hand and wield the knife in the other. I mean, you can backhand and use the pointed end of the sheath. That leather sheath is not soft on the end. It could be used as a weapon. So why discard the sheath on the ground when you can use it? And I believe he had it in his hand. I believe he walked in with the knife in the sheath. Maybe if he was wearing a hoodie with the pockets up on, he probably got it in there. And when he walked through the house, he removed it from the sheath and walked through the house with the sheath in hand. And then he encountered a struggle, and he had to, he had to get, because he probably had to grab one of the girls, and he let the sheath go, and he discarded it in the room. And it probably, I don't think they said this, but I would imagine it wasn't just laying in plain view on the bed. I would imagine it was probably under a garment, sheet, or a body. Quite easily could have been under the body. So I mean, there's a lot of speculation out there, but common sense, weighs heavy here. I just and back on Dylan, I had already said this, what one of your callers said, that he was probably standing there when she saw him, and it's just not in the report, but he was probably standing there holding a knife. And we need to get off the Dylan train, because this poor girl is, there's all kinds of scenarios. I would assume if she had her phone, she would have called 911. So there's certainly some reason why she didn't have her phone. Or she may, like I said, she may have had it charging somewhere else. She may have been charging it somewhere else, in the kitchen, and came out of the kitchen. That's how she encountered him, because she went to go get her phone. Who knows? I mean, there's all kinds of scenarios, but we really need to get off the Dylan train.
Detective John, what do you think BK was doing the day before the murders?
I'm going to quote some LL Cool J. I need love. I was giggling about the games that I play with many hearts, and I'm not saying no names. Then a thought occurred, tears drops in my eyes, because I said to myself, look what you've done to her. He was looking for love, bro. He can't find love. He's irrelevant. He can't find love. His mom even had posted something that he's got no friends out there.
Stop the cap.
He needs friends. He's probably the reason why he was out so long. I don't believe that he planned on doing it this night. And people can argue with me all they want. I think it was a spur of the moment decision. I think he was thinking about doing it, but I think he just had to itch that itch, and the impulse got him that night, and he said, I'm doing it. And he grabbed that knife, didn't holster it on a belt or slide it through a belt, and he did it. I mean, this guy's a psychopath, no doubt in my mind. And a lot of what Teardrop was saying, it's kind of, I like it. He's put it all together, but a lot of what he said in his show just now, we have discussed and we have said. And it's funny, I was reading on the chat.
The stuff that he had about Papa Rogers and everything that he put together on that, but I've had that information for weeks. Yeah, I mean, just through my emails, but I mean, that's not what much, I don't get off and make videos compacted for all that. But he does a good job with that.
He does, and we've had the conversations that a lot of the points he made we've talked about. I when I got home, and the girl that went to school, she's got some blood spatter, experience with school. I don't think she's in law enforcement, but at one point she must have went to school for blood spatter. She was good. She said a lot of what we said too, and we talked about, I mentioned the blood, and the blood is very viscous. It's like oil. It's gonna find a way. It's gonna run, and once it starts to coagulate, it thickens up, and that's what's running down the foundation of that house, because it went underneath the sill, which is a 2x4 that lays on top of the slab, and it found a way, and it ran down the side of that building. That's blood. I can guarantee it's blood. And that's where a body laid up against that wall or close to that wall. No telling whose it was. It's not Kaylee or Maddie because they were upstairs. So it was Xana or Ethan's blood, one of the two.
Now, do you think DM will be the star witness at trial?
I think that they left out a lot of what she actually told them, purposefully. Yeah, I believe she's going to be a star witness. Whether they do what's called a 6-pack, where they take a 6-pack, it's a photo lineup where they take a bunch of people and they'll put a mask on them similar to what he would have been wearing, and then they could actually Photoshop a mask on him with just the eyes above the nose, and they could actually do a 6-pack photo lineup and see if she picks him out of a lineup. Now would that be tainted? Yeah, it would be tainted. So hopefully they did before any of them have happened, which I'm sure they did. So they may have already done that, actually taken other people's eyes, similar eyes, bushy eyebrows. You have to be similar. You can't be too, they have to look similar. You can't have and a guy, and an Oriental guy and a black guy and you can't have that. It's got to be some people with similar skin tone and similar eyes. For it to be accepted in the court of law, or that would be grounds for a suppression. They'll suppress evidence if they can determine. Well, that guy doesn't look it. So you're supposed to have 6 guys that look alike. This guy doesn't look anything like. To
put it like this, I mean, in the probable cause affidavit, it clearly states that they were onto him before they even touched the DNA aspect of it.
Exactly, and that's what I've said all along. They knew who this guy was. Probably within 48 to 72 hours. Within that week, I think they had a very good idea who he was. And the car is what hung him. DNA is a bonus, bro. It's a bonus. I mean, it's, the car is what hung his ass. 100%. And I firmly believe that this was an itch that he had to scratch that night, and he spontaneously did it, and he didn't put a lot of thought into it. And something set him off. I don't know if maybe he was out at a bar, maybe he couldn't, he was trying to pick up somebody, or maybe he was watching porn all night. We don't know. I mean, we can speculate all night long, but something made him snap and want to go do this. Whether he was in fact, following the girls and following Kaylee and knowing that she was, because Maddie posted out there for everyone to see that it was her last night, Kaylee's last night there. You remember that?
Yeah.
So if he was in fact following her, then that's his opportunity. He wants to get her. If it's Kaylee, it could be Maddie, it could have been Xana, because those two Maddie and Xana worked at the same, restaurant that served a vegan, menu. I mean, again, I'm just speculating.
Now, do you think Dylan had to pick him out of a photo lineup? It's a lot of questions being asked in chat. I just figured I'd put it together.
If it was my case, I would have done what I just said. I would have done a 6-pack. It's called a 6-pack. You got 3 on top, 3 on bottom. It's just imagine a folder. You open it up. You cut 3 rectangle picture areas out on
Somebody
top,
saying she posted it, but I don't know. Where's that at? I've never seen that post.
She posted what?
That allegedly she picked her out of a lineup, but where's that post at? I'd love to see it.
Who said that?
I've seen a few people in chat say that. It's not just a rumor. She posted it. Where? Show me.
I haven't heard that, and I haven't seen that. And it would be it would more than likely, it'll be an incident report. It will, maybe not the PCA affidavit. I would have put it in the PCA affidavit, but they had a ton of info in there. But I would have definitely done that. I would have actually photoshopped on his face,
What'd you say?
I would have photoshopped onto his face and put him in a 6-pack photo lineup and.
Damn boy, what you got? Metro? My man got that Metro BCS to serve. What's going on out there?
I got AT&T, but
AT&T.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, nah, it keeps cutting in and out. I just want to make sure you heard.
Yeah, right. It could have. I don't know if anybody heard what I was just saying. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I would have done that. I would certainly have done that. I would have, photoshopped the mask on him based off of his booking photo, and I would have went in and got more booking photos and done the same thing. So it's just additional evidence. They could try and beat him up in trial, but it's something that the jury is going to have to decide. And I heard you mention too that it's 12 jurors. You actually have alternates as well, so sometimes it's up to 15. So they have three additional that they have to vet. So, in case somebody gets sick or somebody talks about it when they're not supposed to, so they would kick them out of the jury.
Detective John, you were awesome. Thank you so much. It's great to hear your side and your history. You add so much. Trev's mission. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you. And also I heard, I want to address the lady that called probably an hour ago or so. She said, could it be that he wanted to be a police officer? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Could it be that he wanted to be a police officer but realized he couldn't because of his drug past? Remember I said that the other day?
Mm-hmm.
He's an aspiring cop, but he was a heroin addict, and based on the background, the thorough background checks, they'll go interview, friends, relatives, school, anybody acquainted, and then they'll go look at his social media. They'll go into his IP, and they'll pull up everything nowadays. So yeah, he would have been DQ'd right away, based on the fact that he is a previous heroin addict. He would never be a cop. So that could be a bitter pill for him as well. It could be him getting back, at Big Brother, who kept him from being what he wanted to be and made him choose an alternate path. Mm-hmm. Because obviously he wanted to be a cop. He was a security guard. He's tried to intern, which is common for a criminal justice major. But I guarantee you, if he had not had that past with heroin and any drug addiction, he would be a cop. He would not be spending 10 years of his life in college, in my opinion.
Okay. Detective John, could law enforcement legally search and use against him in court all BK devices to find possible anonymous online convos he had after murder?
Absolutely. That's part of the search warrant process.
Mm-hmm.
So, they've got a search warrant for every one of his electronic devices. He had, I don't know, call me ignorant now, but, he had a tower. He had a computer tower. So he's either a gamer or, if he's got a tower, he's doing all kinds of stuff, so that's going to be a plethora of intel for them once they get into that.
Mm-hmm.
That is his cell phone. He's got computers, because he had an office at the college. So, all that stuff is going to be fruit of the tree. He's going to get, he's going to hang himself on his electronic devices alone.
And you think all these murders was his first act on murder, period?
Yes.
Okay.
But I could be wrong.
I see people asking in the chat, so I figured I just...
I
know we've went over that again. Yeah, exactly.
We've been asked that many times. I believe it's his first time. I believe this is an itch that he's been scratching since he was a teenager, if not earlier than that.
Oh, yeah,
At some point, at some point, he lost it, and that's why he made these mistakes, man.
Mhm.
Because I don't believe that he woke up that day thinking he was going to do this.
Right.
I believe that something happened that pushed him over the edge, and he just went and did it.
Thank you, Firefly. Now, my question. Let's see. The question on the screen here. Let me catch it. It says, Detective John, how long does it take to go through computer, laptops, and phones?
I'm not an IT guy. A lot quicker than I could. You know, I can tell you that much. So, you know, but they have forensic, like guys that handle just that. They just work in computer forensics. So trust me, they'll have everything that every porn site he's ever gone to, they'll have. You know, I believe this guy was probably probably just loved porn.
Actually, Chris Kunmo just hit me up, and they want me on tonight. I just got a response back just now.
Really?
Yeah, Chris Kunmo. Hold on, I'm gonna call them real quick. If you want to talk to them, man, go ahead, talk for a second. I'm giving them a call right now as we speak.
Are they gonna post questions for me to see? Because
hold up, I mean, break them down on the PCA.
I'll give my theory on what his mindset was and what his ultimate plan was for those that might not have heard it. It's kind of eerie, but I believe that Brian, his ultimate goal was to be in a position where he's going to teach. So he's going to college for that. So what better way for the curriculum that he wanted to teach in a college setting? What better way than to have an open quadruple homicide case 10 miles away from where you're teaching? Bring the case in for discussion in your class. And I'm sorry, I'm hearing Rev. And then have them do a theory on and do a profile on the killer or killers, and then address each and every one of them based on their report. And then basically what you would have is you would have him grading his class for maybe decades if this thing were to remain open. And he could be the only one to give them the grade based on how close they got to actually him being the killer and what actually happened. Okay, you were close, so you get an A. You weren't even close, so you got an F. So just think about that for a minute. What a perfect scenario for a guy like that, a narcissist like him. Trevor, you back?
All right, so I'm on with Chris Kunmo and them tomorrow.
Chris Cuomo.
Yeah, Chris Cuomo. I'm on with them tomorrow, 100%.
The
100%.
The ousted Chris Cuomo.
Yes,
liar.
I'm on with them tomorrow. They were about to put me on tonight, but they're about to start now.
I don't care for Chris Cuomo.
I didn't even see the response within. I was talking on here. I didn't receive the response. They did hit me up and message me, but yeah, it's on for tomorrow, 100%.
So the others dropped the ball, and he's getting in ahead of them.
He said, "I'm not waiting on them. You're on with Chris Cuomo or whatever his name is." Yeah, 100% guaranteed. He said 100% guaranteed. I'm on. So yes, we're on.
Is it still going to be the Dave scenario, or is it something else?
It's going to be the T-REV tell you exactly what he knows scenario.
Nice.
That's the scenario it's going to be.
Prime time is here.
And not only that, Inside Edition reached again, so I gotta get back to them again. Everybody keeps hitting me up, but like tell Cuomo.
Well, hey man, maybe they're getting a little insight that Dave is
They
Dave
wanted
is
me.
him.
He said he wants me on for 2 nights. But
Yeah, well,
I don't know why, but I mean, we're gonna get down to it.
yeah, well, that's freaking phenomenal, dude.
I had to get off and talk to him because I was like, hold on, let me see something real quick. You know, let me make sure. And I had to check through this guy's shit before I gave him my number and to make sure he was.
There's a good question right there, Detective John. Where would you hide? It's going too fast for me. That I missed it. Do you see that one?
Nah, I was on Twitter.
Something about where would you hide the evidence, or I believe that he only knows where the knife is. I don't believe he drove over a bridge and threw it in the river. If he did, that would surprise me, because that's a trophy. That's a trophy for him.
Yeah, no, I was like, whoa, I don't know. Chris Cuomo, I'm pretty sure he's on News Nation, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know where he is now.
You know, I'm gonna go on there. I'm gonna tell you exactly what T-REV's gonna say. When T-REV goes on there, he's gonna say, "Hey, I tracked this number down. I reverse searched the number. I got a name. I got a last name. I've called this number. I've texted it multiple times.
We
I've
were
left a
actually
voicemail.
on the phone together while you were doing that.
Yeah, no doubt. So I mean, it is what it is.
I said, Google his number. Pay that freaking whatever the fee was. What was that fee to get on there and do that? It was $10 or something. I don't remember what it was.
I don't know. We reverse searched it. I seen the dude's number.
Yep.
I never got a response back. People keep saying it's, you know what I mean? People, his friends, everybody keeps reaching out. Like friends that actually hung out with him. Not to say Chris K holds no relevance because he did go to high school with him, but people did reach out and say it was him 100%. But I can't say it's him 100% until I get confirmation from law enforcement.
Well, that's why I asked you when you asked the other day, did I think it was him? I said, the only reason I'm 50-50 on the fence is because the FBI hasn't reached back out to you, and they very well may not. They may have everything they need just from watching the link you sent them. They may just fire you a subpoena, but guess what happens then, bro? Then you can't talk about it. So this show's over.
I mean, bro, you know how many other cases are out there that needs
our
attention?
Man.
Whether everybody here would be here on another case?
This particular topic would be over. But no, man, that's awesome. That is awesome.
Said,
people. T-REV is prime time for sure.
She said, Tanya UK says called earlier. He could have been in his office. WSU. I did say leather would be covered in his DNA. And if you go to Unsolved No More channel, retired detective play the Death Row live call. Heard it before. Already heard it. I've heard that call. I've heard what she was talking about. And thank you, SM Influencer. I appreciate you.
Is that the lady from England that called?
Yeah. I think that's what she was saying. But yeah, no, I literally, I was like, man, I just got to his message from responding through all the Twitter messages that I have, dude. I got so many unopened Twitter messages from friggin' news stations that I just went through. I'm like, holy shit. Who do I respond to? There's people I haven't even heard of. Yeah, I'm with Kentucky WTVC News. I'm like, I don't know who's like, I'm willing to do the interviews. Don't get it wrong, but I mean, I just want to know.
Agree with Detective John about Cuomo. Yeah, I'm not a fan, but
like
whatever.
I'm not gonna go on.
You go with whoever.
No, but listen though, I'm not gonna go on there and feed into the narrative that it is him when I don't know if it is or not. So I want to go on there and make that. I want to go on there and specify that because people made this clip go viral, bro. I had no play in it going viral. People with TikTokers were in my stream the day he got arrested. 6,000 people.
And you were absolutely 100% opposed to anyone speculating that it was him because you had no facts. So this is what you're going to have to be careful of on these interviews. They may attack the internet sleuth theory. They may try to attack you and twist things. So just be prepared for that, okay? Yeah. I'm not saying they're going to. I'm just saying be prepared for that.
Oh, I'm always ready
they
for
may
any
they may say
scenario.
what they may say something like what good do you think having a show like yours is doing? Yeah, I mean it's only
No,
it's
he
only,
just the producer I just talked to said we absolutely love your show and your coverage has been off the chain. We appreciate everything you've been doing, and we are going to get you on the show. Is his exact words.
Well, that's good.
He said I was going to get you on for tonight, but you just had responded, so I was like, okay. Well, he said they're about to go live right now. They're on the air right now or some shit. He said it, so. I don't know if you have enough time. And I was like, I'm live right now. I said, he's like, when's your availability for today and tomorrow? I told him right now. I was like, I'm good right now. But then he's like, well, hold up. And then he talked to somebody and he was like, oh, we're about to go on right now. And then he said today or tomorrow. So.
Right.
But News Nation, the other producer, hasn't got back to me. They're still full with talking to FBI agents, etc. on their on News Nation on Ashley Banfield. So I'm sure after I get done with whatever Kunamo or Kanamo or whatever, yeah, I know of them, but I don't know them like that. I'm a Banfield fan. I don't know Cuomo like that.
His brother was the governor of New York that got fired.
I call him Kunamo or
Andrew Cuomo. Yeah, Andrew Cuomo and him.
I need an assistant.
Anyway, we'll get off of him.
Where's my
Good
assistant?
luck with him tomorrow.
I do need an assistant because I haven't even you don't. I'm afraid my assistant wouldn't want to look at my emails. You would be buried.
Right.
I promise you that right now. You'd be buried. Let alone opening Instagram DMs. Do you know how many DMs I got on Instagram just waiting for me to go through? 300 plus. I'll leave it at that. It's like, man,
right.
Tons of people that have information, tons of information. And it's just,
well,
absolutely. Patience is key. Patience is always key. No change no more. Absolutely. Patience is key. And the coverage on this case has been big for me and for in general. And you guys that have been here with me every day know that we've been covering this damn near morning till night daily.
Yep. And there's going to be more. I'm just hoping and praying that there's not going to be some copycat, narcissists out there that are going to, we're going to get away from gun violence, which I would love to see, but people are going to start, doing more gory murders, because I'm going to go back to what I said in the beginning. This case wouldn't have not even half the coverage if allegedly Brian were to walk in there with a Glock 9 and kill 4 or 5 people, 6 people, 7 people. It wouldn't have the hype. This thing's got the hype because of the method, the modus operandi.
I don't know, Sharon. I like the one-man band for now. I mean, I think I do decent for a one-man band handling everything by myself. That's including Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, my personal Facebook that somehow people find, and going through a shit ton of emails, let alone mixing and master, engineer for other artists who make music. I do tons of different stuff that people don't know about when I get off here. So
that hat should say diverse that you wear.
But I got tons of hats. I got 150 plus hats in my closet, bro.
Yeah, I got a buddy that does that too.
But in general, though, to get back on time, to get back on pace here with BK, and I want to ask you this question: being you're a former detective, you're not in the business no more, so I don't know how long you've been out the game. I remember you telling me, but I don't specifically remember the time frame. But I had an interesting caller earlier. He brought up the in the probable cause affidavit near where they're talking about his phone number, and they had brought up these times, and he said he lives in that area. His name's T Ranch, and he brought up he said there's inconsistent timings within factors of traveling in the PCA. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, how did he determine that?
He said he Google mapped it. What do you think about that?
So you're Google mapping it, but you don't know what speed he's traveling. You don't know, you don't know a lot of things. I mean, he could have stopped and vomited on the side of the road, which I doubt.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you don't know. You gotta factor in all kinds of things. There's been reports that he hauled ass from the crime scene. I don't know where that's coming from. But then he took the long way home. Was he trying to avoid main roads? Possibly. He probably took country roads. I'm not familiar with the roads, and I haven't really looked at the map. But if it was me, I would avoid any major intersections that have potential DOT recording devices or traffic light, anything. I would take the rural route home, and I'm sure there probably is one. But I don't know where he would be able to prove anything. I mean, you basically, when you Google Map something, it's based on the speed limit. If you point A to point B is based on the speed limit, they're not going to give you a route that's in excessive speed. It's going to be based on the speed limit. So I would have to.
I'd have to. I would need you to actually go back and listen to T Ranch's phone call, because he explains it better than I just explained it to you. I'm going off of after hearing about 50 plus callers, maybe even less than that, but still hearing a lot of thoughts after then. So I'm just trying to retract in my head what he said, but he broke it down a little better than what I said to you.
Even if he is, no matter what, he can't break it down to the point that he's messing with the speedo and the miles per hour traveled. He's not going to know that. So if there's inconsistencies, I mean, they would have to be pretty big, But if you Google Map something, it gives you an ETA,
right?
An estimated time of arrival. I mean, that's But I've Google mapped something like going to Tampa, and it says it's going to take me an hour and 45 minutes. I've got there in an hour and 20 minutes because I did 80.
Right.
I don't know. I will. I'll try and go back. Was that earlier in the show, or is it on this show, or another one?
Okay, so he said, let's do this tomorrow at 8 p.m. My colleague B, which I won't say his name, B something, will text you to go over everything. All right, we're in.
There you go. Maybe they'll prep you with some questions so you'll be prepared.
So it is, if you guys don't believe me, it's Matt Stone with Chris Cuomo. Yes, Chris Cuomo. My bad. So Matt Stone with Chris Cuomo.
You better
he's
be
the
able to pronounce
producer.
his name right, because he'll correct you.
What's up, Chris Cuomo? What's going on, man? What do you use
There
for
you
whitening
go.
on your teeth, man? Why don't you yell it from coffee?
Just be yourself, T-REV. Don't
always, bro. Never change.
I wouldn't even wear a shirt and tie, dude. Just be yourself.
Do you think I'm gonna go get a suit and tie for some fucking mainstream media?
Yeah, well, some people may suggest you do that. I'm not telling you to do that. Don't, just be yourself. Be genuine. That's why you've got all the followers you have, and that's why you've grown, because you allow this platform, and you don't discriminate.
I'm gonna go up there and be the voice for everybody that is in my chat. That's what I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go up there and speak the truth of what the Rev Gang family knows.
I will say, for the first time since I've been listening to you, I sensed a little frustration about that when that guy called tonight. I heard it. I sensed it in your voice about that video, that audio you never played, which I told you not to play because it ain't real.
It was deemed fake.
Yeah, and then he was like, "Well, that's like saying that Dave is fake,"
which is cap, which is completely go. Okay, so since Dave are like, what that you can't compare a fake audio compared to something that is not proven yet, or it is straight unconfirmed.
Exactly.
I did not ask a guy named, "Hey, yo, Dave, make up a name and make the number Dave Johnson and call me in and act like you're the killer." Like that. No, that didn't happen. Never happened. Never would happen. I would never. And
nothing against him. He was just. I don't think he knew what you knew. But that's the first time, in all honesty, I've heard you get a little annoyed.
Well, of course, I'm a human. If I get annoyed with something, I'm gonna call it out right on the spot, whether or not I'm gonna be the sweetest person all day long. But when somebody compares something that is fake to something that is unconfirmed, that's hard to do. Show me, if you can show me that this person with that phone number has reached out to you and told
Right.
you it's me, and man, it was really me. My name is this and
Well-
that, and you could call him up with me and from his actual number, then I will deem it fake, and I will deem it confirmed that it was fake. Until then,
But how many people played it, T-REV? How many people played it
over
and
15
purported it to
million.
be real?
Over 15 million.
And purported it. So that's integrity right there. If not anything, people should respect the fact that you didn't play it and you knew something down deep said, nah, this ain't real. You know it wasn't real because the police have the real one. I mean, it's not going to get out.
Mm-hmm.
Police have the real one. Somebody dubbed that and made it up.
Will Sosa
good
be
call.
on the interview? I'm gonna pull Sosa right up in here, Matt. You best believe it. Sosa will be right in the room with me.
That's right.
You're damn right.
Introduce Sosa to the world.
No, well, in general, dude, I don't change for nobody. This is our platform here on YouTube, guys. We do this shit together. So, period. I mean, ain't nothing will change. Even with these news interviews, whoever, whether it's mainstream media, whether it's Hidden True Crime, which is a very great channel. Her and her, I'm pretty sure it's her husband, forensic psychologist. John, what do you think about that? She wants to interview me too, or both of them, I think, about the phone call. She thinks it's real. They think it's real.
That's what I said. They may know something already. You know, those people have, you know, a lot of connections and, you know, a lot of contacts. So they may know, dude. You may get a subpoena. You know, the FBI may not reach out to you, but it's surprising that they haven't. You know, at least to come interview you and get your statement. You know, and they don't actually have to come see you for that. They can do it, you know, on the phone. But I mean, that's pretty telling right there. So they must believe it.
They think it's real, bro. I still am sitting here saying unconfirmed. I don't care how many professionals deem it real. I need the FBI on this case to tell me, shut your fucking mouth about this phone call, Rev. You're under a gag order. Then I'll believe it.
You know what's suspicious though is if it is him. No, if it isn't him, then why wouldn't Dave just reach out to you and say, "Hey, bro, I was drunk or high that night. I was saying all kinds of crazy shit." But no, it ain't me, man. Quit wasting your time. That's what I would do. I mean, what's he got to lose by calling you that? You know, by calling you and telling you that.
Yeah,
let's clear this up. Actually, make an announcement, Dave. If you're listening, bro, you need to call T-REV.
He has my number.
Square this up right now, because if you don't, it's about to hit prime time, bro, and they're going to be up your ass.
Yeah, it's about to hit prime time, and you know what? I'm gonna give that number. I'll let these people do that reverse search. I'll hand it to these professionals. Every one of them that I talk to, I'll hand it to these professionals and see if they can get you on the phone.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will absolutely hand it to these professionals and let them reach out to you.
If this doesn't drag him out, then hey, it's looking pretty good that it is him.
Dead ass, and that's gonna be. But I'm gonna go on. He said, "Give Kumo the number." I will. I'll give Kumo, Banfield, Nancy Grace. I'll happily give it to her. But yeah, you know, like they could all have it.
I'd love to hear Nancy Grace freaking get on his ass. That'd be funny.
Yeah,
if it wasn't him. Yeah, just her, you know, interviewing him. But yeah, I mean, it's a strong. I'm 50-50, bro. I mean, it from what I heard, you know, in his first appearance or his extradition. I mean, I didn't expect that voice out of him. I didn't expect him to sound like that. That's not the voice I expected. But he did sound
corner pointing counsel.
Yeah. I mean, it sounded like Dave. So, I mean, again, I'm on the fence. I can't say either way because, you know, just need more. But you had a voice, didn't you have somebody that said they were FBI
an expert
voice analyst?
Yes, on Twitter they hit me up. They said they analyzed it from what they got and they're seeing 100% match. And I still am sitting here saying it's unconfirmed.
Well, then, you know, these high-profile shows have those same people on their payroll. They may have already done it too, and they may pull them on the show to confirm that, yeah, my voice analyst, my ex-FBI agent does a trained voice analysis with technology, just confirmed it's 90% match.
Mm-hmm.
You may actually get that news. That would be cool, because you've got a falsely accused Dave that was a frat guy that actually reached out to you. If the followers forget about that, he actually reached out to you, sent you a message. Based on our conversation that day, we kind of brought him out of the woodwork, kind of intentionally, but he did what I would have done. I would have responded ASAP.
Right.
I'd have been purporting my innocence to whoever would hear it. And he did. He did exactly what I would have expected any prudent person to do, which was contact the source, which you provide, and he sent you a message. You should pull that up when you get a chance and show everybody that didn't know that we had a potential suspect actually reach out to you. So if you had a potential suspect, you need to bring that up at the show too. You had a potential suspect and possibly the actual mass murderer reach out to you on your show.
Well, I mean, somebody just said clear up that it's Johnson, Washington. Well, there's a Johnson, Idaho right there, 83553. My bad. I meant to post it in the chat. Somebody said clear up that you put Washington or Johnson, Washington. No, it's Johnson, Idaho. And it's right there in the chat for you. So there's your Johnson, Idaho.
Who cares?
Johnson, Idaho, 83553.
People are so critical, man.
I know, right?
It's so freaking critical. It's unbelievable. I mean, okay. Yeah, I'm sure you would if you said the wrong state.
I told you, Shawnee. They were like, we need to get you set up ahead of time, Shawnee or Shawnee. Hopefully, I'm saying your name right. They were like, we're about to get me on for tonight, but I didn't see the message until an hour late. So that's on me.
All right.
I would have been on tonight. I would have been on with them right now.
That's because you're dedicated to your followers.
Exactly. She said they're taking shots.
Who's taking shots?
What are they taking shots at?
And who's taking shots?
Who's taking shots? I'll go read that.
Go ahead. Do it.
Is she saying that somebody's saying that they're going to take shots at you in the interview?
I highly doubt it. Bro. You know how many big media stations have reached out to me over that fucking phone call from a TikToker and people on Twitter blowing that shit up?
You know as well. Brian Enton trolled you, dude. Trolled you in the conversation we had and wound up in that lot behind that place saying almost verbatim what we talked about, bro. The next day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt.
So these news outlets, these primetime news outlets love trolling you. They got interns sitting there listening to your show, taking notes, man.
Yeah.
Taking notes.
Never know.
So I can assure you, it's not it's you, but it's a lot of them that they're trolling. They're getting their news from shows like this.
News Nation is CNN light. Dumbass sheep watch that garbage. They no joke. Yeah. Well,
yeah.
This is our media over here. We're
right.
Again,
I'm not I'm not trying to ride your coattails, bro.
You seen that comment too? I seen it.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. I ain't trying to ride your coattails.
Detective, I gotta make you a damn thing.
Detective Blonde trying to ride coattails. Nah, I could give two shits, bro. You know that.
Hold up, Detective.
I love this shit. I'm like you. I love it. I freaking love it. I love hearing everyone's opinion. Everyone brings something unique. Sometimes it's the most outlandish ones that are actually right. But when I was asked to profile Brian way before he was caught, I nailed him 100%. I said he's a narcissist. He's not somebody you mess with. He's argumentative. He doesn't like women. He's combative. He loves to fight.
All right, I'm back.
All of it.
My girl was telling me about Kanye Yeast missing.
Kanye's missing?
Kanye's been missing for 5 days or something. I don't know.
Hey, he's unfortunately, man. He's got
unfortunately,
he's got some mental health
mainstream.
issues. and
That's
I
mainstream
pray for
smoke.
him. I pray for him. Hopefully, if that's true,
I don't know the validity of it, but I'd have to look at it. But yeah, I heard he was found, but I don't know where that's coming from.
Yeah,
But yeah, man, dude,
put your rights out there.
Like, I mean, this is Kumo, my bad. Kumo's
Cuomo
producer just told me. Cuomo, my bad. Cuomo's producer was just telling me, man. He said this case is blowing the socks off of his room. And he said the coverage, he wants to get me on the show for one, because of the coverage, and two, because of how viral that phone call is. So I was like, yeah, I'll come on there, explain whatever you guys want to do. I'm down.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
People are going to be interested to hear where it came from, and you heard it first on the T-REV show.
I mean, I don't, like I said, man, I don't care who it is. I'm not going up there for $1. I'm not going up there for 50 cents. I'm not going up there for nothing. I'm going up there for free.
Yeah.
Straight up. And I'm going to go up there and put out the right information that people really need to hear. The people, because I go around these YouTube channels every day and I see them posting, it's been debunked. Nothing's been debunked and nothing's been confirmed, so it's unconfirmed.
Right.
So
it has not been debunked.
Yeah, no, people need to, brace themselves and check what they are putting out there before they say things, because I've had people saying it's really the kid. I see these Twitter posts that says that call that T-REV had was really the killer, man, 100%. And it's like I have to go on their Twitters and say, no, it's not. It's unconfirmed, dude. Please,
yeah, and you said I don't know who's given this information, but it's 100% not confirmed. I remember you doing it, So
yeah, dude.
You didn't do it. You didn't do it for the accolades.
I don't give a fuck about the accolades.
So
you know what I mean? I could give two shits.
Maybe too. You know what would be cool is if they dropped the bomb on the show that T-REV, we confirmed it is actually him. That'd be cool.
That would be pretty crazy.
And then everybody that's been on this show could say, I was there when it happened.
I just hope this Dave guy would reach back out to me, man, because it's heartbreaking to even have a potential phone call that people are labeling and the family's got to go through and hear this guy described it as going through their head. I can only imagine. And this is for the families that are out there thinking that it was possibly him, etc. They need to know. They need to know the real, they need to know that it's unconfirmed, because they are seeing this information all over the internet.
Well, and prior, now this is prior to Brian being apprehended. What did he type? What did he send you? It's a nothing burger. What did he say? Wasn't it a nothing burger and I was drunk or something? Didn't he say something like that?
He didn't send that to me. Somebody drew up a text message saying that they got a hold of him. And it said that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Not me.
I just remember you telling me something, but
no, I told you somebody in my Discord posted up some text message stating that it was a nothing burger from the same number, but you could create fake text messages. So I'm like, all right, so he responds to these other people, but he's not reaching out to me, the one who was on this. He was one on my show. Two, I texted him. Three, I left a voicemail. He has my personal number, dude. It's easy to get a hold of me.
Well, coming from a cop from Daytona Beach, I'm stoked for you, bro. Not many cops would say that. Oh my God, I mustn't be a detective because I said I'm stoked for you. No cop would ever say that.
Man, I don't. It is what it is. Yeah.
I'm 100%.
But
dude,
so
I see a bunch of questions, but they're going too fast for me, bro. You can probably
I'm trying to pause one. Let me see. Here's one right here. Thank you for the 5, by the way. T-REV and Detective John, do you think the Reddit post that supposedly BK posted about stuff hanging on ceiling fan, which I know exactly which one, Mary, I want to say Mary. I'm just gonna call you Mary. With the you know what hanging on the ceiling fan and knife and K and hiding in a forest in PA trying to censor some of that. Do you think that Brian posted that, or do you think because they said you could find me, you won't, I'm somewhere in shit fuck PA hiding in a hole in the woods or something. It was something to that validity. Do you think that was him that posted that, or do you think that was just a anonymous troll that luckily hit PA on the head?
I don't want to say yay or nay, man. You just don't know what this guy's mindset is. I got a good idea. It's you know what his mindset is, but would he take the time to post something like that? I'm 50-50 on it. I mean, what was the deal with the ceiling fans? Because I don't recall seeing ceiling fans on any of those pictures.
No, it was posted on 4chan that. People are saying Reddit, but it was really on 4chan, as far as I know from the screenshot that I was sent to me, that he stuck his knife up Kaylee's bleep 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 trigger warning, and hung there. You know what on the ceiling fan, and you won't find me. I'm in shithole, PA, and
under you know what their panties or
no, worse than that. Yes.
Did you actually see what it said?
Yes, to its full. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lark. Thank you, Larky.
I honestly, he had 15 minutes to do that, and probably not even 15 minutes. And remember, when we first started talking, I was asked how long do I think it took. I believe I said probably 15 minutes. He was in and out of there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's no earth-shattering theory. That's what I thought. That's what it would take. So for him to go through that much detail, I doubt he's cutting body parts off and hanging them on ceiling fans. He's in and out of there. I mean, this wasn't something that he took the time to do something like that. I highly doubt. And a K-bar knife isn't a knife for filleting anyway.
Yeah.
You're not gonna cut body parts off very easily with a K-bar.
Question.
That knife.
During Dave's call, he said he was a new member. Can you see who joined that day or prior in cross-reference? Also, love the conversations here. Yeah, well, a member. He said he was a new subscriber. It'd be hard to go through 28,000 subscribers and figure out who subscribed.
You just have to go to that day, though. You have to go to that day and figure if he did it that day. He's telling you he did it that day, so you know what day it was. So.
Well, it was at 12:33 at night on December 15th, which he was on the road on December 15th. Because if you think about it, the body cam footage was him and his dad on the road later that day during the 15th. So they would have had to been at a hotel.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? They would have had to been at a hotel. He hopped on his phone while he was laying in bed resting and go on YouTube and find
honestly, I don't believe they stopped at a hotel. I believe they drove straight through.
So do you think that he would even make that type of phone call with his dad in the car?
No.
Talking about Chin Sigma. You don't think him and his dad rode down? Because they mentioned in the body cam footage. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure it was Brian and his dad were talking about the shooting at Pullman. Remember, everybody was like, it could possibly be the guy at Pullman that did the mass shooting or whatever.
Was it an actual mass shooting? Wasn't it something? It wasn't that, was it? It was something else.
People had, it was about that.
It was a mass shooting, though. I haven't heard of any damn mass shooting.
No, I don't know. I'll tell you right now. Washington.
I don't think it. I mean, that would be all over the news, dude.
It was. Let me see. Yeah, December 15th, bro. It happened on December 15th.
Was it a mass shooting?
It says suspect shot and killed in SWAT standoff near WSU campus after threatening to kill roommates.
Okay, that's not a mass
So
shooting.
it wasn't a
that's
mass
SWAT
shooting. I don't
standoff.
know why that was brought out, but there, that
But,
I remember this
that
though.
because that's what his dad said in the car.
Exactly.
His dad's in the car, if I remember right. His direct quote was, "There's a mass shooting."
Exactly.
You know, that they were in that traffic or something to that effect. So
I don't know why
would
they brought it out like
would
that.
he even bring that up? He's all the way. He's 2,500 miles away at that point. Why is he bringing that up? And like I said, those traffic stops were 100% orchestrated. I don't know if they've come out and admitted that yet. Those were orchestrated stops.
Potential mass shooting, regardless of the fact they brought that shit up.
Right? Why? Why would they bring that up? It's like he's trying to deflect and make small conversation. It's like those traffic stops were not something that you'd have to be a very overzealous cop to pull somebody over for what I witnessed. I mean, because he was right next to him with the car video rolling, and I saw the alleged violation. That was pretty damn petty.
Detective John, the blood splatter girl, what do you make of the PCA saying KM were identified on scene, but EX described as being later identified? Thanks.
So so they were identified on the scene, and then they later identified the other two. Is that what she's saying?
It's on screen if you could read it. I don't know if you can see it, but yeah, it says Detective John, this blood splatter girl. What do you make of the PCA saying K and M were identified on scene, but E and X described as being later identified?
Well, I do recall it saying that they identified them with ID,
Mm-hmm.
And they're not going to be able to identify them right away unless they have some kind of corroborating identification laying around, which a little snooping and you're going to find that. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's anything to make out of that. It's just, you're not going to walk in there and say, okay, that's Kaylee and that's Maddie.
It's in the PCA, so I mean,
yeah, I think that, yeah, but the PCA said, I believe it was it Xana that was identified right away, I believe, with the ID. They found the ID. But yeah, no, I like what you said. I can't remember what's her name.
Who?
The girl that went to blood spatter school years ago.
What was her name? I can't remember her name off the top. I got it written down somewhere.
But she said a lot of what we were talking about. She just kind of confirmed what we were talking about, and like her, I've been to many blood spatter schools as well. So it's a pretty neat school. Actually, when you get to participate in actually doing blood splatter, it's pretty neat. And she'll be able to tell you, like I talked about before, they know that he's right-handed or they know that he's left-handed. You can tell all those things by blood splatter, and also the angle of the wounds. You'll be able to tell all that stuff.
Right, yeah, no doubt.
And there's gels that we use now. Used to use cadavers years ago. Now they have special gels that you use. That simulate real flesh.
Her name is Holly.
Holly. Hi, Holly.
Yes. I mean that. Thank you for reminding me. I had it. I have her name written down, and I also took her number.
Right.
It's good to have people who have that experience in the field. Shit that we speculate on, somebody to be able to explain. Blood splatter.
Holly would have probably made a great investigator as she, moved into that
she
field.
Is right there.
But I think she mentioned. I think I was rewatching.
Oh yeah, I've read that. It was literally the girl that asked you that question.
Yeah. No,
I'm
I
an
knew
idiot.
that.
I'm an idiot.
No, I knew. Yeah, she said this is the blood splatter girl.
Yes, Holly.
So, but yeah, she went into insurance sales or something. She decided, she was in a small town, and she didn't pursue it. But maybe you found maybe you should go back and go back to school and get your certification and your degree and become a cop, become an investigator. Got a lot to offer. Plus, she's well spoken. There's more questions. They're going too fast for me to read them, bro.
Hold up 1 second. I'm posting on Twitter real quick.
Holly, thank you, E-Star.
Yeah.
Is it E-Star or Esther?
Esther.
It's Esther. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Hold up, I'm just posting this. Let's see. All right, there we go. Yeah, let me grab that here, and we are good to go. Let's see. She's a PI now? Oh, if Dylan was home, Dancing Queen says if Dylan was home, where was her black truck the next morning? It wasn't there with the others.
I don't know the answer to that. In the shop? Who knows? I don't think there's any relevance because honest to God, we need to get off of Dylan. I mean, people are so critical of this poor girl, and we don't really know what she saw. We only know a very, very, very small portion of what she told the police. She's probably, she's definitely a prime witness, and, she's the only witness. So we need to really, really give this poor girl a break. I mean, she's been crucified from being called a tranny to all kinds of stuff, and that needs to stop. Good Lord. Come on, people. Not
Detective
everybody.
J, I hope we didn't go over this already, but what do you think of the supposed sister being on the scene videotaping? Is that legal? I didn't hear. I thought I seen that was debunked, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's legal. It's not, anybody can video anything. I mean, we live in America. There are states that are coming up with, all these people shoving video cameras in cops' faces when they're trying to effect arrests and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
States are actually coming up with laws that you can't be within so many feet or you will be arrested. I forget which state just announced that law, but if you get within 15 feet of an officer effecting arrest, you will be arrested for obstruction.
Well, yeah, man.
And trust me, people, those are coming. So everybody that's out there wanting to, videotape an officer effecting arrest.
Well, shit.
That ain't gonna happen.
Detective J, I'm fitting to hop up off here. I gotta go eat dinner.
Yeah, you gotta prep. Prep.
I gotta go eat dinner, and also gotta return a couple different phone calls because now I ran into some other inboxes that I need to respond to, or people that I need to call. Anyways,
congratulations, man, and you deserve it. And just be you, man. Just be you.
Yeah, no doubt, brother. Well, I appreciate you, man. I'll talk to you in a little bit. I'll hit you up.
All right. God bless everybody. Listen to some LL Cool J tonight.
Yeah. All right, Detective J. Shout out to him, man. Appreciate having him on. I do need to go, get some food, stuff like that. I love you guys.
G-Ball, you gotta stop doing this. Look. All my life has been neglected, so never pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm effective. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People could've lived, but I be on the mic, speaking how I live.